Chapter 500. Yi Qian had never thought about the consequences of being one of the last people left in the hands of the Al-Qaeda terrorists. She believed that with that tall and sturdy man outside, he would not give up on her. She also believed that if he was not here now, he must be waiting for her on the transport plane. That was because he would not let her face this alone. Yi Qian trusted Xia Jinyuan so much. Just like Xia Jinyuan, who had also sneaked into the orphanage, he also believed that Yi Qian would be fine. The two comrades outside laughed silently. This young lady really had the aura of a soldier. The transport plane has already been arranged. It's quite a distance from the orphanage to the airport. There are several rescue plans. If everything goes well, we can deal with it in the orphanage. The T6 soldier was a top soldier who had been selected from the military and had rich combat experience. When he saw how calm Yi Qian was, he smiled deeply. So, your guess is exactly right. We're indeed planning to deal with it in the orphanage. This was the best outcome. However, Al-Qaeda was also a militarized organization. Everyone believed that this matter would not be so simple and that Pavel would definitely have a backup plan. But now that there are gasoline barrels in the room, it'll be a little more difficult. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. His gaze swept across several gasoline barrels, as well as a few children who were curled up in the corner with gasoline spilled all over them. He then gently shifted his gaze to the top of the wall. He slowly recalled what he saw when he entered the room earlier. When his mind finally settled on a certain memory, a light flashed past his dark eyes. I have an idea, get back to your positions. V8, who was in charge of security, reminded them in a low voice. The two people inside and outside the door quickly got back to their positions. In less than 2 minutes, several footsteps passed by outside and quickly left. Yi Qian quickly said to Petty, "They've already left. Tell me that everything is fine outside. The president has agreed to all of Pavel's requests, and everything is ready. Petty, we just need to wait for the rescue." He did not tell Petty that the people standing outside were actually Chinese soldiers. It was not that he was worried about Petty, but the fewer people who knew, the better. On the other side, Pavel waited for the government's final call. She needed to confirm whether Chedivorikov had arrived at the airport and whether he had seen the transport plane. Dressed in black, she looked like a venomous spider. Every word she spoke was laced with venom. Leave the first batch of hostages in the room. Pour all the gasoline in the room. If an accident happens on our way to the airport, burn them all to death. Let the entire country see how incompetent their president is. Instead of releasing half of the hostages were left in the orphanage. If anything happened on the way to the airport, then the children and the staff of the orphanage would be burned alive. There were about 60 Al-Qaeda members in the orphanage, and 15 of them stayed by Pavel's side. All of them obeyed her every command like soldiers. While Pavel waited for Chedivorikov's call, Petty carried a sleeping child and ordered the older children to carry the other children away from Yi Qian. Listen, my friend. None of us can make a sound. Cover our mouths because we need a lot of water. Only with water can we avoid being burned to death. Do you understand? As they spoke, Yi Jian and Yi Jian used the silver wire on their wrists to wrap around the water pipe. Then, they used a broken wooden leg of the table to twist the silver wire. As the silver wire wrapped tighter and tighter, water started to seep out of the water pipe. Chapter 501. The water flowed gently, and all the children held their breaths. They were afraid that the sound of the water would suddenly become louder and alert the Al-Qaeda operatives guarding them outside. The 5 children who had been drenched in gasoline covered their mouths. Their big, bright eyes were filled with surprise as they allowed the cool water to wash their bodies. The thick layer of gasoline that they were afraid of seemed to lessen as they wiped their clothes clean. Yi Qian leaned against the door again and knocked on it rhythmically with his hand. After getting a response, he said in a low voice, "I suggest we adopt the second course of action. Leave the orphanage and take care of them on the plane." "You're going to pour the gasoline out?" V8 raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately guessed why Yi Qian suggested the second course of action. He lowered his voice to the lowest and asked, "We don't have much time. We need to fulfill all of Pavel's requests before 10 o'clock. It's been almost 3 hours since our last call." Yi Qian, we don't have much time left." With a smile on his face, Yi Qian felt that it was indeed very easy to have a comrade like him on the outside. They could guess what he wanted to do. "I'll dispose of all the gasoline and turn this dangerous house into the safest room. This way, we won't have to worry about bullets accidentally hitting gasoline barrels during gunfire and causing an explosion. My second suggestion is to release the first batch of hostages before Pavel leaves in the car." Before Yi Qian could say the word, "release," the T6 soldier in charge of security knocked on the door lightly with his gun. He did not say anything and nimbly returned to the children's side. Petty immediately reminded all the children in Urdu, "Someone's coming." This group of children had survived the flames of war and were very sensitive to danger. Petty's reminder made all of them immediately lower their heads and hug their knees as if they were fast asleep. The 5 children who had been drenched in gasoline all squatted in a corner. Yi Qian gently put the hose back on, and everything returned to normal. The door was not opened. The patrolling soldiers just came over to check if there was anything unusual as usual. When they found that there was no movement, they gave a few instructions and left. "K7, there are 3 patrolling soldiers coming. Be careful." V8 maintained contact with K7 and informed him of the situation on his side so that K7, who was in the middle of a mission, and his comrades who were coming to support him, could be prepared. K7, who had already found the orphanage staff that was locked up, whispered to the other figures, "Hide." Before the patrolling Al-Qaeda members came over, they were like owls that appeared at night. In the blink of an eye, they hid. The entire orphanage was no longer under Pavel's control. As the Chinese soldiers infiltrated the orphanage, at the very least, the Al-Qaeda members guarding the orphanage would be replaced by disguised Chinese soldiers. Yi Qian did not know exactly how many hostages were being held. When she heard the footsteps moving away, she quickly washed the other 2 children who had not yet washed off the gasoline. "Right now, we're only removing the smell of gasoline from their bodies. The danger hasn't been resolved yet. We have to move the gasoline barrels away." Yi Qian whispered to Petty, whose joy could be felt even in the dark. He said softly, "Bullets will still explode when they hit the gasoline barrels. The best way is to get the gasoline out of the barrels away from us." Leaving this place was not an easy task. When Petty, who finally had a smile on her face, heard what Yi Qian said, sadness crept into her eyes again. "Then what should we do? The barrels are too big. How are we going to move them out?" Chapter 502. Yi Qian blinked. His dark eyes were like the crescent moon in the treetops, cold and confident. If there's a water pipe, there's also a sewer pipe. Just pour the gasoline into the sewer pipe, and there's no need to worry. This used to be a master bedroom. After some renovations, the bathroom in the master bedroom was removed, and after some simple renovations, it became a gathering place for the children of the orphanage. Otherwise, Pavel would not have kidnapped all the children at once. The refurbished wooden floor was pried open bit by bit using a nail that was unscrewed from the foot of a table. The creaking sound was like a mouse grinding against a wooden table, coming and going from time to time. The T6 and V8 combatants who were on guard outside listened carefully to the sounds inside. Once all the gasoline was poured out, the room that was originally the most dangerous would become the safest room. Then, the operation plan would be changed to Plan B. They would no longer use the orphanage as the main battlefield, but move to the airport instead. Yi Qian's suggestion was quickly conveyed by V8 to J5, a member of the Snowfield Brigade who was guarding outside. He was responsible for contacting the Chinese interpreter at the presidential palace, and then relaying the message to the presidential palace and the Chinese leaders. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. The elite personnel who participated in the rescue operation in the presidential palace were worried about the gasoline barrels. However, the news from the Chinese interpreter instantly saved them. "Thank you very much for the bravery of the Chinese student. Her action will change the fate of 32 children and save them from the clutches of death." After learning that the Chinese girl who was kidnapped along with his daughter Petty was trying to get rid of the gasoline, the president said to the members involved in the rescue operation, "No matter what the outcome is, we have to thank this Chinese girl for her bravery. We have to always remember that the Chinese are our eternal brothers, our true brothers." This was the best news they had received in the 6 hours since the kidnapping. It was a piece of news that lifted everyone's spirits. Qin Xiu looked at the Pakistani elite personnel who all looked relieved. There was not much of a smile on his handsome face, but the pen in his hand was gently clenched. As a Chinese, he also did not want to see the students from his country in danger. Besides, he knew Yi Qian. If they had chosen to act under the noses of Al-Qaeda and were discovered, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, it was clear that this decision had received everyone's approval. It was a gamble, to seek victory in the midst of danger. After the leader who had not slept in the hotel found out, he was silent for a long time before he said, "The young are strong, and the country is strong. Student Little Yi represents the strength of the young, and also let us see the hope of a country." She did very well. "So, you agree with the second action plan of China-Pakistan?" The Major General looked at the leader with a serious expression and asked softly. Then, in the end, it was Yi Qian who boarded the transport plane with the Al-Qaeda organization. Waving his hand, the leader replied in a solemn voice, "We won't give them the chance to board the plane and leave. We'll settle it on the plane. Tell all the Chinese soldiers that they must rescue our students safely." Yi Qian had to be rescued safely. This was the top priority of the entire Chinese military operation team. In the darkness, the Snowfield Brigade K7 and another anti-terrorism special force had rushed over and assassinated several members of the Al-Qaeda organization. They had successfully disguised themselves and were waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Chapter 503. There are 20 hostages in total. Team C has been deployed. K7's cold voice came from the headset without warning. Team B consisted of V8 and the others, while Team C consisted of K7. The members of both teams had successfully disguised themselves as members of Al-Qaeda and taken over the task of guarding the hostages. Now, they were all waiting for Yi Qian's news. As long as the gasoline barrels were no longer a threat, the second set of operations could be carried out smoothly and the first batch of hostages would be safe. Team A has been deployed. How's Team B doing? Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of Team A, asked softly through the headset. He and G3 were already hiding in the luggage compartment of the bus, waiting for the Pakistani government troops to be deployed. They would act as backup and eliminate all the Al-Qaeda members together. V8 put on the headset and leaned close to the door. After listening for a few seconds, he replied to Xia Jinyuan, "There's no reply yet. I heard very soft sounds in the room. Yi Qian is very cautious, so he might be a little slow." Xia Jinyuan laughed, but it was not a laugh. He just curved his thin, sexy lips. Then, they would have to wait a little longer. Little Fox would find a way. "Give me these 3 milk bottles." As the last barrel of gasoline was about to be emptied, Yi Qian gestured for Petty to give him the milk bottles that the children had drunk. After filling the barrel with water, pour the gasoline from the milk bottles on the edge to prevent the smell of gasoline from fading when they come in. The 3 milk bottles were filled with gasoline. Yi Qian carefully twisted them and gestured for Petty to continue pouring the rest of the gasoline into the sewer. He then gently touched the barrel that was still filled with water. "This is fine. Change to the next one." Just in case, Yi Qian poured the gasoline out and refilled the empty barrel with water to ensure that the weight was the same. Yi Qian was professionally trained to ensure that not a single trace of oil was left out. After the barrel was filled with water, he poured the gasoline from the milk bottles on the edge of the barrel. As expected, the air was filled with the strong smell of gasoline from before. Time passed very slowly, and the hour hand pointed to 10 o'clock. It was getting closer and closer to the time Pavel had requested. Both China and Pakistan were fully deployed, and all the soldiers in the operation were on standby. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire city of Pakistan was not as brightly lit as the cities in China. Some people were partying until they were drunk. In this place, it was best to hurry home after dark. Don't linger outside and be careful of being killed. At 9:50 a.m., Pavel finally received a call from Chedivorikov. He was calling from the airport, laughing as he told the woman who had rescued him that the transport plane had arrived at the airport. According to the agreement, the first batch of hostages was successfully released. The 20 workers of the orphanage were released. To Pavel, adults were not easy to control. Keeping them alive would be a problem. Chase all of them out of the orphanage. I want to see if the government troops are coming. Like a venomous spider, Pavel carefully used the hostages she had released to probe the situation outside. She would immediately fire a warning shot as soon as she detected any reinforcements from the government. At 10 o'clock sharp, the first batch of hostages successfully left the room. All of them were driven out of the orphanage by the Al-Qaeda members. The hostages frantically ran out of the orphanage as fast as they could. It was very quiet outside. Other than the hostages' cries, there were no government troops. A few Al-Qaeda members who were standing guard at a high point reported what they had seen to the cunning Pavel. It's very quiet. I don't see any government troops. Madam, it seems that they didn't send troops to surround the orphanage. Chapter 504. Very well. Tell the president that I will release the second batch of hostages after arriving at the airport. Release the last batch of hostages before boarding the plane. Only Miss Petty and the Chinese student will remain. Pavel didn't lower her guard. She continued to use the hostages as a bargaining chip to ensure her safety. She once again stated her conditions. The president, who was already waiting at the airport, still had only one condition. She had to fulfill all of her demands, but she had to release the hostages. This made Pavel even more aware of the importance of the hostages. The Chinese translator was Qin Xiu. His voice was transmitted through the cold communication device to the headsets of the Chinese soldiers who were connected by radio waves. Pavel requested that the second batch of hostages remain in the room. To ensure the safety of the hostages, the president told Pavel that he only has one condition: release all of the hostages. Qin Xiu, who was in charge of translation, translated the president's words one by one. The leader proposed to the presidential palace that the Chinese operation team cooperate with the Pakistani government forces to complete the task. They must finish before the transport plane takes off. Qin Xiu's voice was very calm. At this time, he occasionally raised his eyes to look at the transport plane that was already parked on the runway. About an hour later, the last batch of hostages would arrive at the airport, but it was impossible to release Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiu, who was resting, put one hand in his pocket. His elegant and handsome face showed a bit of coldness. At 10:11 a.m., Pavel verbally agreed to the president's request, but before she got into the car, she ordered the remaining Al-Qaeda members, follow the original plan. When you leave, explode the gasoline barrels. Don't let anyone escape. She didn't intend to let the children in the orphanage go. These children had all seen the faces of the Al-Qaeda members. If they were captured, she would still be punished when she returned. The remaining members couldn't leave alive. They had no other choice but to die here. They were willing to stay and sacrifice their lives for their organization. The door of the room where the children were held opened again. After a strong flash of light, Yi Qian saw two men in gray robes walk in. Hide the gun and give me your hands. Quick. It was V8 and T6, two members of the Snowfield Brigade. In order to prevent Yi Qian's gun from being discovered, they came in first and pushed Yi Qian and Petty out. The next time Yi Qian saw Pavel was on the bus. Pavel and Patty's hands were tied again and they were pushed onto the bus at gunpoint. Let the two of them sit in the two seats at the front. Pavel, who had been sitting in the car for a long time, ordered coldly, look carefully. The two of them are our bargaining chips to leave this place. Without them, all of us will die with Chetovorikov. Patty stopped talking to Pavel. All the children in the car were sitting close to the window. Beside them was an Al-Qaeda member who was holding a gun and had loaded his gun. If there was any movement outside, all the hostages would be killed. The car bumped along the road. When the man standing beside Yi Qian made a sharp turn, he grabbed her arm with both hands and gently drew the letter V with his fingers. It was V8 in disguise. Yi Qian thought they had stayed in the orphanage. She didn't expect them to be right next to her. Then, Yi Qian found out from V8 that there were a total of 4 members of the Snowfield Brigade on the bus. One of them was Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 505. G3, V8, T6, K7, as well as Captain Xia. There were 5 Special Forces soldiers in one car. Once all the hostages were released, it would be time to deal with these guys. The only thing Yi Qian did not have to worry about after falling into the hands of this group of believers was whether or not he would be violated. He simply leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. With his own people around, he felt much more relaxed. Since there was nothing else to do now, he might as well rest. When the car passed by a section with street lights, T6 saw Yi Qian closing his eyes and looking like he was fast asleep. Was he relaxed? Or was he stupid? Or was he really that calm? The car arrived at the airport at 11:02 p.m. The third leader of Al-Qaeda, Seti Vorakov, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Pavel get out of the car in a black veil, he gave her a warm hug. "Thank you very much, my partner." A loudspeaker sounded, followed by the president's voice. "Miss Pavel, we have prepared everything according to your request. The last batch of hostages will be released immediately." "Of course, Mr. President." It was Seti Vorakov's voice. It was a fierce and arrogant baritone. "However, your daughter and the girl from China will have to accompany us on a wonderful escape in the air." "Of course, sir, I promise not to hurt your daughter or your friends." Listening to the other party's arrogant voice, the Pakistani president remained calm and said calmly, "We will definitely let you go. However, if anything happens to my daughter, believe me, Seti Vorakov, even if you are flying in the air, I can still send out a fighter jet to turn you into ashes in the sky. Believe me, I will definitely do it." This warning really shocked the arrogant Seti Vorakov. If the fighter jet was really sent out, they really had no way to escape. However, Pavel laughed. When the woman's voice was gentle, it was pleasant to the ear, but when she was ruthless, it was sharp, ear-piercing, gloomy, and unpleasant. "Mr. President, if we don't leave safely, all the children in the orphanage will be burned to death. So, we have to deal with this calmly and settle this matter peacefully." The Pakistani president was deliberately stalling for time. He needed to buy time for the Chinese troops who had sneaked onto the transport plane. "Very well, we also hope that this can be resolved peacefully," Seti Vorakov said viciously as he gestured for the few Al-Qaeda members to get out of the car. He was even more cunning than Pavel. He didn't release the hostages immediately. Instead, he had people push Yi Qian and Patty to the front to prevent himself and Pavel from being killed. V8 was standing in front of the bus, K7 was standing on both sides of the door, and T6 was standing on the side where the luggage door was opened. During the negotiation, Yi Qian and Petty were pushed off the bus, while Xia Jinyuan and G3 quietly came out of the luggage compartment under the cover of T6. Each of them was responsible for one target. While the T6 combatants were on alert, each of them covered the mouth of an Al-Qaeda member and slit his neck with the dagger in his hand. Before blood spurted out, they stuffed the eliminated target back into the vehicle. The two of them replaced the two Al-Qaeda members and successfully infiltrated the plane. While the Chinese soldiers were eliminating the targets, Pavel sent people to search the transport plane inside and out. Fearing that there would be an ambush, she even searched the 8 crew members on the plane. After confirming that they weren't carrying any weapons, she boarded the plane. Chapter 506. The children all became bulletproof human shields for the Al-Qaeda members. They waited until they boarded the plane before pushing them off. Some of the children fell directly from the lift. No matter how painful the fall was, they didn't dare to cry out loud. These children were slightly older, so they more or less had the ability to make judgments. They didn't dare to cry or move. The 20 or so children were all huddled together. The panic in their eyes was something that Yi Qian would never forget for the rest of her life. When an Al-Qaeda member walked past her with his head down, Yi Qian smelled a faint mint scent. "This is..." She, who had been keeping her head down, looked up slightly. Under the faint indicator lights on the runway, she saw the side profile of a man so handsome that even his slightly pursed lips looked elegant. He seemed to know that she was looking at him. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he boarded the plane with a hostage and all the Al-Qaeda members. When she saw the G3 member walk past her, Yi Qian, who had her head down, had a faint smile in her eyes. Since they were all on the transport plane, K7 should be on it as well. After all the members boarded the plane, only Yi Qian and Petty were left. Step by step, they pushed each other onto the plane. Yi Qian looked back slightly at the children who were out of control. The scene she saw made her heart tremble violently. Those young faces did not have the innocence of a child, only the fear of an adult in the face of danger. Their eyes were not bright and beautiful, only gloomy, as if there was no life in them. They are safe. V8, who was escorting Yin onto the plane, said softly, "Soon, it will be our battle. Yi Qian, I look forward to fighting alongside you." There weren't many Special Forces members in the Snowfield Brigade. They all knew each other and often went on missions together. Everyone in the brigade knew about Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. Now that there was an opportunity to meet Yi Qian, V8 didn't want to miss it. He wanted to see how powerful the girl who was recognized by the G3 was. Hearing the interest in his voice, Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. "I'm also looking forward to seeing the strong team up." It was only on the battlefield that he felt like he had found his life's goal. When he returned to the classroom, he felt less passionate about life. This time, she was also looking forward to fighting alongside them. "There's a total of 30 bullets here. There's enough ammunition, but it's not enough to turn the entire body into a sieve." When they reached the last step of the elevator, V8 stuffed another magazine into Yi Qian's pocket and a tiny Swiss Army dagger into Yi Qian's hand. "Try to cut the ropes with a knife. The plane will circle the runway for about 5 minutes. We'll start the operation in 5 minutes. The children were all left in the car. Only Yi Qian and Petty were brought onto the transport plane. Never in Pavel's wildest dreams would she have imagined that 5 Chinese Special Forces had infiltrated her team and that 5 elite Pakistani government soldiers were among the crew members who were in charge of flying the plane. As the elevator of the transport plane closed, Yi Qian saw more than 20 Al-Qaeda members start to raise their guns and shout, "Be careful of the guns in your hands. What you need to do now is to put them away properly. Don't let the bullets damage our plane." Chady Vorokov laughed out loud. He had a very long beard, and his eyes were fierce. He swept his gaze across the entire cabin, and finally his eyes fell on the Chinese girl sitting behind him, Yi Jian's face. After that he laughed even louder. Chapter 507. "You are a brave believer. Your husband will definitely forgive you," he said to Pavel. Everyone thought that Pavel was a brave and capable believer. They put down their guns and celebrated their successful escape. What they didn't know was that the few Al-Qaeda members who were still in the plane had their necks twisted by the Pakistani government's elite soldiers. Their heads were lying on the ground at strange angles. The plane rumbled as if it was about to leave the ground soon. Someone began to make a move silently, taking out the targets sitting next to them. All of them were directly dealt with through assassination. Amidst their celebration, there was not a trace of sound in the action. Yi Jian's hands were twisting. She used the Swiss Army knife handed over by the V8 to cut the knot. As the plane turned, she fell towards Petty. At the same time, the sharp army knife cut the rope around Petty's wrists. "Prepare to take off." The cabin crew's voice sounded tense. It sounded like they were being controlled by the Al-Qaeda members. All the lights in the cabin went out. Yi Qian pushed Pavel away from him. "Hide in the front." V8 was guarding the front, so Pavel was the safest. A gunshot rang out. The Al-Qaeda members who were laughing just now were stunned for a few seconds. Pavel's scream pierced through the cabin and woke everyone up. "Miss Pavel, you are too rude to a guest from afar. In our country, there is a saying that courtesy demands reciprocity. I wonder if you have heard of it." Yi Qian, who killed Seti Voryov with one shot, stood next to Pavel and wrapped the silver wire in his hand around her neck. It was the silver wire around Pavel's neck that made her scream in fear. When she pointed a gun at someone's head, she would never be afraid. Instead, she would be confident and awe-inspiring. However, when someone pointed a gun at her head, Pavel only had one thought in her mind. "It's over. It's over. You are not a student." Pavel's neck tightened as if he was going to suffocate in the next second. Then he softened his voice and said, "I don't care if you're a Chinese student or not. Trust me, I have no reason to hurt you. We just want to leave this place and return to our hometown." Whether it was snakes or poisonous spiders, they would not give up the opportunity to counterattack until the last second. Just like snakes, even if their heads were chopped off, they would still have the ability to jump up and bite people. That was how Pavel was. He wouldn't give up a chance to escape until the very last second. Of course I'm a Chinese student. Otherwise, why would I be kidnapped by you? Yi Qian grabbed Powell's arm with one hand and twisted it. Powell's shrill scream came from the cabin again. Her arm was dislocated by Yi Qian, and she lost the ability to fight back. I will treat you the same way you treated me in the past. In our country, this is called reciprocity, Yi Qian said softly with a faint smile. His voice was light, but his actions were ruthless. He didn't give Pavel any chance to escape. He pinned her down on the seat and tied her legs tightly with the silver wire in his hand. The entire cabin was filled with the smell of blood. The members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who were disguised as members of the Al-Qaeda organization, had already prepared for battle the moment their opponents put down their guns. Now, they had to either use their guns to finish off their targets or use their daggers to clean them up. Chapter 508. Yi Qian did not have to worry about Pavel escaping, so he joined the operation. He either plunged his Swiss Army dagger into Pavel's neck or finished him off with his gun. The crew members of the Bafang left behind on the transport plane were all dressed in military uniforms. The members of the Shuiyu team did not have the strong body odor of the Bafang people. Whenever they encountered someone with a beard, Yi Jian would kill them without hesitation. The plane had already stopped operating, and the elite Pakistani government troops in the cabin quickly contacted the control tower. The Pakistani government troops hidden in the surroundings all came out, with bulletproof shields at the front and gunners at the back. As long as someone came down from the open door, they would immediately shoot. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. The first message the control tower received was that the president's daughter, Petty, had been successfully rescued. The Pakistani soldiers guarding the control tower immediately looked happy. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on the communication device. He could even hear gunshots coming from it. There was a gunfight on the transport plane. He clenched his fists and contacted the leader to report the current situation. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. There is no news from Yi Qian for now. Both sides have started a gunfight. This was good news for the Chinese side. Yi Qian had always been by Petty's side. Yi Qian must have been able to protect her. Keep me updated on the situation until Yi Qian returns safely. The leader's calm expression had not changed since Yi Qian was kidnapped. He was not anxious at all. He only had the calm demeanor of a country's leader. He believed that Yi Qian would return safely. He also believed that his country's soldiers would complete their mission successfully. Some of the members of the Al-Qaeda organization got their hands on submachine guns. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained down on the cabin. At the same time, they shouted in Urdu, telling their people to get down. Yi Qian felt a burning pain in his arm. He reacted quickly and got down on the ground. He moved closer to the Al-Qaeda member with the machine gun. He was very close to Pavel. He could not let Pavel return to the Al-Qaeda member. Don't move, little fox. A familiar voice came from beside her, and then she fell into an embrace that smelled of mint. This was Xia Jinyuan's embrace. It was gentle, generous, and so reassuring. After bringing Yi Qian to a safe place, Xia Jinyuan finally let go of him. What were you trying to do just now? Accept the offer of the guy with the submachine gun? Are you going to sacrifice yourself as a hostage? His voice was gentle when he greeted Yi Qian, but when he was calculating, his voice was cold and harsh. Obviously, he did not agree with Yi Qian's decision. Yi Qian wasn't affected by the close contact during the battle. After being reprimanded, Yi Qian said calmly, "No, I wouldn't do something stupid like that. He's too close to Pavel." Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Next time, I'll have to give you a microphone so that we can keep in touch. I was really scared when I saw you trying to crawl over just now." "Captain Xia, am I really that stupid?" With their backs against each other, Yi Jian touched her arm gently. Fortunately, it was just a graze from a stray bullet. She only needed to take care of it. Chapter 509. She held her breath. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against her, said coldly, "Where are you hurt? Bandage it with a bandage to stop the bleeding." The biggest difference between a bullet wound and a graze wound was that the smell of blood was not as strong. Yi Qian lifted her arm and said casually, "It's just a graze wound. There's not much blood, just some skin scrapes. I'll bandage it after we get off the plane." She paused for a moment and said, "Captain Xia, I'll crawl over and hold Pavel hostage. Then you can tell the crew to turn on the cabin lights and shoot at the right time. The sooner we get this done, the better." As she spoke, K7's voice came from Xia Jinyuan's earpiece. It was the same as what Yi Qian had said. The sooner they got this done, the better. Yi Qian will move first. Take Pavel to us as a hostage. You guys can rest for a while. Xia Jinyuan's voice clearly traveled to the Snowfield Brigade's earpiece. V8 turned his head and asked K7 softly, "I suspect that Yi Qian was the one who fired the first shot. What do you think?" "This is Q King's little fox. She's good at seizing opportunities. It's normal for her to shoot. She was the closest to Chedivorikov. The person she shot was none other than the number one target, Chedivorikov. So you don't have to doubt it, it's certain," K7 said coldly. His tone did not change, but he spoke a little longer than usual. V8, who was familiar with his personality, could tell that he admired Yi Qian. "Now I'm even more interested. But I have to admit that she's very calm." V8, who was hiding in the back of the cabin, was even more curious about Yi Qian. Seeing was believing. He had to see for himself today. V8 and T6 soon realized what kind of girl Yi Qian was. She was a girl who dared to stand so close to the Al-Qaeda members. She was the only girl who had the courage to stand so close to them. The lights in the cabin were switched on. Only 6 of the original 20 Al-Qaeda members were left. They held submachine guns in their hands and wanted to fight back, but they heard a crisp female voice. "Look at who I have in my hands. It won't be too late for you to fight back." Yi Qian spoke in Chinese, and V8 translated for the remaining 6 members of Al-Qaeda. "Even Chedivorikov is finished. How long do you think you can last?" Yi Qian said this in English for Pavel to understand that going against the government would not end well. Pavel's face was contorted. Her mouth was stuffed with her veil, and she was making muffled sounds. Why were there government troops on the plane? They had clearly checked that there were no problems. Other than the flight crew, there was no one else on the plane. Pavel looked at the countless Al-Qaeda members in gray robes lying on the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot. Where did the accident happen? When the Al-Qaeda members who were surrounded saw this, their eyes flashed fiercely. They looked like they were going to fight Yi Qian to the death. One of them started cursing loudly in Urdu. Yi Qian pulled the black veil out of Pavel's mouth and let her speak. "Kill me. Burn all the children in the orphanage." Pavel, who could finally speak, had a strange smile on her face. She could not turn her head and stare at Yi Qian, who was standing behind her. She looked gloomily at the back of the cabin. "Soon, it will be reported internationally. The whole world will know how powerful we are and how incompetent the president is." Chapter 5:10. Why would I give you the chance to do that? By the time the bus leaves the orphanage, all your followers will have been dealt with. The children who were frightened by you might have already fallen asleep under the government's arrangements, Yi Qian said coldly. "I won't give you a chance to escape, and I won't give you a chance to harm innocent lives," Yi Qian said coldly, her clear voice like frost, sending chills down Pavel's spine. No matter how fierce Pavel's gaze was, Yi Qian looked at the Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun and said coldly, "If you want to shoot, kill Pavel first. Then you can think about how to get rid of us. Kill them. Kill all of them." Pavel, whose neck had 2 red marks, screamed in a shrill voice. His voice could not be too loud as it was squeezed out from his throat. Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly preparing, turned sideways and aimed at the target with Yi Qian's movement. Bang! The Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun was shot in the head. The bullet went through his entire head and fell to the ground with red and white blood. When Pavel heard someone say retreat in Chinese, he seemed to understand what was going on. He stared in disbelief at the member who had fallen to the ground. "Chinese soldiers. The Chinese soldiers here. It's too late for you to understand now. Pavel, there's no way you can escape from the hands of our soldiers." Yi Qian dragged Pavel back under the cover of Xia Jinyuan and the others. Next, it was time to clean up the mess. This matter was left to the Pakistani government. After all, it was a country's internal affairs. The Chinese soldiers had done their job well. The Pakistani soldiers had no intention of letting the Al-Qaeda members leave. After Xia Jinyuan opened fire, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The Al-Qaeda members, who were at the end of their rope, could not escape from the hands of the Pakistani soldiers even if they had guns. The tail of the transport plane opened, and the Snowfield Brigade members who were fighting at the back quickly retreated. The Pakistani government soldiers, who were wearing masks, charged forward. "Put her on the plane. Someone will take care of her." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she was carrying Pavel, who had fainted after being shot. "He's a burden. He'll only delay our retreat. We can't leave this up there. We have to hand it over to the president to execute." Before the flare and smoke grenades were thrown into the cabin, Yi Qian finally left the transport plane and returned to the ground. Standing beside her was Xia Jinyuan, who had protected her during the retreat. He was dressed in a gray robe. From the back, he looked like a Pakistani man. Gunshots kept coming from the cabin behind them. After handing Pavel over to a Pakistani government soldier, Xia Jinyuan held her hand and led her to his troops. The entire airport that had fallen into darkness suddenly lit up. All the indicator lights on the runway also lit up. At the same time, several strong lights shone from the top of the airport building, illuminating the entire airport as if it was daytime. "See? That's how precious it is." The J5 took off his gray robe and pants and said to his comrades who were still looking at Q King, "You guys can take it off too. Don't tell me you're going to wait until the young lady gets in front of us before you take off your clothes? Q King can take it off, but you guys can't. You can't leave the young lady with the impression that you're impulsive. Otherwise, you'll scare her." After the instructor spoke, his comrades reacted one after another. The gray robes and pants that symbolized the members of Al-Qaeda were taken off at lightning speed. They also took off the headscarves wrapped around their heads. All of them were wearing long-sleeved shirts, bulletproof vests, and shorts. "Damn. Let's not take off our pants, shall we? Put them on, put them on." The T6 looked down at his legs. When the strong light shone on them, he realized that the hairs on his feet could be clearly seen. It was even more disrespectful. Chapter 511. T6 had a baby face that did not look old. His skin was also fair and tanned. Compared to V8, who had strong eyebrows, he seemed to be a few years younger. He looked as delicate and pretty as a college student. T6 was only wearing a pair of shorts that reached his knees. He immediately bent down to pick up the gray trousers he had taken off and said, "J5, you've caused a lot of trouble. It's rude of you to wear shorts. How impulsive." When V8 heard that, he immediately felt that it made sense. "L6, you're the most reliable one. L5 is a eunuch. He's so anxious every day that we're all so anxious for nothing," V8 said as he bent down to pick up the trousers he had taken off. His expression was full of disdain for J5's words. "You guys have met Yi Qian several times, but this is the first time we're meeting. We have to make a good impression." J5 put on his trousers even faster. When he heard that, he spat, "Get lost, who's the eunuch? You two are the treacherous officials. You said you'd be a supporting character, but who are you trying to impress now?" G3 clicked his tongue and said, "Public morals are degenerating day by day. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Since you guys are all fighting to make a good impression, I can't fall behind." After saying that, when he bent down to pick up his trousers, he realized K7 had already put them on. He looked shocked. "Bro, you're so fast. It's troublesome. I've never taken them off before." K7 had always maintained the principle of saying as little as possible in front of his comrades. Everyone was so smart, so it was easy to guess. But wasn't it easy to guess? All of them cursed in a low voice. "Fuck, doctors are so cunning. Next time, let him take them off first. His team spirit isn't strong. When we get back, let's get a week's worth of training uniforms." The strong light shone from the top of the airport building. Their shadows were very long. When they bent down, their shadows stretched out like a mountain peak. As for Yi Qian, he stepped on their shadows and walked over step by step. "It's not cold. Why did you take them off and put them back on?" Yi Qian, who had just arrived, did not know what was going on. He saw them take off their pants and put them back on in unison. He thought it was the drop in temperature that made them feel cold. Although that was what he said, he was muttering in his heart. The weather wasn't cold, and trained special forces soldiers like them could not only withstand the cold, but also the heat. How could they be afraid of the cold? Xia Jinyuan rubbed his forehead in the dark. With a smile on his handsome face, he said calmly, "To disguise myself, I had to wear the iconic gray robe and trousers of the Al-Qaeda members. Now that the mission is over, I can't wear them anymore, so I took them off." In front of his little fox, Xia Jinyuan bluntly exposed his comrades' intentions. They had clearly agreed that if any of their girlfriends came over in the future, all of them would have to play the supporting role. Good heavens, they were still trying to leave a good impression in front of little fox. "Brothers, I'm sorry. Sometimes, I really have to value love over friendship." Halfway through his sentence, Yi Qian saw that he did not continue, so he casually asked, "But what?" But when they realized that they were only wearing a pair of shorts after taking off their trousers, and when they saw me holding your hand, they felt that it was a little rude to only wear shorts. They were afraid that you would have a bad impression of them, so they put them back on. Xia Jinyuan knew what his comrades were thinking. He did not hide it from Yi Qian and told him everything. "So, don't be fooled by their imposing manner in battle. In private they are just like all men. They care about their reputation." Chapter 5:12. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that tears were dripping from the corners of his eyes. The light in his dark eyes was even more dazzling than a strong light. "You guys have a good relationship. Being from the same army is indeed different." In the past, because of his position in Fujian town and his young age, he needed to establish his prestige in front of the veterans. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan had to be a little imposing. Therefore, he didn't have much heart-to-heart with the soldiers. After arriving at the Snowfield Brigade with the same military rank, the same position, and the same goal, what was needed was not an imposing manner, but a true comrade who could fight side by side with you. As soon as Xia Jinyuan entered the Snowfield Brigade, he was like a dragon returning to the sea. Everyone was the same. They fought in the same trenches all day, ate in the same cafeteria, and when they were free, they would lie on the lawn of the base and chat. Occasionally, they would even crack a harmless joke to lighten the atmosphere. Naturally, the relationship between the comrades was deep. Once the relationship was deep, there was no harm in teasing each other. There aren't many people in the army, so we eat and drink together. Everyone knows how many times each person went to the bathroom last night. Naturally, our relationship is deep. Xia Jinyuan deliberately slowed down his pace. The battle raged behind them, so it was time for them to rest. You'll know when you get to the army in the future. After interacting with each other for a long time, we're even closer than real brothers. However, it's hard to guard against such underhanded methods. Yi Qian liked this kind of topic of conversation. It made her feel relaxed. During the conversation, her slight smile was like a freehand landscape painting of a boat on a river. It was quiet and long, bringing a sense of serenity. "I'm quite envious of you. You have a group of comrades who can share your life with you. I still don't know where I'll be in the future. Even if I get into the military academy, I'll still have to obey the arrangements. If I were to be sent to the front line, it would be fine, but if I were to be sent to the logistics team, I can only accept my fate." Every time she fought with them, she couldn't wait to join the army instead of sitting in school and studying peacefully. However, when she returned to school, she would be able to calm down and study seriously. Of course, it would be even better if she did not have those trivial matters to deal with. What's there to be envious of? Can't you just set me as your goal? Hunters would always inadvertently set up traps and wait for their prey to arrive. Just like now, in order to raise Yi Qian's goal, Xia Jinyuan casually brought it up in a relaxed mood. Yi Jian was really interested. After 3 rounds of cooperation, she guessed that Xia Jinyuan's troop was definitely a special force. She also heard him say that there were not many people in the troop. Generally, Even if there were not many soldiers in a special force, there would be more than 30 people. Only some special forces would be limited to a small number of people. If that was the case, Captain Xia's unit was a special force with a special nature. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. She looked at him and said softly, "If I really set you as my goal, does that mean I have a chance to join you?" There weren't many bait that could make his little fox take the bait. The army was one of them. It was also the most useful one. He would mention the army from time to time, and his little fox would obediently follow him. Now it was even better. She was using his army as bait. Very good. That was the effect he wanted. The effect was what he wanted, but it also made him nervous. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to bring her into his army. Chapter 5:13. If today's kidnapping had not happened, he would have insisted on his original plan and brought her to his military unit. Now, he would listen to her thoughts first, then take it one step at a time. His slender hand held hers tightly and did not let go. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. If there was a crescent moon in the sky, he would be able to take a leisurely stroll under the moonlight. Xia Jinyuan raised his thin lips slightly and said with a faint smile, "My army? My military unit is a little difficult. If I said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's military unit might not be able to make it, would you believe me?" "Of course I believe you," Yi Qian answered without hesitation. She even looked a little serious. "You wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, so I believe every word you say." She always believed him like this. She did not need to think, nor did she need to think too deeply about it. She believed him so easily. Xia Jinyuan tilted his head and looked at her quietly with his dark eyes. He asked her softly word by word, "Why? Why do you believe me so much? You don't even think about what I say to you and you subconsciously choose to believe me?" This little fox, she definitely knew what he was thinking. The light in his black eyes became even more scorching, and his voice became softer, as if it was entangled with the smoke of gunpowder in the wind. It was also like a gentle net that surrounded Yi Jian. He asked her, "Do you know what I'm thinking in my heart? Am I right?" Yi Jian raised her head abruptly and looked into his dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. The light in his eyes made her heart beat wildly and her face seemed to turn red. Yi Jian naturally looked away as her breathing became irregular. Avoiding his burning gaze, she smiled and said, "Of course I know what you're thinking. You just want me to choose the military path in the future. Do you really think my thoughts are as you say?" With a smile in his eyes, Xia Jinyuan squeezed Yi Qian's hand and rubbed her fingers gently with his thumb. He conveyed the joy in his heart with his fingertips and also hinted to her that he had a lot of thoughts. When they were about 5 meters away from their comrades, Xia Jinyuan pulled her to the side and walked towards the darkness that even the strong light could not illuminate. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. She instinctively said, "Xia Jinyuan, where are you taking me?" Because she understood, Yi Qian rejected him when he tried to do something. She refused to take their relationship to the next level. She was fine on her own and did not need someone to force their way into her world. She did not care about men and daughters forming a circle. She could draw a circle on her own. "Jianghu is not that big. I can't possibly take you out of the airport." Her reaction like a frightened rabbit made Xia Jinyuan's smile deepen. The man who just walked out of the smoke of war had a strong sexiness to him. He showed the might of a man everywhere. His long legs took large strides and Yi Qian had no choice but to run after him. "Xia Jinyuan, let go of me first. I can't outrun you." Yi Qian grabbed his hand and tried to break free. But for a man, it was difficult to let go of the girl he wanted. Chapter 5:14. Especially for a man like Xia Jinyuan, who was extremely honest and loyal when it came to relationships. It wasn't easy for him to meet a girl who made his heart flutter. He patiently waited for her to bloom, for her to bear fruit, and then, for him to pluck her. During this entire process, he didn't want to let go of even half a step. His sexy smile was like the red wine in a crystal glass at night, intoxicating even before tasting it. "Now, you don't have to walk past me. I'll hold your hand and walk. When we get there, I'll let go and watch you walk past me. Or we can walk side by side. How about that?" The double entendre made Yi Qian's struggle stop for a moment. Was the hidden meaning in his words what she was thinking? Or was it another one of his casual teasing? No, it didn't seem like it. His gentle voice and attitude of never letting go were all indicative of his deeper meaning. That deeper meaning made her heart tremble slightly. Even if she wanted to ignore it, how could she so easily ignore the palpitations in her heart? She stopped struggling and let him lead her to a darker place without any light. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. If she did, she wouldn't know how to deal with these things that she had no experience with. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Just keep quiet. Her obedient silence made Xia Jinyuan's eyes darken slightly. Every time they met, he used all his skills. Time and time again, he went deeper and deeper. Time and time again, he hinted at her verbally. He wanted her to gradually accept it as she grew older. It was a natural acceptance, not an escape. His little fox, who was resistant to adult men, couldn't be impatient for instant success. Other than taking it step by step, there was no other way. Yi Qian had already pursed her lips. Then, the double entendre in his words was just as she thought. He did have some feelings for her. Captain Xia, you don't have to be in such a hurry to give me some information so early. I'll say the same thing again. There's still a long way to go. Yi Jian, who had been jogging with him, expressed her attitude in a very firm tone. So, I won't take it to heart, and I won't think too deeply about it. Yi Jian, who had been jogging with him, expressed her attitude. In my world, I only want to go higher and further. Instead of settling down in a corner or living a life of being a fish on the chopping block. Her attitude was firm, and she had no intention of dating at such a young age. Xia Jinyuan was not discouraged. It was because of her attitude that he was able to take things one step at a time. He smiled and said, "Of course, you're still so young. Don't think too much about these messy things. Think more about your studies and the military academy." It was clearly his double entendre that made her overthink things, and now, she was the one who was overthinking things. At the same time, Yi Qian felt even more helpless. "Captain Xia, you're just here to tease me, aren't you? I'm not teasing you because you're too young. I don't want to scare you." Xia Jinyuan laughed. His deep laughter was full of mockery. "I'm not joking, and I won't take back what I've said. It's entirely up to you." Yi Qian thought to herself, if this goes on, I'll be even more worried. Just one sentence was enough to make her feel uneasy. She was afraid that he would be angry at her for her attitude, but she didn't want to lie. She had to feign ignorance. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. The less she said, the better. "Shut up." Her silence made Xia Jinyuan's heart soften. No matter what he said, his little fox never questioned him. Her obedience really made him like it. Chapter 5:15. He liked the fact that she was occasionally obedient. When she was stubborn, it made his heart ache. He said softly, "Let me know if the wound opens again. We can treat it first." Yi Qian, who was being pulled along, pursed his lips and muttered, "Even if it's just a minor injury, it's going to become a serious injury because of you." His voice was as soft as a mosquito. For Special Forces soldiers like Xia Jinyuan, no matter how soft a voice was, it was still a voice. He chuckled when he heard the grievance in Yi Qian's voice. "Grievance? I saw it when you handed Pavel over just now. It's a scratch, similar to the one you get during training. It's definitely not a minor injury that will become a serious injury." "Then why are you asking me?" "To show that I care about you." They chatted back and forth. It was rare for them to find a moment to relax after a battle. It was the happiest time to have a good chat. For Xia Jinyuan, it was the same. After they were at least 20 meters away from their comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan stopped and pulled Yi Qian to sit down with him. "Take a break. They still have things to tell us. We can go back a little later." He turned on his headset again and lazily said to his comrades who were still waiting for him and Yi Qian to go back, "Brothers, you've worked hard. You guys hold on for a while. I'll take a break with Yi Qian. Also talk to her. After all, she's been a hostage for almost 10 hours. She's a little traumatized. She needs to be talked to in time." After he finished speaking, a few disdainful snorts were heard in the entire channel. J5 put on a fake smile and said, Q King, I'm an instructor. I'm better at talking to people than you are. You should leave Yiqian to me. Thanks. I'll deal with my own problems. There's no need to trouble you guys. Xia Jinyuan would not allow his comrades to occupy his and Yi Qian's time. There were only a few days left before the overseas visit. By the time he returned to the army and she went back to school, he didn't know when they would meet again. It was not difficult to detect a strong possessiveness in his words, but Yi Qian did not take it to heart. Instead, he was worried about his rascally behavior. The mysterious and unpredictable Xia Jinyuan, the multifaceted Xia Jinyuan, the scheming Xia Jinyuan, the cold and ruthless Xia Jinyuan. No matter which side he was, she couldn't figure him out. Now that the rascal was here, he couldn't do anything to him. After he hung up, Yi Jian smiled and looked at him. Captain Xia, I'm not traumatized. Don't talk nonsense. Even I have some psychological trauma. How come you don't? The shameless Xia Jinyuan had the air of a rich playboy in the capital. When he raised his eyebrows and smiled, he looked both flirtatious and flirtatious. You're quite traumatized. When I saw the gun you left behind, I almost shot the Pakistani staff member who accompanied you. He spoke with a smile, but his deep voice did not hide his ruthlessness. Yi Qian believed that. He did have such an impulse at that time, but he suppressed it. If I heard that one of my people was kidnapped, I would be so anxious that I would fight to the death. Her smile was very relaxed, and it floated over with the wind. Even Xia Jinyuan's eyes, which were filled with ruthlessness, became clear. Captain Xia, your army is the front line, right? When they talked about the army, he pulled her away. In fact, it was also to avoid his comrades. He did not answer immediately. Yi Qian said softly in the silence between them, My goal is to enter the frontline army. Only then will I feel that my life is not in vain. Chapter 5:16. Going to the front lines. Becoming a world-class sniper like Uncle Chen, becoming an unshakable tree, even if she had to go through life and death, it would be worth it. This life was really worth it. Xia Jinyuan lay down, his body pressed against the cold ground. He looked up at the endless, dark sky. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Then you have to work harder. We're not a team that you can join just by saying you want to. He seemed to be thinking about something as his tone was a little serious. Yi Qian, who was sitting down, turned her body to the side and quietly waited for him to bring up the mysterious special forces. What kind of team would gather such outstanding soldiers like Captain Xia and the others? They were brave and fearless, strong in combat, and had high overall quality. Even the standard equipment on them was better than the average combat team. All these things made her curious about this team and filled her with yearning. Her serious waiting made Xia Jinyuan narrow his eyes slightly. She was indeed very interested in the team he was in. Even though she didn't ask much, her actions already explained everything. You've seen what the team is for. They rush to the most dangerous place. If you're aiming for the team we're in, that's great. But you have to continue working hard. Xia Jinyuan didn't say much. He only told her that the goal was good, but it was a little difficult. What was Yi Qian least afraid of? The one thing he was least afraid of was difficulties. His silence just now was actually because he was considering whether to let her become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. He had always thought of this, but tonight's kidnapping was a wake-up call for him. Female soldiers who were kidnapped ended up in a worse state than male soldiers. They suffered inhumane torture, both physically and mentally. Since the establishment of the Snowfield Brigade, they had never recruited female soldiers because they were afraid that female soldiers would suffer physical and mental harm. In recent years, the military headquarters had begun to propose this, but it hadn't been finalized yet because they were also worried about this problem. He had faith in Little Fox, but tonight's events had forced him to be more cautious. However, he didn't want to give up the opportunity to let her stand by his side. He was incomparably eager to put on the military uniform one day and fight side by side with her, to experience the smoke of war together. This kind of desire could not be suppressed. She was already so outstanding at such a young age, and there were still 6 more years. 6 years later, when she joined the army, how dazzling would she be? Just thinking about it now made him feel emotional. Why do I feel that Captain Xia is only giving me a taste of sweetness and not really letting me have a taste of the candy? Yi Qian, who was sitting, lowered her head and looked at the cold silhouette of her body even when she was lying down. She raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. It looks like I really have to work hard. No matter which unit I'm in, whether I can go to the front lines, I have to work hard before everything is set in stone. Smile was confident, proud, and fearless. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, Yi Qian was the least afraid of difficulties. The more difficult it was, the more she would conquer it. Xia Jinyuan, who was frowning in the dark, heard this and a trace of determination flashed across his eyes. He restrained his expression and said in a low voice, "There are still differences between frontline units and special forces. All I can tell you is that all the brothers in my unit are the best of the best." Chapter 517. Xia Jinyuan's voice was low and heavy, as if it was filled with molten iron. Combat, precision shooting, high-speed driving, electronic blasting, communication decoding, and flying in the sky and running on the ground. All of these are necessary. Yi Qian, you've only traveled less than 1,000 miles in your long journey. There are too many things you need to learn. You need to know how to drive all kinds of combat vehicles, use all kinds of domestic and foreign weapons, be proficient in all kinds of radio and communication devices, and learn how to assassinate, scout, and destroy. Little fox, you're just a beginner. It will take you at least 5 years to become an elite Special Forces soldier. If you really want to join my unit, then as long as you can meet the requirements in the next 6 years, my comrades and I will definitely welcome you. Meticulous selection and strict training over a long period of time had finally created the Special Forces members of the Snowfield Brigade with unique skills and extraordinary skills. Yi Qian's eyes sparkled when he heard what Xia Jinyuan said. He nodded vigorously, and his voice was filled with excitement. As long as there's a chance for me to learn, I will definitely make good use of it. She continued, "You brought me to participate in the car training because you wanted me to become a Special Forces soldier, didn't you? How did the smart little fox become so dumb all of a sudden? The 4-year plan Uncle Chen and Uncle Jen drafted for you was based on the training plan of the Special Forces in the triangular state of the United States. But our requirements are stricter now, and we have more skills." Since she had the same thoughts, then he was definitely going to hold her hands. He would tell her how to proceed and support her on this path until the day she left the army. From the looks of it, your outstanding performance in several missions has already been noticed by the military. Otherwise, they wouldn't have proposed to let you be a student who went abroad for an interview this time. They also asked you to train with the motor vehicle soldiers within a month. Yi Qian, the military has high hopes for you. Now, you can either cherish it or give it up. Before the military orders are issued, there's still time. His words made Yi Qian's expression turn cold. He said in a low voice, "Captain Xia, are you saying that there's a high chance that I'll join the frontline army?" "That's right. As long as you keep progressing at this rate, there will definitely be a place for you in the frontline." He had been thinking about whether or not to let her become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. Now that he thought about it carefully, since the military had already taken notice of his little fox, wouldn't it be obvious that the military wanted her to follow her leader to secretly visit a war-torn country at such a young age? As such, his worries were not worth mentioning in the face of military orders. Xia Jinyuan, who had been keeping track of how much time he had left, used the strength of his waist to support his upper body, sat up nimbly, and said with a smile in his dark eyes, "The most important thing for you now is to have good skills before you join the army, so that the military and the country can rest assured about you. In your first year of high school, Yi Qian, you have to work hard. Follow Uncle Chen more often and endure more hardships. It will be good for you." This conversation was the most serious one Xia Jinyuan had ever had. In the past, he had been hiding it, but now, he was truly involved in Yi Qian's life. "Okay, I understand." Yi Qian nodded solemnly. The determination between his eyebrows was no less than that of a real soldier. After being reborn, she no longer wanted to be a coward for the rest of her life. She wanted to stand at the top of the mountains and look down on the past. Chapter 518. His little fox had already gone through basic training and had the basic skills and tricks that it could rely on to survive. Even the important training programs were being carried out one by one, and the results of the training were finally reflected in every operation. For example, this time, she was fighting alone in the enemy camp. With her wits, she completed a major task that even the leaders praised. She switched out all the gasoline and saved the lives of dozens of hostages. The smart little fox had already walked the path of a Special Forces soldier. At this moment, even though he couldn't see her face clearly, Xia Jinyuan had already sketched out her facial features in his mind. He thought about it deeply and repeated it over and over again in his heart. He knew that his little fox must be very charming at this moment. She had a pair of exceptionally calm eyes that were as bright as the stars and as deep as the water. She had a face that was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as water. When she smiled, she was like a blooming flower. When she faced the enemy, she was as cold as frost and snow. How could Yi Qian not be charming? Xia Jinyuan, who was expected to return in 10 minutes, jumped up. He stretched out his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to take his hand and stand up. All right, let's return to the team. They gave us 10 minutes. Any later and we'll be seen as they're really waiting for us. Naturally, it would take some time to hand over to the Pakistani government. 10 minutes would be enough. J5 and the others were waiting for the car arranged by the Pakistani government to arrive at the airport and send them back to the hotel. They didn't rush Xia Jinyuan. A soldier with a sense of time wouldn't miss the time to return to the team. When there was 1 minute left before the 10 minutes, two figures that had disappeared from everyone's sight gradually walked out from the darkness. The two figures walked in the same pace and had the same expression. V8 said softly, Yi Qian's military aura is quite similar to that of Q King. I heard from Z7 that Q King met Yi Qian when she was 14 years old. They've known each other for so long and she's often influenced by Q King. It's normal for their auras to be similar. J5, who had already noticed this, heard his comrades gasp and couldn't help but laugh. You're jealous, right? I'm jealous too. So, in order to have a girlfriend, I've long planned to get along with Yi Qian. I'm relying on her to introduce me to her. V8's sigh was different. It was a long sigh. They're considered childhood sweethearts. It's too late for me to catch a childhood sweetheart now. After being single for so many years, she's a few years older than Q King. With a handsome baby face and an occupation that couldn't be revealed, V8 had a painful experience of going on blind dates. Everyone in the unit knew that V8, who had gone on countless blind dates, didn't believe that he was a soldier. Every time he mentioned that he was a soldier, the girl on the blind date would always be suspicious. The more serious girls would ask to see his military officer's certificate on the spot. How could they casually show their military officer's certificate to others? In the end, in the eyes of the girl on the blind date, it would be seen as dishonest. V8, who had gone on blind dates during his vacation, had always failed and returned to the team. So, whenever he mentioned his girlfriend, his heart ached. K7 patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Continue with the blind dates next time. Even a blind cat will catch a mouse. His cold and emotionless voice wasn't comforting him, it was attacking him. It had always been an honorable tradition in the Snowfield Brigade to insult their comrades. They were a bunch of bachelors and they wouldn't feel comfortable if they didn't insult their comrades. Chapter 5:19. Yi Qian, on the other hand, looked at the figures standing together. They were all about the same height. He pointed at two completely unfamiliar figures and said, one of them is V8 and the other is T6. You guys are really about the same height. Was this specially selected? Just like the National Flag Guards, all of you were carefully selected to be of the same height? They had to be the best of the best in the army, and they had to be of the same height. How difficult was it to gather all of them together? There's only one thing. It's just that it's slightly controlled, so there are fewer people in our army. When they were still 3 meters away from their comrades, Xia Jinyuan sped up his speech and said, their facial features also have to be well defined. It's extremely difficult. Yi Jian glanced at him quickly. Why did she hear a hint of smugness in his voice? They were so close and they had been holding hands the whole time. Even if they only looked at each other from the side, there was an intimacy that no one else could interfere. Another collaboration. How many times have we worked together, Xiaoyi? J5 laughed heartily. It had been more than a year since the last battle in the snowy highlands. This time, he saw her fighting ability again. She saved more than 10 hostages by herself, saved the orphanage from an explosion, and remained calm in the midst of a crisis. J5 admired her. Yi Qian was like a returning comrade. He high-fived them to show that he was safe. His eyebrows were like crescent moons. This is our third battle. It's been a pleasure working together. This is our first time working with you. Similarly, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's also reassuring, V8 said. He raised his thick black eyebrows and said jokingly, "Guess who I am?" Xia Jinyuan smiled. His handsome face was filled with gentleness as he said to Yi Qian, "V8, one of our comrades. He's partners with T6. They scored the highest in the tacit understanding test. They're proficient in many small languages. They're the best brothers." Proficient in many small languages? Yi Qian was in awe. When the T6 soldiers were introduced, Yi Qian had a better understanding of this mysterious special forces unit. The T6 soldiers were proficient in explosives, reconnaissance, assassination, armored vehicles, and infantry fighting vehicles. These were not a problem for him. With a gentle and handsome baby face, it was impossible to tell that he was a veteran, nor was it possible to tell that he was a soldier who was best at assassination. The car that was picking up the Snowfield Brigade members had already driven across the track and stopped steadily in front of them. The car door opened, and a young man in a suit stepped out of the car. The first thing he asked was, "Are you injured?" "The medical staff is at the airport. You can go over and treat the wound at any time." The situation in the transport plane was transmitted to everyone's ears through the tower's communicator. Several Pakistani government soldiers had been shot and had been sent to the hospital for emergency surgery, while the 2 Chinese special forces had not received any news of any injuries. Yi Qian, who was standing at the back, did not see clearly who the man who got out of the car was. When he opened his mouth, he knew that it was Qin Xiu, the professional interpreter accompanying the leader. "Everything is fine. No one is injured." J5 saluted him and replied coldly and calmly, "Thank you for your concern, leader. The mission has been completed. All members are on standby." Qin Xiu heaved a long sigh of relief and smiled elegantly. "That's good. The leader is still waiting for everyone at the hotel. Please get in the car first." He looked past the soldier who was almost 1.9 meters tall and finally saw Yi Qian standing at the back. He smiled at her and said, "Yi Qian, the leader wants to talk to you later. Be mentally prepared. It's not a bad thing, it's a compliment." This was the tone of an acquaintance. Chapter 520. Qin Xiu naturally knew Yi Qian, so he didn't use the same polite tone he used when speaking to the Snowfield Brigade. He was more or less casual. Not only was his tone casual, but he also turned sideways to let the Chinese soldiers get into the car first. When it was Yi Qian's turn to get into the car, he gently pulled her wrist and said, "You sit with me. They can get in first." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to help her into the car, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Xiu. He said in a deep voice, "Her arm is injured. We will need to treat it for her after we get into the car. Interpreter Qin, let her sit with me." This time, Qin Xiu recognized Xia Jinyuan, who was chosen by his mother as the best son-in-law. Based on this alone, Qin Xiu's attitude was gentle and polite as he said, "I'm sorry, I was reckless." He then said to Yi Qian, "You get into the car first and let them check on you. If you need to go to the hospital, we can immediately send another car to the hospital to treat it." Yi Qian didn't want to send another car to send her to the hospital. She raised her arm and said, "It's just a graze. I can treat it myself. There's no need to go to the hospital." There was light in the car, and she was standing at the door of the car. Qin Xiu saw a burn on her arm. This was caused by a stray bullet hitting a hard object. It dissolved most of the bullet's power and changed its trajectory, causing a burn. It was one of the lightest bullet scratches. "Then let's go to the car to treat the wound. There's a first aid kit in the car." Qin Xiu had seen gunshot wounds before, and he himself had suffered a graze before. He knew that there was no need to go to the hospital with this kind of injury. He didn't say anything else and helped Yi Qian up. Xia Jinyuan, who had already gotten into the car, held her wrist and got into the car. The medical kit was fully prepared. Xia Jinyuan placed Yi Qian's left hand between his knees. As the car rocked, he picked up a cotton ball dipped in saline with a pair of scissors and carefully treated her wound. Don't move. Steady your arm. Don't let the forceps touch your wound. Qin Xiu, who was sitting alone on the side, was about to stand up and support Yi Qian's shoulders when she heard this. However, she saw that Yi Qian had already grabbed the back of her chair with one hand and stabilized her swaying body. She had been kidnapped and walked out of a hail of bullets. She was even injured, but he did not see anything strange on her face. There was not a trace of fear, as if she was already used to it. This was a bit strange. How could a student be used to a hail of bullets? Qin Xiu couldn't help but take another look. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's back, and there was a hint of doubt in his indifferent eyes. The wound is not deep, so you don't need stitches. However, there will be some scars. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he used a bottle of saline to rinse the wound, applied some anti-inflammatory medicine, and bandaged it with sterile gauze. Don't touch unboiled water tonight. It might be inflamed. He looked up and instructed Yi Qian. When he put away the medical kit, his cold gaze seemed to inadvertently look at Qin Xiu. As if he had just realized that he was looking at Yi Qian, his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a polite but distant smile. Qin Xiu nodded slightly and calmly looked away. Both of them came from good family backgrounds and were rich young masters in the capital. The noble aura in their bones was not something that could be learned by others. They were born with a noble aura. This was a confidence that was engraved in their bones. It was not something that could be cultivated. The saying, "Nobility accumulates for 3 generations," was referring to these two people. A calm look was exchanged with a faint smile. Then, they looked away as if nothing had happened. Qin Xiu had already narrowed his eyes. This young master from a family Xia was indeed not bad. However, the old madam of the family Xia did not get along with the old madam of the family Xia. If he wanted to marry the daughter of the Qin family to a family Xia, it would be difficult to get past the old madam alone. Chapter 521. The Qin family and the Xia family were both old aristocratic families in the capital. Even if their ancestors went back 3 generations, there was still a genealogy. However, the Qin family and the Xia family were slightly different. The old master of the Qin family went abroad during the war and later returned to the country to become a diplomat. Only then did the Qin family take root in the capital again. Family Xia, on the other hand, did not go anywhere. When the war broke out, old Master Xia and his 5 brothers all gave up writing and joined the army. When the war ended, only 3 of the 5 brothers were left. Old Master Xia was the youngest, and now he was the only older member of the family Xia. Logically speaking, the 2 families were both aristocratic families in the capital and were somewhat related by marriage. However, in reality, there was no marriage at all. As a result, Qin Xiu's mother had to put in a lot of effort to marry her daughter into family Xia. Qin Xiu did not care about these things, but it was impossible for him to not care at all. Otherwise, how could he explain to his parents? However, Qin Xiu was also thinking about how to talk to Xia Jinyuan. Just now, even if it was just a glance, he could see that Xia Jinyuan had a condescending arrogance. This was not a display of arrogance, but a kind of noble heritage of an aristocratic family. It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan was not someone who was easy to get close to. Qin Xiu was the same. He looked gentle, but there was a sense of alienation in his bones that kept people thousands of miles away. After getting out of the car, Qin Xiu said to Xia Jinyuan, "Major General is waiting for everyone's report. I will take Xiao Yi to him first." "Sorry to trouble you, Interpreter Qin." Xia Jinyuan smiled at him politely, then said to Yi Qian, "You have been with him for 2 days. If he asks you anything, just answer truthfully. There is no need to deliberate." He was afraid that he would not have a chance to meet her tonight. After he finished reporting to Major General, she probably went back to her room to rest. Qin Xiu was a smart person. At this moment, He could tell that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan also knew each other. He stood to the side elegantly and did not say anything, quietly waiting for the two to finish talking. Yi Qian knew that Qin Xiu was worried that she would think too much and lose her honesty in front of the leader, so he reminded her to say whatever she wanted to say. No matter what, this elegant but dangerous man would always remind her appropriately and tell her what she should do. Xia Jinyuan wanted to raise his hand to rub her head again, but in front of so many comrades, he had to restrain himself. In the end, he gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Leader is concerned. Leader is care." It was impossible for the leader to put on airs in front of a student. When he saw Yi Jian come in, her hands were wrapped in bandages, her face was covered with gray marks from the war, and her neat student uniform was wrinkled. He immediately said to Qin Xiu, "Quick, let the doctor come in and take a look at the child's injuries." Qin Xiu. Qin. Yi Qian. Afraid that the leader would call for a doctor, he said, "Translator Qin, you don't have to worry about my injuries." Qin Xiu gently closed the door and stood to Yi Qian's left. He smiled and said, "It's indeed a minor injury. Our Chinese soldiers have already treated it in the car. You don't have to worry. It's not a big problem. It's considered a minor injury." There were 4 guards standing upright in the room. When Yi Qian came in, they glanced at him lightly. Their eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, making Yi Qian's hair stand on end. They were the guards sent by Zhang Nanhai to protect the leader's personal safety 24/7. Chapter 522. Even if it's just a minor injury, you still have to recuperate. You came with us but let a child like you suffer. This is a foreign country. Child, there are some things that our country can't interfere with. I hope you don't mind. The leader stood up and walked over. His dignified and kind eyes stared at the girl who was praised by the Pakistani president. He patted her shoulder gently and said gently, "It's good that you're back safely. It's also our fault that we didn't make proper arrangements and let a child like you suffer so much." Long before Yi Qian came back, the leader had already reflected on himself. But how could this kind of thing be completely controlled? Both the Chinese and Pakistani sides had made careful arrangements. But who knew that the English teacher in charge of teaching Miss Petty was actually an Al-Qaeda member? From the old government to the new government, through layers of examination and verification, it was confirmed that the background was clean and there were no problems. The Chinese leader's visit to Pakistan was a secret visit. The only people who could stay in the presidential palace and know about this trip were people close to the president and trusted. Pavel represented the Pakistani government during the old government and attended a joint venture celebration banquet between China and Pakistan. Even so, there was still a problem. To me, it wasn't a hardship. On the contrary, I was quite happy about the kidnapping. Yi Qian sat down with the leader and pursed her lips into a smile. She had the innocence of a young girl and the fearlessness of a soldier. When the leader heard this, he was quite surprised. He wanted to let Yi Qian go back to rest early. Now, he asked with interest, "Why? Aren't you afraid?" This young girl was quite interesting. She wasn't afraid of being kidnapped. Instead, she was happy. Moreover, from her expression, it was obvious that she wasn't just saying it casually. She really thought that it was a happy thing from the bottom of her heart. It was an honor for anyone to have a face-to-face meeting with a leader of the country. Making the leader interested in her topic wasn't just an honor. It showed that the leader valued her. Yi Qian faced such an honor calmly and indifferently. She smiled slightly and said, "I've been trained by the army for the past few years. Although it was unfortunate to encounter such an incident, it was the accumulation of actual combat experience for me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but when I was kidnapped, I was actually quite excited, thinking that I could finally practice." At this point, Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly, revealing a shy smile. "That was what I thought at the time, but when I found out who had captured me, I actually panicked." She spoke at a steady and calm pace. She talked about her fear at the time and her plans after the incident. Every word and every look in her eyes revealed her confidence. "The army groomed me in the hopes that one day, I can bring glory to the country. I'm just doing my best to repay the country and the army for their training." That was what she thought in her heart, and that was what she said. There was no need for her to think about it, and there was no need for her to think about it. She said what she thought. Qin Xiu, who had not left, listened quietly. He heard every word Yi Qian said. His calm expression hid the shock in his heart. She was just a high school student. What she could say and what she could do was far beyond anyone's expectations. Even the leaders were no exception. Chapter 523. The reason why the leader came to meet Yi Qian so late at night was also because he was worried that the student might be scared and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. In addition, China had decided to keep Yi Qian by Petty's side as a hostage. It wasn't that China didn't value her, but from the perspective of the relationship between China and Pakistan, they had no choice but to consider the big picture and make Yi Qian suffer. In the end, there were many things that she didn't say out loud, but she had already thought it through clearly. She even treated this kidnapping as an accumulation of actual combat experience. Good child, you did very well. I'm very glad that I brought you with me on this trip. If it was another student, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be sitting here chatting right now, but would still be anxiously waiting. It was the right decision to let the local army raise you. You are now in your second year of high school and will soon become a third-year high school student. Study hard, and the door to the army will definitely be open for you. The leader had some understanding of Yi Qian's family situation, but regarding Yi Jifan's matter, the military couldn't possibly report it to the higher-ups. The country's leader, who had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, couldn't possibly deal with a local official. The current situation was already very good. Yi Qian didn't need to fight for any special treatment. She would use her own hands to win the final victory. Because there were no changes to tomorrow's itinerary, they still had to visit a school. After about half an hour of talking, Qin Xiu, who was waiting by the side, received an internal call. It was from the army's major general, who had an urgent matter to report to the leader. The leader personally sent Yi Qian to the door and instructed Qin Xiu to make sure that the staff took good care of Yi Qian. Yi Qian could go back to rest, but Xia Jinyuan and the others couldn't. When they walked out of the door, they saw Xia Jinyuan and the others, who were already in their military uniforms, walking behind the army's major general. Their steps were orderly and dignified as they walked towards them. Their gazes met briefly, then they calmly looked away. The plan for tomorrow's trip would not change. Tonight, Xia Jinyuan and the others still needed to make careful arrangements. It would probably be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning by the time they walked out of the leader's room. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian, who had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His left hand reached for the pistol under his pillow, and as he turned around to hide under the bed, he felt for the military dagger beside the bed. He stuffed the extra pillow under the blanket, pretending that he was still asleep and quietly waiting for the intruder to come in. Turning on the lights, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in camouflage, walking over with a cold gaze. His gaze fell on the bed disguised with pillows, and a smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in green forest camouflage, had a combat helmet tucked under his arm. His handsome face was painted with a special camouflage oil that ruined the original lines of his face and reduced the contrast between the forest camouflage on his body and the surrounding environment. He stood beside the bed, his clear eyes smiling as he looked at Yi Qian, who stood up from the side of the bed. "It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Comrade Yi Qian, you need to come with us to a place." The entire process of him coming in and standing beside the bed took about 20 seconds. His little fox had already completed her camouflage from the top to the bottom of the bed, and even used a pillow to pretend that she was still asleep. Yi Qian stood up from the side of the bed when he heard his voice. Looking at him, who was dressed in forest camouflage, he vaguely guessed that he was going out to fight again. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, smiled when he heard that he needed to go with them to a place. He looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Do I need to disguise myself too?" Chapter 524. Of course. Go open the wardrobe and take a look. There are clothes prepared for you inside. You have 2 minutes to change and gather here. Xia Jinyuan took a deep look at Yi Qian, who already had a look of anticipation on his face. He couldn't help but smile even wider. However, in the depths of that faint smile, there was a darkness that Yi Qian didn't notice. He watched as she walked out. She was wearing a short-sleeved fitness shirt like a male soldier. She walked quickly to the wardrobe. When he looked up again, he saw that she had already opened the wardrobe door, revealing a pair of beautiful and straight calves. Even her ankles were beautiful. There was a camouflage bag at the top of the wardrobe. If she didn't straighten her body and tiptoe to look at it, she wouldn't have noticed it. After Yi Qian returned to her room, she opened the wardrobe and took out her clothes to take a shower. After opening the wardrobe door several times, she still didn't notice that there was a camouflage bag on top of it. She took the bag out and unzipped it. A brand new jungle camouflage training uniform was neatly pressed under a bulletproof helmet of the same color. You actually prepared it for me. Captain Xia, why didn't you mention it to me? Yi Qian took out the helmet and the camouflage uniform. She hugged the entire set and turned to the bathroom to change. After she closed the door, she heard the rustling sound of changing clothes. Xia Jinyuan's smile faded slightly and he smiled as usual. When we decided that you would be going abroad for an official visit, the military prepared it for you. After you change, put on the helmet and pistol and come out. We'll wait for you outside. She was changing inside while he stayed in the room. It would be strange if the group of people outside didn't think too much about it. For the sake of her reputation, he had to avoid it. In 1 minute and 40 seconds, Yi Qian changed into her combat uniform, helmet, and face paint. In 1 minute and 55 seconds, she arrived at the rendezvous point. Her slender and straight figure was like a pine tree in an abyss. She could stand proudly in the frost and snow, and she could face the wind and rain. She looked refreshed in the jungle combat uniform and was full of fighting power. She was like a bamboo shoot that had broken out of the ground and was only waiting to grow. Xia Jinyuan fixed his gaze on her. The moment he saw her, his eyes darkened. It was as if something heavy had accumulated in his pupils, revealing a repressed seriousness. That night, the little fox would truly go to war as a soldier. That night, his little fox's hands would be stained with blood as she fought for the country. War meant slaughter. He wondered if the little fox would still be afraid of it. If he saw his hands stained with blood, would he have nightmares? After all, it was so small. It had come too quickly, too suddenly. He had no way to fight for her again. The major general and the senior leaders had already agreed. Yi Qian walked over to Xia Jinyuan with the might of a soldier. She stood at attention and saluted. She appeared in front of the 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade with the posture of a soldier. After she saluted, Xia Jinyuan and the other 5 people saluted back with a solemn look. They didn't stop at all. Standing in front of them was not a student, but a comrade. A comrade who was about to go to war with them. He was the person they trusted the most. He was a comrade who could forget about age and identity and take care of each other. He was a comrade who had gone through life and death together. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. When he saw the girl in front of him who was as cold as a spear, a light slowly broke through the darkness in his eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 525. This was the path he wanted to take with her. They would kill for their country, fight for their country, even if their hands were stained with blood. Come, fold your hands again. Just now doesn't count, just now doesn't count. J5 had a deep smile on his handsome face. He stretched out his right hand, and then K7 and the others all folded their right hands over the back of their own hands. He then said to Yi Qian in a loud voice, "Use whichever hand you're holding the gun with." Xia Jinyuan covered his left hand, raised his eyebrows, and gestured for Yi Qian to extend his hand with a smile in his eyes. Use both hands, no distinction between left and right. A bright smile bloomed on her beautiful face. It was bright and full of vitality. She placed her left hand over the back of Xia Jinyuan's hand and said, "I'll use my left hand." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and placed his right hand over the back of her hand. T6 looked at Yi Qian, then at Xia Jinyuan's right hand. He sighed and said, childhood sweetheart, I'm really envious of you. Hurry up and look through your old photos when you get back during the holidays. See if you can find another childhood sweetheart." Following J5's teasing, a few chuckles could be heard. They all understood what was going on. Only Yi Qian looked a little confused. As J5 shouted, 1, 3, his large hand and her small hand lowered and retracted together. Every time they went on a mission, the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade would fold their hands to cheer for each other. When they returned, they would fold their hands again to represent their unity and return. Get your weapons first. We'll talk about the details after we get in the car. After they finished folding their hands, Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. He was like a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs as he crouched in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He wasn't the only one. The team members who were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian just now all had cold expressions on their faces. There was no trace of a smile on their faces. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he even held his breath. From their serious expressions, he could tell that this was a very important and dangerous mission. Every one of them was armed with an M16 automatic assault rifle. Not only were they equipped with guns, but they were also equipped with 4 grenades, light grenades, and smoke grenades. When it was Yi Qian's turn, Xia Jinyuan handed her a sniper rifle developed for the Special Forces, the AS sniper rifle. It was produced by the Tula Munitions Factory for the use of secret military organizations and police forces, so it was a sniper rifle that could be disassembled and put into an ordinary briefcase. I'll leave the sniper position to you. Xia Jinyuan handed the gun to Yi Qian and helped her put on the earpiece communicator. He tidied up her collar with a dark look in his eyes and smiled faintly. Now, you can keep in touch with us at any time. Yi Qian held the gun in his hand and strapped the grenades to his combat vest. He smiled at him, calm and confident. Yes, I'll definitely guard my position. I won't cause any trouble. Silly girl, if you were here to cause trouble, we wouldn't have dared to let you come over. J5 was amused by her. She was a very honest girl. Even if she was just standing next to him, she still had a charm that made people believe in her. You can't be modest on the battlefield. Do whatever you want. It was a very relaxed conversation. Yi Qian even had a smile in her eyes. It was 4 in the morning, and the city was quiet as if it was a lifeless city. Other than the brightly lit streets, there was not a single person walking on them. Because it was a quick battle, there was no need for military backpacks. They held their guns in their hands and equipped their weapons. One by one, they walked briskly into the individual elevator that connected to the basement from the room. Then, they jumped into a car that had no curtains except for the windshield in front. Chapter 526. Let's talk about the battle plan. We'll be secretly providing support to our brothers in China. We'll be relying on the daggers in our hands. After getting into the car, the few of them rearranged the rows of seats to form a table. Xia Jinyuan laid out the military map on the table and waved his slender fingers in a combat half-finger glove. Numbers 3 and 5 are the mountain routes. We'll go around these mountain routes and cut in from the west. This was a map of Pakistan's Mount Margla. It was a famous scenic spot in Pakistan. At the foot of the mountain was the Faisal Mosque gifted by the king. If they drove northwest from the city center, they would arrive at the location of tonight's battle. Xia Jinyuan pointed at the place where the firepower would be concentrated. He looked up slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, this is our target tonight. Memorize the map so it'll be easier for you to move. Yi Qian, do you know what we're going to do tonight? J5 suddenly asked. Did King Q tell you? This question was timely. It was exactly what Yi Qian was thinking. He didn't have time to tell me, but I can guess a little. It's still about the Al-Qaeda incident tonight, right? Yes and no. J5 raised his eyebrows and looked at her calmly. How do you know it's related to the Al-Qaeda incident tonight? How can you tell? Yi Qian chuckled. They were testing her observation skills. Mount Margla is located in the northwest of the city. It's part of the Karakoram Mountains. There's a famous mosque at the foot of the mountain. It was gifted by King Faisal. Pavel is a believer, so the mosque must be the place he goes the most. After tonight's operation, we rushed to Mount Margla where there's a mosque. I'm guessing that the current mission is related to the Al-Qaeda members. Xia Jinyuan glanced at J5 and said calmly, just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean she doesn't know anything. Some things can't be told by others. You have to think about it yourself. Although he was looking at J5, Yi Qian knew that this sentence was actually directed at her. As she said, it was indeed related to the Al-Qaeda organization, but it was also related to China. The Pakistani government forces learned that there were not only Al-Qaeda members in Mount Magla, but also Chinese people. The reason why the Chinese government had joined in again was because the other special forces that had previously supported the Snowfield Brigade had come for this purpose. They were investigating a local arms smuggling case with the local police. However, the investigation went further and even involved a foreign terrorist organization. This special forces team from the Linchuan military district had actually been secretly operating in the border area between China and Pakistan. That was why he was able to reach Bafang within 3 hours. We've discovered that the Chinese are all concentrated in the north. We'll cut in from the west and attack in a fan shape. We'll directly cut into the enemy's base camp. All members of Al-Qaeda, make your decision. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of the entire battle plan, had a deep and cold look in his eyes. Even his voice was devoid of any warmth. It was cold, heavy, and piercingly cold as it traveled to everyone's ears. We'll be responsible for assassinations and arresting suspected Chinese personnel. The brothers from the Linchuan military district rarely had the opportunity to go abroad to fight terrorism. Now that they had found out that the enemy was related to China, they returned to China overnight last night. The Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces team was responsible for cutting into the enemy's base camp. From this, one could see the difference between the two special forces. Chapter 527. When the car arrived at the exit point, the sky began to brighten. Under the faint light, the group of people entered the endless mountain range, all the way to the horizon of Mount Magala. This was an iconic scenic spot in Pakistan. There were very few people in the deeper parts of the mountain range. In addition, the situation in Pakistan was not very good, so mountaineering enthusiasts stopped at the developed mountain range. No one dared to go any deeper. However, Yi Qian and the others were going to the undeveloped and dangerous depths of the forest. Their camouflage uniforms were the best camouflage in the green forest. When the sky was slightly brighter, they bypassed 2 tourist routes and entered the undeveloped area at 3 in the afternoon. This was also the area where the Pakistani government put up a "no trespassing" sign. Once they entered the area, they began to move cautiously. There were people in front leading the way, observers on the left and right, and observers at the back. The 7 of them maintained a high level of vigilance and moved forward at the same speed. Everything is normal. Keep going. K7, who was in charge of scouting, told his comrades to keep up with them through his earpiece. His calm voice gave them a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan, who was kneeling on one knee, bowed and stood up. Yi Qian immediately held his gun and guarded the rear. Then he followed closely behind Xia Jinyuan and continued to move forward. Although the mountain was lush with green trees, in order to safely cut into the enemy's base, they did not choose to walk through the valley. Instead, they used their GPS to march on the back of the mountain. As a result, the entire journey was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall down the mountain and hit a tree. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun had already set. Walking in the middle of the forest, Yi Jian smelled a very light, abnormal smell in the rotten leaves of the jungle. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and warned in a low voice, "Someone is here. Hide." They were on the back of the mountain, and they were far away from the development zone. They couldn't let their guard down if someone suddenly appeared. But what they didn't understand was, how did Yi Jian find out when K7, who was scouting ahead, didn't find anything strange? Scent, there is a different scent. Yi Qian was afraid that they still did not believe him, so he explained, "I smell a different scent in the wind." This explanation was indeed not very convincing, but no one questioned it at this time. They all chose to believe him. Of course, their comrades believed him. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. 3 minutes later, they saw 2 bearded men in gray robes with machine guns on their backs. They climbed up the bushes and leaves in the forest with their hands and walked towards them from below. They also had AK-47 assault rifles on their backs. There really was someone. Apart from Xia Jinyuan, the rest of the team members widened their eyes slightly. She smelled other odors in the wind. Her sense of smell was too sensitive. V8, who was hiding on a high rock, made a hand signal to Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, who were closest to the two men. Capture them alive and kill them. Okay. Yi Qian raised his hand and answered. He quietly exchanged a look with Xia Jinyuan. When the two men were in front of them and they could clearly see the size of their feet, the two men who were hidden in the bushes grabbed the two men's ankles and pulled them behind them. The two men immediately fell to the ground heavily. Before the men could make a sound, the two men jumped up at the same time and stepped on their backs with one knee. The daggers in their hands were pressed against their necks. Behave! Chapter 528. Xia Jinyuan warned them in a low voice in English. He tightened his grip on the dagger that was pressed against their necks, causing blood to trickle down the throats of those who were still struggling. Yi Qian, who had used the same method to restrain the Al-Qaeda member, did the same. He did not give the other party a chance to make a sound, nor did he give them any chance to struggle. They were moving at the same speed, making the same move, and even their attacks were synchronized to the point that there was little difference. But J5 and the others were dumbfounded. The cooperation between these two people was really quite tacit. The T6 combatant in charge of the body search walked out and carefully searched the other party from head to toe. After confirming that they did not have any real-time communication devices, he clamped the head of the man Yi Qian had captured alive with both hands and silently disposed of the head after a click. Without any communication devices, these two people could not contact the Al-Qaeda base, and the people from the Al-Qaeda base could not contact them either. Naturally, they chose to dispose of them. After all, they could not possibly leave behind people with guns behind them. Without any real-time communication devices, this means that we're already close to their furthest patrol range. Xia Jinyuan opened the map again and used the GPS to locate their location. He tapped lightly on the map with his finger. We're here now. We're very close to the coordinates of the enemy's base camp and within their furthest patrol range. We're on the right track. We're expected to arrive at 7 p.m. The Pakistani government forces cut in from the north. They're taking a transport plane, and they're marching about half an hour ahead of us, K7 said softly. Everyone had a natural expression on their faces about what had just happened. It's a good opportunity for us to go in deeper now that they've started fighting. Check the time again. Rest for 10 minutes and then get ready to set off. Timing was also very important. A 1-minute error would result in a major mistake. The worst thing was to wait for a 1-minute error while your comrades were attacking. The few of them stared at the map. Other than Xia Jinyuan, the rest of them glanced at Yi Qian from time to time. It was fine if it was just once, but after a while, Yi Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you guys doing? You don't have to keep looking at me. Haha. The T6 combatant who caught Yi Qian chuckled unnaturally and patted his helmet a little embarrassedly. Aren't we afraid that you'll think we're cruel? Xia Jinyuan, who was facing Yi Qian, said calmly, don't mind them. This is the first time we're working with female soldiers. They're a little crazy. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly think that you're cruel? If you want to be cruel, I should be the one to inform you immediately after discovering the enemy. That's the real cruelty. They. Yi Jian narrowed her dark eyes slightly. After a flicker of light flashed across her eyes, Yi Jian softly said, Oh. That T6 and the others also laughed silently. It seemed that this smart girl knew what they wanted to ask. My sense of smell is very sensitive. If it's the smell of perfume, as long as the wind blows, I should be able to smell it from quite a distance. The Pakistani men have an indescribable smell on them. It seems like everyone has it. When I was in the mountains just now, I kept smelling the smell of rotten leaves. Suddenly, another smell drifted over, and I smelled it immediately. What they wanted to ask was, how could she smell the enemy's scent and determine that there were enemy forces? Chapter 529. The members of the Snowfield Brigade sighed with emotion at Yi Qian's special skills. Their painted faces changed slightly. J5 turned his head and bumped his shoulder against K7's shoulder. He lowered his voice so much that K7 almost couldn't hear what he said. Looks like I'll have to shower a few more times in the future. I can't be proud of my masculinity anymore. I'll have to restrain myself a little. A bunch of men either trained or went out on missions every day, so the smell of sweat on their bodies wasn't that pleasant. They definitely cleaned themselves up when they were in uniform, but they wouldn't clean themselves up immediately after training. Sometimes, they would just wash their faces under the faucet and rush to the cafeteria to eat. Anyway, everyone was the same. No one cared about the smell on each other's body. K7 glanced at J5 coldly and turned his head away without saying a word. He didn't have any smell on him. He had been smothered in Chinese medicine since he was young, so no matter how much he sweated, there was only the smell of Chinese medicine. Many people had the same thoughts as J5. Other than Xia Jinyuan and K7, who were indifferent, the others all had subtle thoughts. Especially T6, who had failed multiple blind dates. His appearance was top-notch. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his heart. Damn, could it be that the smell was one of the problems? Yi Qian didn't expect that his words would shock the elites of the Snowfield Brigade. As a result, the Snowfield Brigade's personal hygiene was left in the dust by other troops. When the 10-minute break was over, the 7 of them set off again. By this time, they had been on the road for nearly 9 hours. The Snowfield Brigade members, who had been training for a long time, didn't have a trace of fatigue on their faces. Yi Qian was the same. Today, J5 and the others saw the ferocity in his bones. Who said that women were inferior to men? Yi Qian, who also took turns to be the vanguard, sentry, and scout during the march, was definitely not worse than any of the male soldiers. No wonder Major General Liu didn't hesitate to put Yi Qian in the sniper position and fight alongside them. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the dense shade of the trees in Megala Mountain blocked the last rays of the setting sun. The birds on the tree branches chirped happily, but soon there was no more sound. The shrubbery became the world of the night insects. All kinds of music rose and fell one after another. In the music of nature, a few ghost-like figures flitted past quickly, fearlessly moving forward. Then, they all stopped in a dense forest and crawled forward with their waists bent. Yi Qian realized that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were probably used to fighting at night. Compared to the day. From their night vision goggles, their way of combat was silent to kill. They were close to the outskirts of the bases and Zest. Coordinates confirmed. Position 3. Yi Qian. Team 1. Yi Qian will enter the base and look for sniping points. I'll be in charge of covering the rear. T6 and V8, Team 2. J5 and G3, Team 3. K7 will be in charge of comprehensive reconnaissance and find out if there are any suspected Chinese. Yi Qian, who was in charge of sniping, didn't snipe from the outside. He would sneak into the base to cover for his comrades and complete the sniping. Therefore, he had to be the first to enter and look for a suitable sniping point. Facing Xia Jinyuan's dark and deep gaze, she raised her hand and made an "okay" gesture, indicating that she had no problems. After the previous few battles, Yi Qian realized that even his state of mind had become much more determined. Chapter 530. The first time she shot a criminal in Australia, she didn't hesitate to shoot. However, when she saw the bloody scene afterwards, her stomach churned and her mind went blank. She panicked. That was the first time she took someone's life. But now, she didn't feel her stomach churning. She only knew that if she didn't take action, she would be giving the enemy a chance to kill her. She would also give the enemy a chance to kill her comrades. This is the fastest way to enter the base camp. Little Fox, get ready to descend. With the help of the night vision goggles, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian arrived at the rocky cliff that would allow them to enter the enemy's base camp. Yi Qian glanced at the broken mountain ridge in front of him and nodded gently. Okay, no problem. I'll be on guard. You go first. No matter who went first, they had to be on guard. Xia Jinyuan nodded and carried the gun on his back. He stepped on the uneven rock surface with the tips of his feet. His hands were either tightly grasping the shrubs growing among the rocks or the cracks between the rocks. He quickly descended along the funnel-like rock. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian, who was on guard, heard the cry of a night bird. He carried the gun and quickly descended like Xia Jinyuan. Her figure was petite and slender, and her waist was exceptionally soft as if it was boneless. She was also very light. She was much more agile than the male soldiers. Compared to Xia Jinyuan, who was like a fierce beast, she was much gentler. It was exactly because of the saying, "Women are like water." And the speed of her descent was only about 1 minute slower than Xia Jinyuan, who was a professionally trained special forces soldier. After descending, the two of them were like cats walking in the jungle. They were so quiet that not even the leaves rustled. It was obvious how solid their basic skills were. Although it was cool in the mountains, they were drenched in sweat after walking for nearly 10 hours. Yi Qian's arm was injured, so it was inevitable that it would feel uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask Yi Qian about it several times, but Xia Jinyuan didn't feel the slightest bit abnormal. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask him about it, but he could only give up. This injury also had a psychological effect. She felt fine now, but if he mentioned it and remembered it, it would be counterproductive. With the help of the night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was scouting ahead, making a hand gesture to her. 8 o'clock. Sentry post. Kill. They had already entered the target area. As long as they saw a sentry post, they had to eliminate it. Yi Qian nodded lightly and slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder. He held a military dagger in his mouth as he crept towards the sentry post. His light footsteps were covered by the rustling of insects, and his figure was hidden in the darkness. His figure, which seemed to have become one with the night, flashed his fangs. He crossed his arms and quickly grabbed the opponent's chin. Within 3 seconds, he twisted the opponent's head and neck into a strange and twisted position. His neck was broken without a trace of blood. Xia Jinyuan was in charge of moving and handling the sentry posts that had already been taken care of, while Yi Qian was in charge of keeping watch. Everything was carried out like a ghost. Every sentry post that was discovered was dealt with in the form of assassination. After sneaking past the border patrol, they entered a tighter surveillance area. Xia Jinyuan bent his legs slightly, his tall and slender body sticking close to a tree. He quickly crawled towards Yi Qian. A strong patrol light shone in their direction. Yi Qian knelt on one knee a second before the strong light swept over. Then, he nimbly rolled to the side like a snow fox and nimbly hid in the bushes. Chapter 5:31. In an emergency situation, Yi Qian didn't know where to hide. When she rolled to the side, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Only then did she realize that she had rolled into a thorny vine. The thorny vines had many thin leaves and were densely grown. Although there were wounds on her face and hands, the searchlight couldn't shine on her. However, she could clearly see the 4 patrolling Al-Qaeda members. At a glance, one could see the difference between the people patrolling in the central area and those patrolling outside. They were all holding AK-47 assault rifles in their hands. They were all wearing the same jungle camouflage uniform, bulletproof vests, and waterproof military boots. Other than not wearing a bulletproof helmet on their heads, their entire outfit was no different from that of a regular army. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind a tree, signaled for them to split into 2, meaning to lure them away and fight 1 against 2. The 2 exchanged glances in the monotonous green world. What they saw was the cold determination and unwavering determination in each other's black eyes. It was an encouragement that would make everything fearless, silently giving the other party a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan once said to Yi Qian that he would always hold her hand. Yi Qian once said to Xia Jinyuan that there would be times when he would be tired. He could choose to believe in her. On the battlefield, they didn't forget what they said at that time. They used their actions to prove that what they said in the past wasn't just a casual remark. What they said was a promise, and they wouldn't change their minds no matter what. A gesture was communication. Yi Qian nodded gently to show that she understood. His painted face smiled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. There was the sound of leaves rustling, as if someone was escaping in a panic. The Al-Qaeda member walking at the front was quite vigilant. He didn't immediately shine the searchlight in that direction. Instead, he whispered a few words in Urdu to the other 3 people who had also sensed something. The 4 of them quickly split into 2 groups. 2 of them searched in the direction of the swaying leaves, while the other 2 seemed to continue moving forward. However, the man with the searchlight in his hand hung the searchlight on the tree, and then quietly went up and outflanked them. They had received a certain amount of combat training and knew how to create a diversion. However, for Yi Qian, who had received formal training, this made it easier for her to attack them from behind. She worked together with Xia Jinyuan to eliminate the target. Yi Qian lightly jumped out from the thorny vines. She was holding the QSZ 92 9mm pistol that she had been given before she left the country. It had an effective shooting range of 50 meters and a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second. She would choose to fire at a range of less than 50 meters, reducing the firing range to 5 meters. This way, she would have enough time to fire the next shot and finish off the other one. 3 light flicks came from the earpiece. It was Xia Jinyuan indicating that they would start in 3 minutes. Yi Qian flicked his finger back to show that he understood. The searchlight hanging on the tree swayed. The 2 Al-Qaeda members, who wanted to outflank them, never thought that there was an even greater danger lurking behind them. The pistol was loaded. Yi Qian, who was moving forward like a cat, quickly closed the distance between her and the 2 targets in front of her. She closed the distance again and again until she was almost 4 meters away. She was 4 meters away. If her opponents walked another meter, they would be 5 meters away. Principal Chen had said that Yi Qian was very suitable to be a sniper. Not only did she have sharp judgment, but she also had a good grasp of the speed of her shots. Chapter 5:32. To make a simple analogy, if Ace could fire 4 bullets in 1 minute, then Yi Qian could fire 8 bullets. In the same amount of time and with the same type of gun, Yi Qian could hear the bullet passing through the firing pin, firing the primer and igniting the propellant. As she held the pistol, she could feel the propellant start to burn and the internal pressure of the cartridge case increase. When the pressure rose to 250-500 kg/cm2, the bullet would leave the cartridge case and squeeze into the barrel. At this point, Yi Qian could feel the bullet start to move. Under the action of the high temperature and high pressure, the bullet would rapidly move forward and pass through the barrel. Her vision would then pass through the front of the gun, and she would aim through the front sight to complete the shot. Yi Qian did not know if this feeling was because she had touched the gun or recognized it. She only knew that as long as she touched the gun, she could clearly see the entire structure of the gun in her mind, just like a 4-dimensional picture. When she fired the gun, the 4-dimensional drawing seemed to have a life of its own. As the bullets in the gun in her hand moved, the 4-dimensional gun in her heart also began to move. It was as if she had become a gun. She did not need to aim before shooting. Instead, she could complete the aiming action after pulling the trigger. It was this feeling that allowed her to shoot twice as fast as other people. What did it mean to fire twice as fast? It meant that she had already completed the shot before others had even fired. For example, right now, the muffled sound of rocks sinking into water could be heard, followed by the same sound. 2 people had fallen consecutively, but the 2 terrorists in front did not even have the chance to fire. This was Yi Qian's ability. After Xia Jinyuan finished off the other guy who had not reacted at all, he looked at Yi Qian through his night vision goggles. Even though he was usually calm, at this moment, his eyes and heart were filled with shock. Her firing speed was very, very fast. She could accurately kill 2 people within 0.003 seconds. Before this, he was still thinking that he should quickly finish off the 2 people who were following him and then turn around to support Yi Qian. Who knew that she would be the one to support him? After dragging away the 4 terrorists who were still warm but were already dead, Xia Jinyuan led Yi Qian into the bushes and got close to her. I didn't realize you were so fast before, but after seeing you today, you really shocked me. In order to communicate secretly, not only did he get close to her, but he also spoke with his lips close to her ear. Yi Qian even felt that his thin and warm lips were about to touch her ear a few times. His low voice and warm breath were all sprinkled by her ears and neck. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and an unnatural expression immediately appeared on her face. You actually have a unique skill that I don't know about. Little fox, you're not being honest. As he was still talking, Yi Qian couldn't help but tilt her head slightly. She didn't realize that her ear was a little ticklish. His words made her want to scratch it. Xia Jinyuan really didn't have any other intentions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you hiding? It's more convenient to talk like this. My ear is itchy. Yi Qian glanced at him and said softly, Captain Xia, are we going to rest? How's the J5's operation? Should we contact them? Chapter 5:33. There was no sound from their earpiece. It seemed like they had temporarily turned off their communication. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, We can rest now. We're almost at the edge now. We'll go out after they reach the edge. What he meant was that their team moved quickly and encountered fewer obstacles. J5 and the other teams had a harder time cutting into the edge, so there were more piles to clear, so it would take more time. Yi Jian wanted to sneak into the enemy's base camp first. Although the place she and Xia Jinyuan chose was difficult to sneak into, there were many rocks and few trees. However, the distance was short and there was a natural protective screen nearby. Therefore, the patrolling members of the base organization were not as strict as those of J5. Captain Xia, why don't you go and support them? I can sneak in by myself. Yi Qian was still a little worried about the other team members. Since they were already here, she could sneak in by herself. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with a half-smile. Although his face was covered in paint and he was wearing night vision goggles, Yi Qian could still feel his gaze burning like the sun. She heard him say, You haven't answered my question yet. Answer what? Yi Qian blinked. Her face was also covered in paint, so she couldn't read his expression. She was in a good mood. She didn't expect that the speed at which she fired the gun would shock Xia Jinyuan. She was quite happy. In the past, she really couldn't compare to this dangerous man. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Are you proud of yourself? There was a deep affection in his eyes. His gaze was so gentle that it was almost dripping. Although it was blocked by the night vision goggles, that deep affection, Yi Qian could feel it. Her heart skipped a beat. She adjusted her breathing a few times before answering, I feel it. I feel it every time I fire the gun, especially when it's a pistol. As long as I'm sure I need to fire the gun, there's a cross-section of the gun in my heart and mind. I can clearly feel the movement of the bullet, then I can immediately aim and shoot. A deep and somewhat rapid breathing sound came from the earpiece. Then, she heard K7's cold and emotionless voice. Sorry, I just happened to hear it. I didn't want to disturb you, but I couldn't help but gasp when I heard it. Wouldn't that make people gasp in shock? Normally, when firing a gun, one would aim first and then shoot. But from what Yi Qian had said, shoot first and then aim, wasn't this bullshit? If anyone else said this, they would definitely think it was bullshit. But since it was Yi Qian who said it, K7 believed him. Last night on the transport plane, she fired her first shot in less than a second after the cabin lights went out. This proved that she was indeed capable. Shoot first and aim later. Sounds a little ridiculous. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up, and the admiration in his eyes intensified. But since you said so, I believe you. Besides, I did see it just now. K7 was speechless. It was unbelievable. Yi Qian had broken tradition. Her actions were faster than the speed of a bullet, and she still had to aim. The voices of the other two squads came one after another. Each squad repositioned themselves. After confirming the direction, they put aside Yi Qian's shooting speed and focused on sneaking into the enemy's base. The silence in the mountains was not broken yet, but the assassination mission was in full swing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were scattered all over the place. Yi Qian did not find the best sniping spot. Instead, he found a sniping spot where he could leave immediately and from which he could leave in any direction. When the gunshots rang out, Yi Qian knew that the biggest fight of the night had truly begun. Chapter 5:34. The first shots were fired by the Pakistani government. After confirming that all the Chinese soldiers had entered the base camp, they were the first to launch the attack. The Pakistani government was not afraid of exposing their identities, so their attack was fierce and vicious. Grenades were thrown one after another, and the entire valley was covered in flames. This allowed the members of the Snowfield Brigade to see clearly what kind of terrain the base was. This place was like a local village isolated from the rest of the world. All the houses were single-story bungalows. The bungalows were separated by a certain distance, and the area they occupied was quite wide. From the gunfire, they could see that there were yellow dirt paths between the houses. They've taken over the village as their base. So wide, it'll take half a day to fire. J5 clicked his tongue. After looking up, he quickly crouched down. The worst thing to do on the battlefield was to stick your head out first. If you weren't careful, your head would explode. Yi Qian, who was at the sniper's point, thought the same. If they hadn't gotten some clues from Pavel and his men, the Pakistani government would never have thought that there was a base village in the valley of Magla Mountain that could come out and cause destruction at any time. The grenades didn't explode at one point, but at several points at the same time. The shrapnel flew out like bees leaving their hive, splashing in all directions. The Al-Qaeda members who were close to the shrapnel were immediately blasted into a bloody mess. Blood and flesh splashed out along with the shrapnel, and everything was covered in the darkness of the night. Shrapnel was also a weapon that hurt people. The Pakistani government had only thrown offensive grenades with a killing radius of 10 meters. In other words, if there were people in this range, they would either be blown up or have their entire body pierced by the shrapnel. This type of offensive grenade was rarely used by the Snowfield Brigade. Looks like the new president has a personality. Fuck, all the grenades he threw out are offensive grenades. Q King, the defensive grenades in our hands are a little unpresentable. J5 could still maintain a relaxed tone as he spoke through the headset. Judging from his tone, this was just a slightly more dangerous actual combat exercise. The front line has been blown up into a hornet's nest. We'll proceed step by step. Let's bring out the suspected Chinese first. The Chinese side had never liked to engage in barbaric warfare. They would only use a knife to grind the meat in a refined manner. They would grind the meat until the other side was scared out of their wits, but they would not be in a hurry to stab the knife in. This was called psychological warfare. They would tear a small wound into a big one, and then uproot it all at once, leaving no way out. Otherwise, why would the Snowfield Brigade carry out assassinations and ambushes? I just want to get him out alive and think of a way to pry open his mouth and ask him how many more such people there are in the country. Only then can our great motherland directly exterminate them. In times of peace, no one would want someone to suddenly pull out a gun and shoot at the people on the street. He didn't want to sit in a car, but in the end, there was a suicide bomber in the car. Cafe was the only way to keep the people safe. Allowing such dangerous people to run into society and harm the people was definitely against the principles of the country. They had to be eliminated. Yi Qian listened to the few of them chatting while eliminating the targets. Her widened eyes slowly narrowed. At this moment, she really understood why Captain Xia said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's army would not be able to join their army. Just this calmness during battle alone was enough to separate them from the rest of the world. She did not speak. She only paid attention to the movements around her. She saw 4 figures hurriedly rush into her surveillance area. Then, in a flash, they entered a pitch-black mud bungalow. Chapter 5:35. There was a light in the room, but it was extinguished in less than a minute. Yi Qian sent his location over and said in a low voice, "I'm at 2 o'clock. 4 targets have entered the room. Try to avoid this area. Be careful of an ambush." Now was not the time to make a move. Otherwise, she would have been able to snipe at least 2 targets. We don't have many people. We can only wait for them to attract the heavy firepower before we make a move. When J5 said this, everyone knew that he was talking to Yi Qian. Even Yi Qian, who was not officially part of the military, was forced to join the battle. Not only did they not have enough people, but they also did not have enough manpower. Yi Qian nodded in understanding. The special forces from the Linchuan military region had already returned to the border to begin their mission. They had managed to pry a lot of information out of the widow Pavel, including the situation at the Chinese border. It was an extremely serious matter that concerned the safety of the entire border. Otherwise, the special forces from the Linchuan military region would not have immediately returned to China after completing their mission at the orphanage. They were seriously short of manpower, and the Al-Qaeda members could retreat at any time. Since the Pakistani government had already fired the first shot, they could not let the second one be a dud. They immediately sent troops to draft a plan. Furthermore, Pavel mentioned that the Chinese would be involved. The operation was even more urgent, which was why they had come up with tonight's plan. Other than Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan and the others were clear about these military secrets. They had only slept for an hour last night. When they woke up, they immediately woke up Yi Qian and moved out together. Xia Jinyuan and the others had not slept for 2 days and 1 night. They were short of manpower and did not sleep well. Under high alert, they would talk to their comrades from time to time, which was also a way to refresh themselves. Now that they were on the government's home ground, everyone was waiting for K7's reconnaissance report to come back before they could make plans for the next step. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice sounded particularly cold in the midst of the gunfire. It was like a 1,000-year-old rock with indestructible power. The entire base camp is made up of typical mud houses. Each of them has a high outer wall, and we have to be wary of any ambushes inside. It will take some time for K7 to scout by himself. The others absolutely could not act rashly. Xia Jinyuan's plan was because there were only a few people, so each of them had to be used at the most crucial moment. After K7 finished their reconnaissance, they quickly became reinforcements and met up with Yi Qian's team. Xia Jinyuan and the other 2 teams worked together to capture the Chinese alive. Another team provided cover while the last team retreated. K7 and Yi Qian brought up the rear. This was a planned battle, striving for everyone to be able to hold their own and cooperate with each other. No matter how much time K7 wasted, he did not have enough men to support him. Fortunately, the Pakistani government troops were very ferocious. They brought all their light weapons and used grenades to blast a bloody path out. Al-Qaeda's firepower was not as strong as the Pakistani government troops. They were at a disadvantage because they were all preparing to retreat tonight, so all their firepower was concentrated in one place. Now that the Pakistani government troops were fighting separately, it allowed them to disperse their firepower. There would be a gap in between, allowing the government troops to take control of the situation. This also made it easier for K7 to move. He would not be discovered if he sneaked in. They didn't have any battle plans for this place. It was all up to K7 to figure out where to go. Then, K7 would be able to pinpoint every location so that his comrades would know which path to take later on. Chapter 5:36. The sound of gunfire made Yi Qian feel like his ears were going deaf. He had to listen to their voices on one side and the flames of war on the other. It was not torture, but it could be considered a form of training. The thorny emotions in his heart were smoothed out by gunfire, the fear was broken by bullets, and the fear was washed away by blood. Over time, his state of mind became a flat mirror, bright and flat. It only reflected what was good and evil, what was righteous and what was evil. This was a kind of growth, and it was a growth that could only exist in the flames of war. Yi Qian knew that the reason he could participate in missions again and again was because the military wanted to train him and see if he was a piece of unpolished jade. There was a rumbling sound in the sky, and a transport plane could be seen rumbling from the east to the north. This thing was huge, and it was not a bomber or a fighter jet. It was the transport plane that had secretly landed 30 miles away from the Pakistani government. It was back. The Pakistani government is really generous. They directly sent a transport plane to attract the attention of all the Al-Qaeda organizations and leave the safety to us. Just this alone is worth us risking our lives for. V8 said happily. His lack of psychological pressure made Yi Qian wonder if he had a blade of grass in his mouth as he waited leisurely. The transport plane was very loud, and its sound could be heard from miles away. Wouldn't it attract all the Al-Qaeda organization's attention? If there was an anti-aircraft gun below and it was fired, another transport plane would be destroyed, and even the pilot would be sacrificed. But even if there was such a danger, the Pakistani transport planes still directly flew over, and the danger level of the Chinese soldiers decreased by a lot. Sure enough, the Al-Qaeda organizations that were supposed to be hiding in the dark saw such a big thing circling above their heads. They set up their machine guns and fired wildly at it. So fucking cunning, and there's even a machine gunner hiding. V8 could not help but burst out, and his earpiece started to cough. Instructor J5 said earnestly, "Good brother, pay attention to your image. I almost got my head chopped off, and you guys are still in the mood to curse?" K7, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth and sent the location to Xia Jinyuan and the other two teams. "It's up to you, brother. I'll retreat and meet up with Yi Qian." Yi Qian, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, replied, "Roger that." He immediately sent her location to K7. He then said, "The veteran is not bad. It's not heavy to carry. Get a few of them back. I want to get some good stuff." "Type 95 rifles are not enough for you," T6 replied with a low laugh. "And the M16 bullets?" From the parameters of the two types of bullets, it could be seen that the M16 had an advantage over the AK-47 in terms of the amount of ammunition a soldier could carry on the battlefield. If the weight of the bullets was the same, the M16 would carry much more bullets than the AK-47. Moreover, the two sides were fighting at close range this time. The reason why they chose the M16, which was a high-speed bullet, was because of its high speed, high hit rate, and armor-piercing ability. Chapter 537. At the same time, the bullet weight was light enough to ensure that there would be enough bullets on the battlefield. There wouldn't be a situation where the person didn't come out and the bullets ran out. They had chosen the M16 assault rifle for this operation after careful consideration. The Type 95 assault rifle that T6 mentioned was an assault rifle produced by China. In terms of design, the 7.62 bullets were discarded and the 5.8 bullets were used instead. Although the specifications were close, they still didn't meet the requirements. When K7 said that he wanted to get a few M16s back, Yi Qian was also tempted. It was indeed possible to get one back. Among the firearms in Fujian town, there was also a veteran of the battlefield. However, it was a short magazine with a capacity of 20 rounds, not the long magazine with a capacity of 30 rounds in Captain Xia's hands. As a gun enthusiast, she also liked to dismantle and reassemble all kinds of famous guns. Check if there are any left. Fair, bring one back. The Pakistani government doesn't have the time to clean up the guns in the hands of the people in the base, Xia Jinyuan said. Xia Jinyuan opened his mouth just as Yi Jian finished thinking about it. It was as if he could see through Yi Jian's thoughts clearly even though he was not far away from her. This call was the last time the entire team spoke more than 10 words. What followed were all concise and harsh phrases. The artillery fire of the government was still very strong. The east corner was filled with flames and gunshots never stopped. The firepower of the base was not to be underestimated. Gathering them together was undoubtedly a problem for the government. They couldn't send too many soldiers into the base. The Snowfield Brigade would be isolated if they entered the base. As they got closer and closer to K7's position, J5's voice was filled with hostility. "I have infrared here. Help clear the infrared." The only person who could provide support was K7. However, K7 said, "I have infrared here as well. Brother, you're on your own." Entering the infrared surveillance system where even flies can't fly, isn't that asking for blessings? When the transport plane arrived, it even activated all the infrared surveillance cameras that the enemy had turned off when they retreated. This was a result that no one could complain about. According to the Pakistani intelligence, there were no infrared cameras in this corner of the mountain. They were all manned sentry posts. It was obvious that the information Pavel had gotten out of him was half true and half false. The interrogators hadn't filtered the information thoroughly and had given the Chinese side the wrong information. "I think I should know where the surveillance camera is." Yi Qian put away his sniper rifle and said, "My position has temporarily changed from sniper to assaulter. Everyone be careful. I'll go down and deal with it now." He bent over from a collapsed area and landed lightly on the ground like an eagle flying in the night. "There are 4 people in total. 1 against 4. I'll be in the dark and he'll be in the light. The odds of winning are above 80%. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the wall, didn't have time to answer Yi Jian before he saw a red flashing in front of him. His eyes sharpened and he rolled to another corner on the dusty ground. With sweat on his back, he said in a low voice, "Half of it was destroyed, but the other half can still operate normally. I was discovered here." Just as he finished speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out. It was a series of machine gun shots. "Yi Qian, destroy the infrared within 5 minutes. Move out." The low voice sounded quickly and steadily. When Yi Qian heard a series of machine gun shots, he knew that he had encountered a machine gun. Her eyes were filled with hostility. She stuck close to the wall and used the tip of her foot to push herself up. She stepped on the wall and entered the back of the mud house that she had seen for about a minute from her sniper position. Chapter 5:38. The tall walls didn't stop her. She jumped up and saw 3 Bafang soldiers in long robes standing there with guns. Their guns were aimed at the door. If anyone came in, the 3 AK-47s would shoot continuously and turn them into minced meat. Luckily, she chose to come from the back. Now, it was just 1 assassination and 2 close-range shooting. She didn't have much time to destroy the infrared system in 5 minutes. Increase the firepower. There are about 300 people in the base. The government even miscalculated the number of people in the intelligence report. We don't have enough ammo. Grab the submachine guns. G3 reminded his comrades. He was already fighting 1 against 5. With the infrared system, it was another 1 against 5. Yi Qian looked at the dark room. She saw 4 people earlier. Now, there were 3 people outside. That meant there was only 1 person inside. The person inside was definitely a technician in charge of the infrared system. According to the original plan, 1 assassination and 2 kills were feasible. What she needed to do was eliminate the 3 targets outside and destroy the infrared system at the same time. The infrared system was like a pair of eyes in a battle. The more important the eyes were, the better the protection. Luckily, these people came back in a hurry. Her chances of winning increased to 90%. Yi Qian jumped down from the wall amidst the explosion. Using the high ground, she stabbed the military dagger in her hand into the left side of the man's neck. Woo! The man's neck was pierced through by the military dagger. He didn't even have time to pull the dagger out. Yi Qian had already fired and aimed at a target. After 2 shots, Yi Qian's back was drenched in sweat. Why did Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen strictly ask her to increase her speed during training? She knew the importance of speed when she was on the battlefield. If she was fast, she could take out 3 targets in less than 20 seconds. If she was slow, she could take out 2 targets. The last one could take her life. The explosion was too loud. The technician in charge of the base didn't hear anything. He needed to activate the infrared system in the base immediately to help his people move quickly. He needed to kill the government soldiers who might have sneaked into the base. Yi Qian, who was standing close to the door, could hear the voices of the other party talking from inside. He tried contacting the sentry posts but found that there were only a few replies, especially from the sentry posts in the northwest. Not a single one of them answered. He must have sensed the danger. He grabbed a submachine gun next to him and turned around to inform the members on sentry duty outside. However, as soon as he turned around, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. A bullet penetrated the glass and hit him in the chest. Yi Qian leaped over the corpses on the ground and pulled out the submachine guns from the enemy's hands. He used the enemy's guns to fire at the infrared surveillance and communication systems. Sparks flew in all directions like fireworks. After bursts of green smoke, everything returned to normal. Infrared solution. She informed all her comrades and left the room with the Heckler Koch MP5K PDW submachine guns. Behind her were 4 corpses that were gradually turning cold. Blood was still spreading on the ground, but there was no fear on her face. Well done, brother. K7's voice came first. He destroyed the infrared system on his side. After the enemy entered the blind spot, he started his counterattack. The rest of his comrades thought the same, but they couldn't answer. Their firepower was increasing rapidly. Even Xia Jinyuan, who was closest to Yi Qian, was surrounded. Chapter 5:39. Even though the entire infrared system had been destroyed, the members of the Shuiyu team were still exposed. This allowed the members of the Al-Qaeda organization to know that soldiers had infiltrated the base. The bullets were like a net that shot out in all directions, forcing the members of the Shuiyu team to shrink their heads. The bullets hit the mud wall, and the thick mud embedded the bullets. The flying dust covered the night vision goggles. Yi Qian didn't waste a second in the bungalow after leaving the room. Destroying the infrared system meant exposing herself. If she didn't leave now, once the Al-Qaeda members rushed over, she would be surrounded like a fish in a net. There was no end to the bullets, and an explosion occurred at 8 o'clock on her left, about 400 meters away. If she guessed correctly, that was where Xia Jinyuan was. She even used the grenades on her. Yi Qian's face darkened, and she didn't hesitate to run over to provide support. Before they left, they had clearly said that grenades were not to be used unless it was a critical moment, because they were to be used as the main weapon for retreating. But now, Captain Xia was using them. Thinking about the danger he was in, Yi Qian's eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood. Captain Xia, I'm here to provide support. Yi Qian, who was running close to the wall, wasn't running blindly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already blasted a path of blood, was lying on the ground. The explosion was so close that his eardrums were ringing. When he heard the sound, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Support K7, surround them." Surround them. Yi Qian felt her heart clench. A 15-man encirclement was considered a large encirclement, which meant that K7 was now surrounded by more than 15 people. K7, locate them. Yi Qian didn't run towards her 8 o'clock. She knew very well who needed support more, so she had to go and support K7 now. Before he could pinpoint the location, 4 Al-Qaeda members rushed out from the front. Yi Qian, who was in the corner, fired first. He even used an MP5K PDW submachine gun that he had stolen. The MP5K PDW had a combat firing rate of 900 rounds per minute and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. This type of gun was originally used by anti-terrorist special forces, but now it had appeared in the hands of an Al-Qaeda member. It was no wonder that the Chinese leaders wanted the Chinese soldiers to participate in this operation. They had to capture the suspected Chinese in the base alive. Who provided such a dangerous gun in the hands of a member of the base that even had its exit controlled? Are there any in the country? Are there any of those who are hiding in the dark to endanger the country's peace? If they captured a few suspected Chinese alive, they would be able to get some clues. The bullets were fired at close range, and the targets were directly hit by the explosive force of the bullets. They were pushed back before falling to the ground. They didn't even make a sound before they were finished off by the guns and ammunition they had purchased. K7's position had been sent over. It was about 800 meters away from Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who had suddenly appeared, said to Yi Qian, "I'm coming over to meet up with them. Support them." "But they have MP5K PDW submachine guns. Pick them up. Don't waste them." Yi Qian's tone sounded like a veteran who had been fighting for many years. His actions were not bad either. He cooperated with his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade and gave it their all. J5, G3, T6, and V8 were fighting together. They could take care of the front and back of the base, so there was no need for support. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, and K7 were fighting alone. They had to meet up with each other as soon as possible. The sound of gunfire and explosions shook the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky almost lit up the entire base. Everyone was exposed from the darkness. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan met up with each other 2 minutes later. When they saw each other covered in smoke, Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. He used so much strength that it felt like he was going to crush the bones in her hand. Chapter 540. I'm fine. How about you? Yi Qian smiled and asked him softly. After all, he had just thrown the grenade. Xia Jinyuan didn't realize that he had used too much strength. Such a high level of firepower was due to a mistake in the intelligence report. He had dragged Yi Qian, a rookie, into such a high level of firepower. The biggest worry was that he would get hit. I'm fine. Put on the bulletproof vest. Don't worry about how heavy it is. It's a lifesaver. When he opened his mouth, there was a smell of gunpowder. His jaw was tight. Later, you cover the rear. I'll attack. Yi Qian nodded. She didn't have any objections to his arrangement. It was her first battle, so it was fine for her to listen to his arrangements. The two exchanged a few simple words and immediately went to support K7, who was surrounded. There were 2 reinforcements on the outside. Yi Qian's submachine gun fired at the Al-Qaeda members surrounding K7. They screamed in shock. The continuous gunfire made their eardrums ring. They were in danger, but even so, they had to support their comrades. This was the type of support that would only come if there were no hostages. If there were hostages, no one would come to support them. Everyone had to move forward in the battle. Even if their comrades were sacrificed, they had to move forward without hesitation. Only by moving forward could they win and save more lives. From the day they became a soldier, they had to understand the meaning of sacrifice. K7 looked at the hand that reached over. It was slender and long. He could still see the fingers clearly through the gunfire. The skin was white and smooth. It was Yi Qian's hand. It looked weak, but it was filled with strength and power. His eardrums hurt. The bullets had pierced through the wall. If K7 hadn't used a grenade to kill 5 or 6 people and stun the rest, he would have been shot through like a sieve. K7 took a deep breath of the smoky air and exhaled a mouthful of murky air that was also filled with gunpowder. He said in a hoarse voice, "I almost thought I was going to die. There were more than 100 people here. I fucking cleared more than 10 of them." He was angry that the intelligence report was wrong, but he couldn't vent his anger. He had to hold it in. Even K7, who was usually cold and silent, couldn't help but curse. At least 300 people. It's not an ordinary base. It's the base of all the Al-Qaeda members in this city. Yi Qian grabbed his outstretched hand and pulled K7 up. The intelligence is wrong. The Pakistani president is on tenterhooks again. K7 was not injured. Other than the fact that they could not fight him head-on, they were still fine. After confirming that he was not injured, he immediately contacted the other 2 teams. The firepower was very strong. Fortunately, the members of the Shuiyu team were all special forces who had survived through piles of corpses. Other than some small wounds on their bodies, they were all fine. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered. Xia Jinyuan spread out the map and pointed to the south, where there had been no movement. Contact the government forces via satellite phone. This is the main target. We can't stay here for long. Get 2 hostages and retreat. If they stayed any longer and waited for the government troops to rush in, they would be fighting among themselves. The person in charge of communication was V8. After contacting the commander of the government forces, 3 of them suppressed the firepower, 2 of them attacked, and 2 of them moved forward quickly. They started to attack like arrows. Disperse, fight, gather, suppress, and calmly report. Under such intense firepower, Yi Qian followed the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade and headed toward the location where they suspected there were Chinese. Chapter 541. After taking out a machine gunner, the T6 combatant looked at the big gun that still had a lot of bullets in it and started drooling. Don't carry the machine gun anymore. Submachine guns are more practical. V8, who was suppressing the firepower, shouted at him, "They're about to start fighting in the south. Brother, what are you still looking for?" The T6 combatant let out a long sigh and said, "A full man doesn't know the suffering of a hungry man." V8 kicked him in the face. The entire battle was a bloody one. Even if you stepped over the corpses that they had knocked down, you still had to continue walking even if your military boots stepped on the thick blood. Yi Qian would try to avoid them earlier, but in the end, when the firepower was too strong, there was no time for him to do so. He just laid down under the corpses that he had cleared a second ago and used them as cover while firing at the front. The firepower in the south was so intense that all the Al-Qaeda members focused their firepower on it. However, there was no movement from the bungalow that K7 had first located. Under the cover of Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, 2 teams of people entered the bungalow and threw a strong flashlight grenade into the pitch-black bungalow. As the light blinded the entire house, they also saw 4 people hiding in the darkness. They were wearing long pants and short shirts and had Asian facial features. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. However, when K7 saw the 4 people, his expression suddenly changed and he said sternly, "Fifth young one." Yi Qian, who was hiding in the dark and keeping watch, looked at Xia Jinyuan. They saw Yi Qian, who was close to the wall, climb up a mound of dirt with her feet. The 2-meter-tall wall disappeared from Xia Jinyuan's sight in just 2 steps. She heard footsteps outside, but thought it was a lone Al-Qaeda member who had fallen behind. In fact, it was the target who had escaped. K7 on guard. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian give chase alone? After saying that, he used the same method to catch up to Yi Qian. This little fox was really fast. By the time he realized it, she had already given chase. With two people giving chase, it meant that they had a clue. K7 quickly came out to hide and keep watch while the 4 Snowfield Brigade members inside moved quickly. The 4 of them were the suspected Chinese that the Snowfield Brigade was looking for. There was no need to suspect them. Just by looking at their faces, they knew that they were indeed Chinese and not people from other Asian countries. They were blinded by the bright light and didn't know that the people who came in were Chinese soldiers. Tie up your eyes and hands. J5 rushed up like a cheetah after saying that. G3 and the other 2 all pulled out the leather belts on their waists, and a few close-range grappling techniques were used to capture the other party. The 4 targets were all blinded by the powerful light bullets. Not only were their eyes temporarily blinded, even their minds were blank. How did they get discovered? They had never left this place, and they were far away from the south. Let go of me, you damn bastard. The target cursed in English, his tone arrogant and vicious. When his eyes were blindfolded and his hands were clasped behind his back, he began to struggle. Let go. Do you know who we are? We are Chinese people, Chinese people. It would have been better if he didn't say that. Once he did, J5's eyes turned cold. His handsome face was fierce, and he punched the other party in the stomach. He also replied in English coldly, China and Pakistan have a good relationship. The Chinese people love peace. And you, terrorist. No, 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 we are hostages, we are hostages. Someone heard that the government soldiers could speak English and suddenly blurted out this sentence. J5 didn't hold back and punched this person in the face. He also found a desert eagle from the other party's waist. He ground his teeth and sneered in a standard New York accent, Hostages? Hostages with a desert eagle? Fuck your hostages. Chapter 542. Another punch landed on the man's lower abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. These were 4 young men, and the Snowfield Brigade had almost sacrificed their dearest comrades for them. Outside, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan quickly searched for the other target who had escaped. Under such circumstances, he was still able to calmly escape and leave the other 4 behind. This person would be more useful than the other 4 if they caught him. Outside the wall, Yi Qian used one hand to draw a footprint. It was a man's footprint that was smaller than all the other messy footprints. When Xia Jinyuan came down, Yi Qian pursed her lips. These are the footprints left behind when he jumped down. Adult male, size 42 centimeters. The strain on his right foot is significantly reduced. He's either disabled or injured. Follow this trail of footsteps and chase after him. As a sniper, reconnaissance was a skill that she had to learn. Although her reconnaissance ability was not as good as a K7, Yi Qian, who had been trained by a world-class sniper, was not that bad either. Xia Jinyuan loaded the M16 in his hand and said in a low voice, "When you find him, shoot his feet until they're disabled." The fact that this person was able to escape from being surrounded meant that he had a certain level of reconnaissance ability. The government troops began to kill with all their might. Grenades had no eyes. Wherever they were thrown, there would be screams of pain. The shrapnel and glass shards were the second most lethal weapon. Some of the unlucky Al-Qaeda members were either injured for the second time or killed instantly when they hit them. This was Yi Qian's first time participating in such a large-scale battle. She was calm in the face of Xia Jinyuan, but when she saw the bodies that had been blasted into pieces by the grenades, she couldn't help but feel nauseous even though she was mentally prepared. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to stop and take a breather. She searched for the important target in the wind that was filled with the smell of blood. The footprints of the target were deep and shallow. After 2 turns, they disappeared in front of a bungalow. This was the scene where the Snowfield Brigade members had left after the battle. A few cold bodies were still lying crookedly in the corner of the wall. Behind them was blood splattered everywhere. His anti-reconnaissance ability was not bad, and he was bold and meticulous. After a fierce battle, no one would return to the scene to search, not even the special forces of the Shuiyu Brigade. Neither of them walked through the main entrance. Whoever walked through the main entrance at this time would be courting death. After observing the terrain and confirming that the east side wasn't suitable for them to escape, Xia Jinyuan gestured for Yi Qian to dig out a few pieces of dirt from the wall and throw them inside. Xia Jinyuan picked up a corpse, stood on top of the pile of dirt, and flipped the corpse over, pretending to be an injured Al-Qaeda member. Yi Qian had already hidden himself well and was paying attention to the movements in the room. When he heard a soft sound, he signaled to Xia Jinyuan to attack. The two of them quickly sneaked into the bungalow, guns in hand, and moved closer to the room. Through his night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw two gray robes hanging on a drying rack made of tree branches. He used the muzzle of his sniper rifle to gently roll up the two robes into his hands. He smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at him, and pointed at the door from which the soft sound came. The two of them approached from the left and the right. 1, 2, 3, break the door. The two people guarding the door kicked the old wooden door open. At the same time, Yi Qian threw the two robes inside. Gunshots came from inside the room and pierced through the two robes. The bullets shot out from the door and fiercely hit the wall outside. Long range. Large caliber. This was a sniper rifle. Chapter 543. Seeing that the bullets had traveled so far, the two of them fired blindly in the direction of the bullet's trajectory, suppressing the enemy's firepower. Under the cover of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Jian, who was on one knee, rolled into the room as soon as she entered. With the help of the night vision goggles, she saw a figure squatting beside a table in the green room. It was a man with deep facial features, dark skin, and short limbs. He was indeed holding a sniper rifle. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she aimed at the man's wrist and fired. The first shot hit the man's knee, and the second shot hit the man's right hand. The bullet penetrated his palm, and after the two shots, the man screamed in pain. He didn't scream after the two shots, and even when his bones were broken, he swallowed back his tears of blood. How's the situation on your side? Xia Jinyuan was tying the man's hands behind his back with a belt when J5's voice came through the earpiece. We've pried out a truck with a full tank of gas. It's best to take the hostage and drive away. Yi Qian handed the sterile belt to Xia Jinyuan and reported their situation in English. We've caught the target. He's a big fish and is useful. Where's the jeep? We can leave immediately. He then sprinkled some hemostatic medicine on the man who had been shot twice. As for the bullet, he didn't even think about it. It was already a mercy that he didn't shoot him to death. At this moment, all the firepower was concentrated in the south. There were still some stray bullets in the northwest, but it was a piece of cake for the Snowfield Brigade to get rid of these guys who were shooting blindly. The 5 guys that they wanted to secretly bring back to China didn't affect the speed of the Snowfield Brigade, but one of them was a little unlucky. A stray bullet hit him directly in the shoulder blade, and the bullet got stuck in his bone, causing him to scream in pain. The 5 of them had a piece of cloth stuffed in their mouths, and even if they wanted to speak, they had to spit out the thing in their mouths first. The truck was usually used by the Al-Qaeda members when they went out. When they found the parking lot, 2 of the tires were shot out, the windshield was shattered, and a row of bullet holes were ejected from the back of the truck. There were still dozens of bullets in the truck. Alert, guard against stray bullets, change the wheel, check the fuel tank. A series of tasks were done in an orderly manner and were carried out quickly. G3 held the wheel, and Yi Qian picked up a wrench and deftly removed the wheel. His movements were so skillful, he looked like a mechanic. G3 was stunned. You've learned this before? I've trained with the motorist for a month. I have an hour every day to learn how to repair a car. I can change a wheel. Sweat dripped from Yi Qian's forehead onto the back of G3's hand. Okay, remove the jack and change the front wheel. G3 silently rolled the tire that had been punctured by bullets to the side. He took out a jack and placed it on the front wheel. Then he saw Yi Jian unscrewing the big nut with a wrench. G3 couldn't help but chuckle. You're really good at everything. Reconnaissance, sniping, assault, car repair. I guess you know how to drive too. I'm still dreaming of being a soldier at such a young age. What a silly boy. What a silly boy. Yi Qian changed the 2 wheels in 2 minutes. After he was done, he smiled and said, I'm still far behind you guys. I still have to work hard. Done, retreat. Next, they just had to rush the truck to escape the tiger's den. Chapter 544. In order to prevent the 5 important targets from playing any tricks, the members of the Snowland Brigade took out sterile straps and tied their feet. Then they struck the back of their necks and knocked them unconscious. Like sandbags, they were thrown to the back of the truck. Fuck, why are all the people left behind a bunch of noobs? Even if they don't know how to shoot, they're still here. Before the truck even started, a string of stray bullets swept in their direction. They were shooting blindly and did not care about running out of bullets. It was obvious that they had not received any training. V8 slung his rifle over his back. Under the cover of his comrades, he stepped on K7's hands that were folded over his knees and used the force of K7's hands to flip onto the roof of the garage. The stray bullets made it so that even the truck could not drive out. They had to find this guy who was wasting bullets. As the distance was very close, J5 saw through his night vision goggles that 2 Pakistani government soldiers were also suppressed by the stray bullets. They did not even have a chance to poke their heads out. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets hit the entire mud wall like rain and sent dust flying everywhere. Of the 2 Pakistani government soldiers, the one underground is probably dead. The stray bullets are in the house at my 10 o'clock direction. There are at least 2 of them. V8 did not make a move immediately. After he finished his reconnaissance, he whispered into his earpiece, "Fire at random," requesting a sniper. He did not get down from the truck but requested a sniper over his earpiece. Yi Qian was the sniper here, so she could only go up. When Yi Qian, who was already lying prone in the trunk of the truck, heard this, she quickly got up and jumped down from the truck with one hand on the fender. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of security, warned her in a low voice, "Be careful." Yi Qian laughed. "I'm a sniper to begin with. I've been carrying this sniper rifle for more than 10 hours without firing a single bullet. Now that I can finally put it to good use, I didn't carry it for more than 10 hours in vain." After she said that, she could hear the chuckles of her teammates through her earpiece. This young lady was really interesting. She was only 16 or 17 years old, but she was already carrying a sniper rifle and fighting enemies with them at night. She was their comrade who did not wear a military uniform. When T6 saw this, he wanted to whistle. This young lady was really energetic. Her nimble movements were pleasing to the eye. It wasn't like when he went to a high school to lead a team for military training in his first year in the army. Those girls would start complaining about how uncomfortable they felt after standing for 10 minutes. Just look at Yi Qian. She's a woman who doesn't lose out to men. Just looking at her makes me feel comfortable. The light from the fire in the south illuminated the area he was in. Yi Jian climbed up the car with the help of the K7. He cautiously glanced at the base village that was already riddled with holes. The windows that were shattered by the gunfire were dark and gloomy. No one knew if there were still Al-Qaeda members hiding in there. 10 o'clock, at least 2 targets. Wide field of vision, suitable for sniping. Yi Qian said very softly as he carefully crawled down. He observed his surroundings and said to V8, 20 centimeters to the left. That's the best sniping position. She set up the sniper rifle that she had not used tonight and aimed it in the 10 o'clock direction. She began to accurately calculate the shooting range, wind speed, and how much the airwaves caused by the bombardment would affect the deviation of the bullet's trajectory. When she felt that there was a 99% chance of success, Yi Qian decisively and confidently pulled the trigger. The bullet came out of the barrel with a bang. After calculating its precise trajectory, it accurately hit the target that she could only see half of his head through her night vision goggles. Chapter 545. The bullet flew for 2 seconds and hit its target accurately. It was as if the bullet had entered the skull, pierced through the skull, and embedded itself into the wall of the room. The target didn't even know what had happened. He didn't even hear Yi Qian's gunshot before the Grim Reaper reaped his life. "There's one more target, we need to change positions." V8, who was acting as an observer, immediately spoke after Yi Qian fired the first shot. He even began to move his body, preparing to quickly change positions. Everyone knew that as long as a sniper fired the first shot, it was equivalent to exposing their position. Even if the enemy didn't know where they were hiding, their bullets would still shoot blindly in the direction of the gunshot. However, Yiqian didn't. There was another hidden Al-Qaeda member who was probably frightened. The stray bullets paused for at least 5 minutes and seconds. It was during this short 5 seconds that Yiqian's eyes flashed with a strange light. She moved her sniper rifle slightly to the right. In that instant, the light in her eyes changed. It was also in that instant that she fired a second shot. V8 stared closely at Yiqian, who didn't even need his reminder to fire a second shot. Fuck, this works too. The Pakistani government troops who were pinned down by stray bullets quickly realized that the Al-Qaeda members had encountered a sniper. They thought it was one of their own snipers. When they heard that the stray bullets had stopped, they cautiously fired a few shots in front of them. Then, they stood up from the corner of the wall and continued to advance. Until now, they still didn't know that the sniper wasn't sent by the government. Yi Jian, who had completed the sniping, did not feel any sense of victory. There was a dark color in her dark eyes, which was so tight that it sank into the depths of her pupils. She lowered her eyes, and even her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. She put away her sniper rifle and said to J5 with both hands on the barrel, "They haven't been through strict training. Whether they encountered a sniper or not, they probably can't tell. If they can finish it off with 2 shots, they'll finish it off in one place." Daring to gamble, V8 praised sincerely and gave Yiqian a thumbs up. "I'm impressed, Yiqian." It was extremely rare for a Special Forces soldier to say that he was impressed. Yiqian did not feel proud at all. V8 was not a sniper, so he found it unbelievable. He believed that if the snipers in the Snowfield Brigade saw this, they would at most say, "Not bad." But if Uncle Chen were here, he would only say, "You've made some progress." It wasn't courage, nor was it a gamble. It was confidence. He believed that he could snipe twice in a row, 1 target per shot. On the battlefield, especially as a sniper, the worst mistake one could make was to gamble. Gambling was something that was uncertain, and what a sniper needed was certainty, and accuracy. After all, V8 did not know Yiqian very well. In his mind, he was more or less thinking that the young lady was not scared out of her wits when she first stepped onto the battlefield. Instead, she held her gun and fought against the veterans like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Even though he was in the assault position, he still had experience with sniper rifles after being in the military for so many years. He more or less knew how to shoot twice in a row without changing positions unless the position was very good and the target was clear. Only then would there be 2 or 3 shots. Just now, their position was average. The first shot would expose them, and the second shot would be equivalent to giving the opponent a chance to shoot. That was why he said Yiqian was daring to gamble. Xia Jinyuan did not say anything at that time. After the 2 of them came down, he said calmly, "It's not a gamble, it's a calculation." She shot very quickly, and the target did not have time to retaliate. Chapter 546. V8 felt that he had to think twice before speaking in the future, especially when speaking to Yiqian. He had to think twice in front of Q King. Cover G3. Copilot, Case 7, suppress fire. Rear compartment, suppress the left and right. Yiqian, bring up the rear. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan immediately arranged a battle plan to rush out. They were facing gunfire and had to be careful of artillery. However, there was a lot of firepower in the south, and the heavy weapons of the Al-Qaeda organization were all concentrated in the south. This meant that the chances of encountering rocket launchers would be lower, but it could not be ruled out. 1 rocket launcher was enough to blow the entire car up into the sky. It was better to be safe than sorry. They had to use firepower to suppress the enemy until they had no chance to attack. At 10:30 p.m., after solving the problem of stray bullets, the truck finally started and drove out of the smoke-filled battlefield. The lights were not turned on. After contacting the Pakistani government forces outside with a satellite phone, they got the location of the exit. The truck was driven almost at the speed of a race car by G3. Boom boom crack crack. It was so bumpy that they rushed out of the exit. The Pakistani government forces nearby already knew that the truck driving out from the east was one of their own. Naturally, they would not shoot by mistake. However, with such a big guy driving out, more bullets would be fired at the truck. The Pakistani government forces were very generous. When the commander knew that the Chinese soldiers were coming out, he immediately sent troops to support them. Friendly reinforcements. That saves us a lot of trouble. V8, who was holding a satellite phone in his hand, cut off the communication. He immediately said, "Just rush out and suppress the firepower passing by. The Pakistani government forces will clear the surroundings." After a slight pause, he said, "We can't rely on others, especially our friendly forces. Brothers, we have to rely on ourselves." K7 was sitting in the co-pilot seat. He and G3 did not fasten their seatbelts, nor did they close the door. Any experienced Special Forces soldier who drove out of the battlefield knew that the large size of the car itself was a target. Once there was heavy firepower, the first thing to do was jump out of the car. The door was not closed so that it was easier to jump out of the car. Rushing out was much harder than sneaking in. However, with a vehicle in hand, as long as the car didn't catch fire, the wheels didn't explode, and the driver didn't get shot, and with a little bit of luck, suppressing the enemy with firepower would greatly increase one's speed. The grenade in his hand was meant to be used when he was retreating. K7 saw about 5 or 6 men in long robes rushing towards him, so he threw a grenade at them. Amidst the screams of agony, the car was jolted to the point that it sent people flying. With a loud boom, the car passed through the smoke and flames. Yi Qian felt a warm breath on her back. Then Xia Jinyuan, who was on her right, lifted his leg and rubbed it against her back. A piece of clothing that had been ignited by the explosion landed on Yi Qian's back. Although jungle camouflage was fireproof and waterproof, a piece of cloth that was on fire would still set the camouflage uniform on fire. "Don't move." When the car rushed out of the flames of the grenade, Xia Jinyuan thought of turning sideways to check on Yi Qian. He had always been quick to react, so when he noticed the situation, he immediately used his leg to extinguish the flames. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Yi Qian only had a slight burn and was not seriously burned. The car bumped and turned. Along the way, Yi Qian didn't feel the G3 braking, so sometimes her whole body would be thrown to the left and then to the right. Her shoulders were even numb by the time she hit them. Chapter 547. Because the car was swaying left and right, the Al-Qaeda members who were shooting at the car lost their aim and could only watch as the car drove away. On the other hand, the Pakistani government forces were using all their firepower to suppress the people in the dark, so the G3 was able to drive the car so fast that Yi Qian wondered if the spring would break as it sped out of the village. When the car rushed into the area controlled by the government forces, the bullets finally ran out. Other than Q King, who still needed to rush out, everyone instantly relaxed their limbs. Xia Jinyuan turned over to Yi Qian, who had also relaxed her limbs, and used his helmet to gently touch hers. "Go back and let the doctor check your back and see if there are any other injuries on your body." Because he was choking on the smoke, his originally low voice was deep and hoarse, as if he hadn't drunk water for a few days, so hoarse that it was dry. Yi Qian could only feel the smell of smoke and blood in her mouth. She gently closed her beautiful lips and let out a long sigh. "It's not a big problem. Go back and treat it with alcohol and disinfect it." The car bumped again. J5's voice was lazy as he said, "G3, you can drive more steadily. The government forces are covering the back. Even if there are stray bullets, they will be blocked by the human bulletproof armor." "My stomach, I'm going to throw up last night's meal." As for the 5 people who needed to be secretly escorted back to China, they were not like the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Their heads were not protected by helmets, and they were not wearing high-performance camouflage uniforms. When they rushed through the grenade fire, one of the young men woke up from the pain. Xia Jinyuan secretly held Yi Qian's hand. Because there were 5 other Chinese in the car who needed to be secretly escorted back to China for interrogation, Xia Jinyuan said in English just in case, "This is a battlefield, and the firepower is not even medium. The only choice is to accept it." From her short answer, he could hear that she was a little emotional. Everything was fine before, so why did she suddenly become emotional? Hearing his words, Yi Qian suddenly took the initiative and held Xia Jinyuan's hands tightly. After a while, she said with difficulty, "Captain Xia, The people I shot just now were two children. The two of them were probably young children who were about her age. She also spoke in English, which was like her mother tongue. Tonight, she spoke in a foreign language with great difficulty and difficulty. Yi Jian held his hand tightly. Her heart was trembling, and even her voice was trembling. Before the second shot, I heard a voice. It was a voice that was so young that it was still in the puberty stage. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching her calmly, Yi Qian. That's not a child. You're holding a gun to protect our country, but he's holding a gun to kill. Do you know how many innocent people die in the hands of these teenagers every year? A lot. The youngest one was just born. Listen, Yi Qian. As long as the enemy picks up a gun, as long as he fires the first bullet at us, there is no difference between children and adults in your eyes. There is only the enemy. They are the targets we need to get rid of. For the sake of the innocent people who need our protection, for the sake of peace in the future, these people are the cancer that we must get rid of as soldiers. Chapter 548. You have to be worthy of. The two of them held hands tightly. Xia Jinyuan wrapped her hands tightly with his and transmitted strength to her with his smoke-stained hands. You have to be worthy of the camouflage uniform you are wearing, worthy of the country's expectations of you, and worthy of the training that the army has given you. When Yi Qian found out that the target was the same age as her, she almost chose to give up. This was a normal mentality and a necessary psychological process. However, Yi Qian suppressed this thought and chose to shoot normally. At that time, she thought that if she chose to give up, then the bullet would very likely hit her comrade. It was this thought that made her pull the trigger. She did not waver at all, calmly and decisively pulling the trigger. Yi Qian, don't use your kindness in the wrong place, and don't use your pity on the wrong person. Do you know why the Major General wants you to participate in the battle? He believes in you. He believes that you can become an outstanding Special Forces soldier and that you can fight alongside us. This was a very bad mentality. He had to stop it tonight. He had to make her understand that once she put on the military uniform and picked up a gun, she was no longer alone. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed all this time, opened her eyes when she heard his angry reprimand. She turned her head to look at Xia Jinyuan. In the bright red light, she saw the coldness in his dark eyes, as well as the deep encouragement he was giving her. There was no anger or disappointment. Instead, he was encouraging her and enlightening her. The earpiece was not turned off, so everyone heard it clearly. They were all waiting for Yi Qian to speak. This kind of thing was not something that could be accepted just by listening to others. She had to understand and accept it herself before she could walk out of this hurdle. When facing obstacles on the battlefield, only she could help herself. Yi Qian did not answer immediately. She was taking deep breaths. She actually understood the general principles. Because she understood, she did not hesitate to shoot even though she knew that the target was a child, a person her age. She remembered that year when Xia Jinyuan appeared in the classroom in his military uniform. Zhang Bin, who was sitting beside her, whispered, "What a scary gaze. I bet he must have killed someone before." What did she say back then? Her answer was, even if he has killed someone, he is still a bad person. They were soldiers, and it was their duty to protect the country. The people who were killed were those who deserved more than death. It was really different from saying it aloud and personally experiencing it. However, one's beliefs could not be changed. Wearing a military uniform and holding a gun, one was a soldier. One was a soldier who protected the peace of the motherland. One was the nation's sword and the people's shield. She did not kill the innocent. Even if the other party was of the same age, he was the first to take a gun and shoot her comrade. They were the members of Al-Qaeda. Regardless of age, they could only differentiate between friend and foe. His undulating breathing gradually calmed down, and he exhaled a mouthful of foul air. He looked firmly at Xia Jinyuan, who was still staring at him. "I got it. Thank you, Q King." It was not Captain Xia or Xia Jinyuan, but his comrade with the code name Q King. "You don't have to thank me. I'm just reminding you. In the end, you can only be yourself." There was a faint smile in his deep and dark eyes. His lowered voice brought a warmth to Yi Qian's heart amid the rumbling sound of the truck. Rest for a while. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep. The only thing they did not have to worry about in this operation was the ending. They would leave after the battle, and the Pakistani government would take care of the rest. Chapter 549. Sleep on your lap? The only thing the Chinese soldiers brought into the base from their own country during this operation was the camouflage uniform they were wearing. There was no longer any trace that could indicate that the Chinese soldiers were involved in this operation. It wasn't until midnight that Xia Jinyuan turned on his satellite phone and contacted the Major General in the hotel after the car drove out of Magla Mountain. After hanging up, Xia Jinyuan said to the G3 soldiers, "Everyone will take turns driving and resting for an hour before we head to the Pakistan military airport." Then he said to Yi Qian, "Rest your head on my lap and have a good sleep. We'll arrive in the city in 3 hours." Normally, it would only take 5 hours to get there by car, but they had to drive for nearly 12 hours. "All right, I'll rest then. I'll be on sentry duty in an hour while you guys sleep." Yi Qian did not refuse. Although the car had already driven out of the war zone, Pakistan itself was a dangerous country. If they drove in the middle of the night, they might encounter armed robbers. Even if they were leaving the war zone, a sentry post was a must. The T6 soldier smiled and said, "We'll arrive in 3 hours. We're all brothers this time, so you can keep resting." In the end, there were only 2 sentry posts left. One was for the K7 soldier in the front passenger seat, while the other was for the V8 soldier. After switching to the J5, the rest of the soldiers started to rest. Compared to Yi Qian, the Snowfield Brigade members who had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights needed more rest. After 2 nights of fighting, they were also starting to feel a little tired. Yi Qian rested his head on Xia Jinyuan's lap while Xia Jinyuan laid down in the car. With the bumpy ride of the car, both of them fell asleep in less than a minute. However, the 5 Chinese in the car were not being obedient. They were secretly thinking of ways to escape, but they were always discovered at the first opportunity. They were beaten up again and then knocked out so that they would not have to struggle in the car. Another man who was shot wanted to escape but was powerless. His entire palm was crippled by a bullet and his knee bone was shattered. He was the one who wanted to escape the most, but he was also the one who was the least capable of doing so. As a result, he did not get beaten up so badly that he was scared out of his wits. Yi Qian's back was burned, so she could only sleep on Xia Jinyuan's lap. She could vaguely hear V8 beating someone up, but she did not open her eyes and peacefully fell into a deep sleep. With them around, she didn't have to worry about not knowing if danger was coming. This was their trust in each other, just like how they believed in her sniping skills. When Yi Qian woke up, the J5 stopped to refuel. She had just moved her head when a pair of gentle hands gently pressed on her shoulders. "Go to sleep. Good luck." Before they left, they had filled the tank with 20 liters of oil, just in case the car broke down halfway. When it was almost an hour's break, Yi Qian said softly, "I'll drive. You sit in the front passenger seat. Change out of the J5 and K7. What do you think? Did you sleep well?" Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes. The darkness of the night covered the blood vessels in his eyes, so Yi Qian could only hear his low and gentle voice. "You sound quite energetic." The side of her face was still resting on his strong thighs. As he spoke, Yi Qian could feel the muscles on his thighs slightly tense. Could it be that his thighs were numb from being used as a pillow? She hurriedly sat up and put on the helmet that was tied to the sniper rifle. "Are your legs numb? Let me massage them for you." His legs must be numb. After more than 10 hours of driving, a few hours of combat, and then an hour of not moving at all, he must be numb. Chapter 550. It was indeed a little numb, but he didn't expect her to massage it. He didn't even have the chance to stop her before she started massaging his thighs with her soft and slender hands. "Bear with it, your muscles are tense. You have to relax." Yi Qian's hands alternated between rubbing and patting. Xia Jinyuan didn't think anything was wrong at first, but when her hands got closer to his thighs, he suddenly realized something and quickly reached out to grab her wrists. The car happened to drive into a deep pit, and at the same time, the car's front wheels came out of the pit. Xia Jinyuan just happened to grab Yi Qian. As the car was thrown up, His body and hands were naturally thrown up as well. He made a big mistake. Yi Qian's hands were pressed against his crotch, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Firstly, it hurt, and secondly, no girl had ever touched his crotch before. This was a big mistake. Although she had never had a boyfriend in her 2 lifetimes, but, after all, she had been in medical school. How could she not know what she was pressing down on? Her face uncontrollably turned red. "I'm sorry." Yi Qian knew how much strength she had used to press down on his crotch. The car was shaking so much that she had to put all her strength into her right hand, and then, just like that, she pressed down hard on his crotch. Yi Qian, whose ears were burning red, wanted to pull her hand back. Xia Jinyuan, who was listening to her soft apology, also wanted to move her hand away. However, the J5 driving the car didn't know that this was a difficult road. Even though they tried to avoid the potholes, the car was still bumping up and down. As soon as he raised his hand, the tragedy happened again. Yi Qian, whose face was so red that it was almost dripping blood, fell on top of him. At the same time, she used her shoulder to support her body weight. Her right hand, which she hadn't managed to pull back in time, only had a small amount of strength left. So, she awkwardly pressed it down again. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't suppress it at this moment, the part of his body that had been awake for an hour. She had never hoped that she would be the soft one at this moment, and not the hard one. Awkward. Awkward. Only awkwardness. Are you awake yet? This road is not easy to walk on, it's full of potholes. J5's voice broke the awkwardness between the two just in time. My head is on top of the car one moment, then on top of the car the next. I feel like I'm a few centimeters shorter. Yi Qian withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. This hand was the culprit. Xia Jinyuan, please don't mention this to her later. She would be so embarrassed that she would jump out of the car. You can slow down a bit and pass through slowly. The strange and painful feeling made Xia Jinyuan suppress it for a while before his voice returned to normal. This was the first time it really hurt. It felt like it was going to be crushed. The second time, the feeling was even more subtle. Originally, the pain was so painful that it was showing signs of softening, but the little fox didn't hurt or itch at all. Instead, it pressed down with just the right amount of strength, causing it to regain its vigor. J5 responded, and the car slowed down a lot. It was very dark all around. Yi Qian, who was sitting alone on the side, took a deep breath. Based on the professional knowledge she learned in medical school, Captain Xia's part was probably crushed by her. Crushed parts had to be treated. In medical school, she heard from the professor that some male students didn't go to the hospital for the sake of their pride. In the end, they developed some dysfunction that affected their male function. Chapter 551. I'll take care of your injuries later. You. It took a lot of courage to say what she wanted to say. Yi Qian pursed her lips and turned off the headset. She took a deep breath and spoke English faster and more fluently. You'd better let the doctor take a look at your lower body. I wasn't on guard just now and used a lot of strength. I could tell from the sound of your pain that I hurt you. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. She spoke quickly and anxiously. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and left her flushed face to Xia Jinyuan, who was actually still in a state of awkwardness. He could tease Yi Jian from time to time, and even kissed her gently on the cheek twice. However, he was really in love with her, but he did not care about etiquette. He always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and did not have any improper intentions. She wasn't the only one who wasn't prepared. Even he didn't think too deeply about it. This time, it was purely an accident. He wanted to just let it go, but she went on a long tirade and sounded quite anxious. An unnatural expression appeared on his handsome face. After he calmed himself down, he said calmly, "Okay, I know. You don't have to worry about it. It won't be a big problem. Let the doctor take a look. Don't worry." Yi Qian was still worried that he wouldn't take a look, so she added, "You have to take care of your bruises as soon as possible. It can't be delayed." After a long silence, Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He chuckled softly and said, "Little fox, I was trying my best to avoid this awkward topic, but you brought it up again and again. I can't forget it even if I wanted to. Yi Qian. She was dumbfounded. Fortunately, it was still dark at night. Otherwise, Yi Qian felt that even the paint on her face couldn't hide her flushed face. Her behavior made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. She was a little fox who was as clear as water and had unfathomable power. Every time he saw her, he liked her even more. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yi Jian with his dark eyes. She didn't forget to put on her helmet even in the dark night. Seeing her beautiful side profile, his eyes became darker and gentler. Grow up quickly, little fox. T6 and the others were in front of the car and didn't notice what was going on here. The two of them had turned off their headphones, so their private awkwardness was covered up by the darkness of the night. Only the two of them knew about this. When the car reached a flat area, Yi Qian took over as the driver and Xia Jinyuan sat in the front passenger seat. How could one really sleep forever in the wild? While J5, K7, and V8 were resting, G3 and T6 didn't sleep anymore. One of them was on sentry duty, while the other was staring at the five guys who were gritting their teeth from the bumpy ride and making unsatisfied grunts. In the end, the T6 combatant bluntly knocked the five of them out. When he could no longer hear any grunts, he whispered to G3, "She's really good at everything. Isn't she just starting to show off? She's almost at the top of everything. Which unit did this young lady train in?" G3 had fought with Yi Jian a few times, so he should know more or less. The taciturn G3 looked around with his beast-like eyes. After glancing at the five people who had been knocked out at least 3 times, he said calmly, "It's a mystery. He didn't mention it, and we didn't ask either." It's indeed a mystery. This little girl should have been trained as a special forces soldier. If even the army knows about it, it looks like she has the support of the army. T6 narrowed his eyes and casually changed the topic. "The first thing we should do when we get back is take a shower. We won't do this again in the future. Let's sleep first before we talk about this." Chapter 552. With a female soldier with a sharp nose by their side, they had to pay attention to their image. G3 agreed with this statement. In the future, they would have to shower after training. As long as there were no accidents, Yi Qian would have no problem entering the Snowfield Brigade after graduating from the military academy. The Snowfield Brigade was not a special forces unit that could be exposed to the whole army. The top 10 special forces in China were a unit that could get close to the lives of ordinary people. And even if they got close to the lives of ordinary people, they would not be special forces soldiers, but ordinary colonels. However, Yi Qian had received the Major General's approval to let her join the operation. This undoubtedly sent a signal that Yi Qian was very likely to join their unit. "She still doesn't know who we are. Don't think too much about it now," G3 added. T6 nodded in understanding. What he meant was that Yi Qian was still in the process of being assessed. Whether she could join or not depended on whether she passed or not. Yi Jian, who was driving, did not know that she had been spotted by a special force that was so incognito that it could not be found in the entire military establishment. She, who was driving seriously, finally forgot about the embarrassing incident just now and stopped thinking about it. Similarly, Xia Jinyuan did not mention it again. It would be awkward for both of them to talk about such things. It was fine to let it become a tacit little secret between the two of them. There was no need to be too explicit. Thinking about it once in a while, it felt good. After the car entered the city, they changed into the Urdu-speaking V8 and T6. The group of people drove directly to the military airport in Pakistan. The fact that one of the 5 people had been shot had already been reported to the higher-ups and the Major General of the army. When the car drove into the military airport, the first thing that was done was to inject all 5 people with special injections that would allow them to sleep for more than 10 hours. As for the Chinese person who was shot, it was not something that the Snowfield Brigade members handled. After sending him to the helicopter, they immediately took off and rushed to the China-Pakistan border to hand the 5 people over to the Linchuan military district. After that, the Pakistani government changed the team members into a nanny van. It was no longer a truck with bullet holes all around. Instead, it was a military jeep that was filled with fuel and looked very good. When the car drove back to the hotel in China, It was already 5 in the morning. After the car drove into the basement, they took off their helmets and clamped them under their armpits and got out of the car one by one. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to organize the team. There were many steps, including standing at attention and taking attendance. Yi Jian stood at the end of the line. She announced her name in a clear voice during the roll call, which instantly lightened the originally serious atmosphere. Q King, when we go, we can call each other, eh? The group was actually very tired. Although they were smiling, their eyes were bloodshot. However, their eyes were all bright. If there was a mission for them to carry out, they would definitely rush to the battlefield without hesitation. The first night was still okay. At least the information was known to the Snowfield Brigade members. Tonight was full of danger. No one was accurate. Even with an M16, they did not have enough bullets. In the end, they could only pick up guns to fight. Everyone's jungle camouflage was no longer as clean and tidy as it was before they set off. There was smoke and blood everywhere, staining the camouflage all over their bodies. The paint on their faces had faded, and the smoke remained on their faces. This was the Special Forces soldiers who had walked out of the fire of war. Even if they could die at any time, they still held on to their original beliefs. Chapter 553. Yiqian, leave the camouflage uniform to me. We'll get rid of it. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly, then said to Yiqian, don't leave anything with blood in the room. The camouflage uniform with blood stains shouldn't be left in her room. She definitely couldn't bring it back to China, so she had to get rid of it in the hotel. This battle was mainly a gunfight, so there wasn't much blood on her body. After entering the elevator, a few large hands were placed on top of a slender girl's hand. Yiqian looked at the large hands with dark red patches on them. Her hands were also stained with the enemy's blood. She was the same as them, a group of soldiers who fought on the front lines. As they smiled, Yiqian pursed her lips and smiled as well. Overlapping hands, releasing hands, celebrating the safe return of everyone. The leader and major general of the army didn't immediately ask them to report the situation. Earlier, when Xia Jinyuan was still reporting the situation in Magla Mountain, they told them to come back and take a good shower to relieve their fatigue before reporting the situation. Yi Qian looked at everyone's reflection in the elevator mirror. She looked at her own camouflage uniform, then looked at the sniper rifle on her back. Her hand couldn't help but gently touch the barrel of the rifle. She didn't even have enough time to touch the rifle before coming back. What a pity! Her small movements didn't escape the eyes of the Snowfield Brigade members. When they saw her small face full of paint, they quickly looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xia Jinyuan. Comrade, your little fox is a little reluctant to return the rifle. Hurry up and comfort her. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Qian, who was reluctant to part with the rifle, and said in a low voice, the rifle belongs to the Pakistani government. According to the rules, we have to hand it over. When we return to China, I'll take you to the army to get the rifle. I'm still thinking that I've been memorizing for more than 10 hours and only fired 2 bullets, but I'm still able to fight my way out. Yi Jian raised her head and looked at him with bright eyes. Every word she said was filled with determination. I've already walked out of this hurdle. 2 bullets opened up a bloody path for his comrade's safe return. Even if his hands were stained red with blood, he had no regrets. Xia Jinyuan and the others laughed. They said, our lives and your life, we are one life. We are a team that will fight for our comrades to come back alive. Because we are comrades that will fight together until victory. Comradeship was a relationship of life and death established through blood and fire, and it was even closer than blood brothers. It was a friendship of absolute sincerity, a friendship of life and death. There was no utilitarianism in it, nor was there any prejudice of the secular world. Similarly, on the battlefield, comradeship was the sustenance of life. Putting aside life and death, leaving safety to your comrades and danger to yourself, clearing everything with bullets and returning safely side by side. Just now, when she folded her hands to celebrate her safe return, Yi Jian's heart was lifted in an instant. The helmet and gun were first handed over to Xia Jinyuan. She went back to her room and took a hot bath that soothed all her pores. Then, she washed the smoke from the gunpowder off her body until only the fragrance of soap remained. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Yiqian looked at herself in the mirror until even her hair was clean. Then, she put on her clothes and walked out. There were small wounds on her face from the thorny vines, and the burn on her back was a little more serious. When she was bathing just now, the water still stung a little. Everything else was fine, except for some minor injuries. Yiqian, who took 8 minutes to come out, heard a knock on the door. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had finished cleaning up, coming over to take away her bloody camouflage uniform. When she opened the door, Yiqian was a little dumbfounded. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, while he was wearing a military uniform. His handsome face exuded the majesty of a soldier. His posture was tall and straight, like a mountain, while she had to change her clothes. Chapter 554. Professional soldiers were different after all. As long as the leader met them, they would change out of their training uniform and be in full military uniform. Looking at Xia Jinyuan standing in front of him, Yiqian's pupils constricted slightly. Xia Jinyuan's expression was solemn and cold. His handsome face was calm and reserved, exuding the majestic aura of a soldier. His collar and epaulets were golden and dazzling, like golden swords, exuding a biting coldness that made people not dare to look at him. It was probably because he had just gotten off the battlefield. His body was still wet. When he lowered his head and looked over, there was a hint of coldness in his clear eyes. Even the murderous aura that he had always concealed was exposed. Yiqian, who had been through life and death, looked up slightly. Facing the murderous aura that made people involuntarily fearful, he said calmly, "Sorry, it's a little rude of me to go like this. I'll change my clothes." Wearing the school uniform was better than wearing a fitness t-shirt with short sleeves. "That's good, you don't have to change. You don't have to report. Come with us to the doctor to treat your wound." Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. The murderous aura that was faintly exuding from his body disappeared in an instant, leaving only a reserved and noble aura. Like a pine tree facing the abyss, proud and unyielding. Yiqian laughed. "That's right, I can't be too formal." Reporting such things was left to Captain Xia and the other 6 professional soldiers. She just needed to rest after completing the mission. "You're aware that you're good at slacking off. You don't have to do it this time because you need to treat the wound on your back." Xia Jinyuan sneered. At this moment, Little Fox looked harmless. Her hair was wet, and her flower-like face was pale and crimson. She looked even more delicate and beautiful, like a hibiscus flower blooming in the morning dew. Flowers were easy to break, but Little Fox was definitely not an ordinary flower. Her face was like a flower, but her posture was like a spear, indomitable and unyielding. There were some small scars on her face. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his gaze narrowed. Although the scars were thin and shallow, they were flawless. He raised his hand and gently stroked the small wound on her chin. He said in a low voice, "You're going to be disfigured. Will Uncle Chen kill me when we go back?" Speaking of injuries, Yiqian's bright eyes flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. He would probably go and have a look at his own injuries. He hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I usually train with Uncle Chen, and my body is also injured. Where is the infirmary? What about the others? It's already over? Let's treat your wounds first, then we'll go see the leader. Little Fox did well tonight. She'll be recorded in the file again." The other 6 had already gone to the infirmary to treat some minor injuries on their bodies. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yiqian, whose expression was a little unnatural. With a meaningful smile on his handsome face, he took her to the infirmary as well. He bet that she was thinking about the embarrassing incident in the car just now. Sai, when faced with her, why did his originally healthy mentality give birth to a little darkness? This unintentional incident was definitely the most intimate contact his little fox had with a member of the opposite sex. He received her first time, and his mood was so happy that he even hummed a military song when he was taking a shower, and it was even a military love song. Yiqian could not have guessed Major Xia's joy at this moment. Her ears were slightly burning. She tried her best to maintain a calm expression on her face and followed him into the infirmary. When he asked about her injuries later, she definitely could not stay in the infirmary. She definitely could not listen to a topic that would make her feel so awkward that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Murphy's theorem. The more you are afraid of something, the more likely it will happen. Chapter 555. The leader went abroad for a secret visit. The medical staff around him was K7, but in reality, there were 2 professional medical staff accompanying him. They arrived in Pakistan 2 days in advance and did not go out. They were all on standby in the hotel. The infirmary was also in the hotel. Although it was small, it was enough to perform a small surgery. Someone was talking inside, and she could vaguely hear an unfamiliar voice saying, "What's going on? Did you guys get into a fight? Are you still soldiers? You guys went abroad to fight? Aren't you ashamed?" It was an unfamiliar voice and unfamiliar people. In the face of misunderstandings, she could only accept it calmly and not explain herself. "I don't feel good about it." Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and looked deeply at Xia Jinyuan, who was calm even in the face of misunderstandings. He said softly, "We don't need everyone to understand. We just need to know that what we do is right, right?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled. Seeing that she was no longer walking forward, as if she was deliberately avoiding him, he leaned forward slightly and his handsome face came closer to her. His sexy thin lips curved up slightly. "That's why I said, little fox, you have a high level of awareness and a strong psychological endurance. In the face of misunderstandings, the only thing we can do is to remain silent. Of course, we can't rule out the occasional use of violence." Looking at her bright eyes, Yi Qian's low voice gradually became deeper and gentler. There were too many complications that he could not understand. "Little fox, in the future, you might become someone like us. In front of the people you protect, you can't explain yourself. You can only listen and not say a word. Under this military uniform, there are both glory and bitterness. It depends on which one you choose. Fighting for glory is fighting for the country. If you choose bitterness, in the end, you will give up this military uniform and return to the path that everyone else has taken." He hoped that in the future, she would be able to face all misunderstandings calmly and not care too much about what others thought. She had to maintain her own principles and never waver. In his previous life, when Yi Qian learned to take good care of himself, he understood that he should never care about what others thought of him. He understood that the only person who could give him happiness was himself. The path you've walked, the people you've met, the words you've heard, and the things you've endured, even if they've hurt you, will eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. You'll grow, learn to be calm, and learn to be fearless. This was life, a mere 30,000 days of life. I'm actually someone who doesn't really care about how others look at me, but I feel a little sad when I hear such a misunderstanding." Yi Qian felt sorry for them when they risked their lives just to be misunderstood by others. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with his deep eyes and said in a low voice, "Is your heart aching?" Yi Qian nodded and sighed softly. "Yes, my heart does ache a little." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's handsome features instantly revealed a profound smile. "Silly girl, this kind of thing doesn't happen often. We'll deal with the minor injuries ourselves. The more serious ones will be treated by the military hospital, and the more serious ones will be sent directly to the military hospital in the capital. Let's go. They should be almost done cleaning up. We can go in now." He unbuckled his belt and let little fox, a girl, stand by the side. Those guys would probably spend half a day showing off their bodies. It would save them a lot of trouble if they went in later. When Yi Qian went in, G3 and the others had just finished cleaning up their wounds and were all getting ready. T6 said, "They're all minor injuries. They'll be fine after they go back and get the inflammation treated. There's no need to take any medicine." Chapter 556. The T6 combatant did not even know when the camouflage wound had appeared on his leg. It was only when he took off his camouflage uniform and took a shower that he realized there was a scratched wound on his calf bone. The doctor held a sterile cotton ball in his hand and cleaned out some fine black particles from the wound on the T6 combatant's calf. He was afraid that the doctor would prescribe medicine for him, so he spoke first. The doctor glared at him and said angrily, "Are you a doctor? Or am I a doctor?" "You're a doctor, you're a doctor." I'm just saving you trouble. The T6 combatant was also a talkative person. Seeing this, he kept his mouth shut but did not take the wound to heart. Indeed, these minor injuries did not require any medicine or injections. Who knew how many times they had gotten them in the past month? The doctor was not a soldier. He was just a doctor with strong comprehensive skills. When he heard that, he carefully handled the wound and said unhappily, "I'm a doctor. Now that you're injured, I'll take care of it. This isn't saving us any trouble. If you want to save us trouble, you have to first not get injured." He might have just said it casually, but it sounded like something was wrong. When the T6 combatant's face darkened, Yiqian also pursed his lips tightly. Why was this accompanying doctor so bad with his words? The atmosphere had changed, but the doctor did not notice it. He continued, "Of course a young man in his 20s has a good physique. It's not painful now, but when it hurts, he'll know to look for a doctor. Don't keep pushing yourself. Even if you push yourself, there has to be a limit." Young people like to take advantage of their youth and be a little reckless with their bodies. These young men were all full of energy when they went out. The injuries on their bodies were all medals of past glory. Although they had recovered, how could they be careless? If the old injuries were not treated properly and new injuries were added, it would hurt a lot. The doctor's attitude was a little arrogant, and his tone was not very good either. He was implying that the T6 combatant was talking too much and doubting his medical skills. The T6 combatant laughed. His gaze flickered, and he looked like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He sat down loosely and smirked before saying calmly, "If we don't work hard now, we won't be able to put it back together when we're old. We won't even have the strength to hold it up. People who walk different paths can't work together. Doctor, our path is different from yours. Even a small wound takes half a day to treat. Who knows how many bullets are coming our way? A civil official would never know the hardships of a military official. A person with a pen would never know how hard a person with a gun had to fight. He had to use his own blood to open a path so that his comrades behind him could walk through it safely. A small wound on his leg was nothing. A 5.8 mm bullet could directly shatter his heart into more than 10 pieces and blow his head out of his head. It was not appropriate for him to say such bloody words to the doctor, so he just politely said, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." That was a pretty good attitude of a T6. The other doctor was slightly older and was nearly 10 years older than the doctor who treated the T6 patient's wound. When he heard that, he looked at the 6 majors who were like fiends before looking at the young lady standing at the outermost edge of the group. He waved his hand and said, "Young lady, your back is injured, so go and lie down on the bed first. Little Wang, go and take a look at her. As for the rest of you, wait outside after you're done with your treatment." Although the T6 combatant's words were polite, he did not show them much mercy. The older doctor was afraid of making things worse, so he could only send the fiends away first. There were no bullets on their bodies, but they were all abrasions, scratches, and abrasions. They could leave after they were cleaned and disinfected. Yiqian, who had a slightly cold expression, looked at the doctor who had just made sarcastic remarks about a fight. He pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Doctor, they didn't get injured from a fight. They got injured while trying to save me." Chapter 557. She couldn't accept it. If the misunderstanding happened to her, she would just bear with it. However, she couldn't bear to hear the doctor misunderstand the soldiers who risked their lives to fight at the front line. "If it weren't for them, I might have gone to heaven tonight. Doctor, I'm the one who wants to save you trouble." The younger doctor, who was the Dr. Wang that the older doctor mentioned, raised his head and looked at the soldiers with 2 bars and 1 star. He felt a little scared. He coughed lightly and said unnaturally, "I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood." At least he apologized. Yiqian winked playfully at his comrades who all had cold expressions on their faces. Her bright black eyes rippled slightly, making K7 purse his lips and reveal a faint smile that lasted only for a second. Xia Jinyuan patted J5's shoulder lightly and said in a low voice, "You're the instructor. Take them out. People who walk different paths cannot work together. They're doctors and we're soldiers. One is at the front line and the other is at the rear. Don't expect others to understand us." It's fine as long as we understand it in our hearts. It's okay. We can accept it. J5 smiled and said to Yiqian, we'll go over first. We'll come over with him later. They didn't need others to understand them. As long as they understood each other and had a comrade who stood up for them to seek justice, misunderstandings were nothing. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and the sky was already slightly bright. Yiqian looked at the members of the Snowfield Brigade who walked past her. Only then did she realize that all 6 of them had the same military rank, 2 bars and 1 star. Even the military ranks in the same unit were the same. As far as she knew, the Special Forces also had different ranks. Why was Captain Xia's unit different? There were only 2 accompanying doctors, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian in the room. Dr. Wang checked the wound on Yi Qian's waist. There's a small burn on your back. Just apply some burn ointment and it'll be fine. However, the wound on your arm is a little inflamed and suppurated. It needs to be cleaned again. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting behind the blue partition, was unbuckling his belt. Hearing this, his heart tightened. Suppuration meant infection. Fortunately, the pus isn't big. I used a spatula to prick it open and rinsed it with normal saline. You just have to be careful for the next few days. The other party was a young lady. The younger doctor's tone was rather gentle. He removed the pustules and rinsed them. Inside, Xia Jinyuan explained his situation in a low voice. He did not feel embarrassed, but because Yi Qian was only a screen away from him, he lowered his voice to prevent her from feeling awkward. Do you feel any pain? The doctor understood and lowered his voice when he asked, but he couldn't control his voice so that Yi Qian couldn't hear him. Have you tried? When Yi Qian, who was cleaning the pus on his arm, heard this, he glanced at the cotton balls. He used his hand that could move to grab the cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears. When Dr. Wang saw this small action, he couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to avoid it. There's no need to have such a big reaction. These basic human structures are already taught in middle school biology. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't stuff the cotton balls too deep into your ears. You might need tweezers to take them out. Xia Jinyuan, who was inside, heard everything clearly. He even stuffed cotton balls into his ears. His face was probably as red as an apple from embarrassment. Chapter 558. There was a deep smile on his handsome face, and his sexy lips couldn't help but curl up. He sat up on the bed under the doctor's instructions and put on the military pants that he had taken off during the checkup. He tucked his light-colored military shirt back into the pants and fastened his belt, outlining his sexy and lean waist. After tying his bow tie, he picked up the military jacket that was neatly folded beside the bed and put it on. He said politely to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor." "You're welcome. There's no erectile dysfunction, just some congestion in the corpus cavernosum. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. You'll recover in about 3 days. Don't engage in marital activities in the meantime to avoid aggravating the injury." The doctor's voice was not as low as it was when he asked the question just now. Instead, he used the usual voice to remind the patient to be careful. Yi Jian, whose ears were stuffed with cotton, heard it clearly. Yi Qian, whose face was burning, just wanted to leave the infirmary that made it difficult for her to breathe. Doctors didn't have to avoid it, but she wasn't a patient or a doctor. She just wanted to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan's hand paused in the middle of arranging his collar. There was no change in his handsome face as he said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder, I'll be careful." Marital activities. He hadn't experienced marital activities before, so this problem didn't exist. He walked out of the blue partition, and his light footsteps alerted Yi Qian, who was already bandaging her wound. She looked up in shock at the man who was putting on his military cap. She looked at the handsome face under the cap, and her gaze stayed on him for at least 3 seconds. No erectile dysfunction. Could it be that just now? Her brain was burning and bubbling, but she could still remember some of the doctor's words. "Try to get up with your hand. Do you feel any pain?" "It's okay, it's not a big problem. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. Don't engage in marital activities during this period." It was like a spell that spun and popped up in her head, making her feel uneasy. She wanted to find a hole to hide in and calm down before coming out. Xia Jinyuan saw her staring at him in a daze. Her eyes were not exactly confused, but at least he could tell that she had something on her mind. It was just that her eyes were a little unfocused. Will her injury leave a scar? He also sat on the bed, his slender body leaning over slightly. As he asked, his eyes were fixed on Yi Jian's bandaged arm. He asked in a deep voice, "After all, you're a girl. The wound will be exposed as long as you wear a short-sleeved shirt. What if it leaves a scar? Is there any medicine that can fade it?" Dr. Wang took off his white cap and gloves, applied some alcohol, and turned on the tap to wash his hands. As he washed, he answered, "There will be a scar at the pustules, but for an injury like hers, it's easy to leave a scar. After she recovers, she can apply some ointment to lighten the scar." Xia Jinyuan memorized each of his words in his heart. After saying, "Thank you," he looked at Yi Qian and realized that her hibiscus face had become even redder than before. Her skin was originally as delicate as white glaze, but now it was redder than a flower. "Little girls are thin-skinned. Your face is so red that it's dripping blood," Dr. Wang joked. He took out a small bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. "After you shower, apply it until the scab comes off." Chapter 559. Beside her, the tip of her nose was filled with his scent. The faint minty scent could not hide his strong masculine scent. Thinking about how she had pressed his chest twice, Yi Qian could feel her heart trembling nonstop. Even her breathing became soft, for fear of disturbing him. As for the look in his eyes, Yi Qian knew that she did not dare to look at him at all. "We can go now. The leader is still waiting for us." She was so unnatural, as pure as a piece of white paper, leaving only his color. Xia Jinyuan had a meaningful smile in his eyes. He patted her shoulder and said, "After the meeting, there will be a 2-hour break. Today, you still need to interact with Miss Petty and her classmates." Yi Qian froze when he patted her. She quickly stood up and looked at his back. She secretly adjusted her breathing before following him. Qin Xiu was holding a document and translating it to the leader. "The reclamation equipment will be provided by China, a total of..." This was a reclamation project contract between China and Pakistan. Once the contract was signed, the Ministry of Commerce of China would come forward to negotiate until the leaders of China and Pakistan signed the contract. The reclamation project was undoubtedly beneficial to China. It seemed that China had lost money by providing the equipment and funds, but in the long run, China had the legal right to use the land for 30 years. Moreover, China also legally owned the resources in the sea. Once the reclamation was successful, China's warships would have a safe and reliable harbor. At the same time, it would promote trade between China and Pakistan, achieving a win-win situation. As the leader listened, he occasionally nodded slightly and pointed out some clauses that were not beneficial to China. "Near the sea, how far is near? It has to be clear. It has to be digitized and specific." As long as the leader pointed out a point, Qin Xiu would immediately note it on the contract. He would not miss a single word. Everyone's sleep time was limited. Although the interview was scheduled to last 7 days, the Chinese knew that the sooner it ended, the better. A secret interview was not a fixed time, unlike a public interview where the itinerary was fixed. This afternoon, Xiao Yi will be visiting Miss Petty's school. Later, tell her to rest in the hotel in the morning. She doesn't need to accompany me. The leaders made some adjustments to Yi Qian's arrangements. Originally, Yi Qian was supposed to go to a school for an exchange yesterday, but because of what happened the night before, the Pakistani government canceled the trip and suggested that Yi Qian and Miss Petty be hospitalized together for observation. The Chinese side refused and secretly arranged for Yi Qian to go on a mission with the special forces. He had to rest this morning. After all, he was a student, not a real soldier. Qin Xiu put the contract back into the folder and handed it to the staff member who handed it over. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he asked, "According to the plan, the visit will end tomorrow. Do you want to prepare to return home early?" "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. We'll be back tomorrow night. There's no need to stay any longer." The leader looked at the time. It was already 6 in the morning. "Go and check on the Major General. I have a few questions for him." He was referring to the members of the Snowfield Brigade. When Qin Xiu came over, the Major General had just finished his conversation with Yi Qian. After staying in the leader's room for another 10 minutes, Yi Qian returned to his room. She had the entire morning to rest, which meant that she did not have to meet with Xia Jinyuan for the entire morning. Yi Qian, whose face was covered in the blanket, let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her tense face. Finally, she did not have to face Captain Xia for the time being. Chapter 560. Just as Yi Qian made an awkward sound under the blanket, he heard a knock on the door. His scalp tightened, and he held his breath for a while. He didn't get up immediately, but listened to the movement outside. Yi Qian, I'm Qin Xiu. Standing outside the door, Qin Xiu, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, said politely, You need to go to school this afternoon. The higher-ups asked me to bring you a set of clothes. So it was Qin Xiu. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at his own nervous behavior. He patted his face and calmed himself down before opening the door. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on her arm. The white bandage was quite eye-catching. Then he looked at her face. Because of her fair skin, the faint dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious. She was indeed tired. Qin Xiu, who was about to come in, stood at the door and smiled. This is for you. It's already dry-cleaned and ironed. Just now, the higher-ups called the Foreign Affairs Department and criticized the relevant staff for their lack of consideration. Everyone has at least 2 sets of formal wear, but they only prepared 1 set for you. This is a work mistake. Yi Qian didn't expect that the higher-ups would worry about his school uniform. He explained with a straight face, 1 set is enough. I don't need to wear the school uniform every day. There's no need to change it every day. 1 set is more than enough. You don't have to explain anything. This is indeed a work mistake. Under normal circumstances, 1 set of clothes is fine. But now that we're on an overseas visit, there are too many uncertainties. Preparing an extra set is a responsibility to your work. Qin Xiu had a good grasp of his tone and rhythm when he spoke. When he smiled, his voice was gentle, like the wind blowing through willows. When he talked about work, his tone dropped a little. Although he was still smiling, there was an invisible pressure that made people feel cold. He was a qualified foreign affairs staff member, and also an impeccably qualified translator. As the official translator of several national leaders, his redeeming qualities were incomparable to ordinary translators. He wouldn't explain too much about work to Yi Qian. Everyone had their own duties, and everything had its own correct process. In order to achieve one's position, one had to take care of every aspect of one's work. Not preparing an extra set of clothes sounded like a small matter, but there were no small matters in foreign affairs. A mistake was a mistake. He wouldn't explain too much to Yi Qian. He only reminded her that since the higher-ups were involved, it wasn't something she could interfere with. She had to understand that she didn't have the right to explain the staff members' mistakes. Yi Qian immediately, Okay, I understand. Then, she weighed the paper bag in her hand and smiled, Thank you for bringing my school uniform. You're welcome. Also, I just asked the hotel to prepare breakfast for you. The guards will send it over in 5 minutes. Qin Xiu saw that she understood what he meant and laughed in his heart. This girl was indeed a rare talent. His uncle was full of praise for her, and so were the higher-ups and the Major General. It was obvious that she would become a great person in the future. Raising his hand, the sleeves of his black suit moved up slightly with his movement, revealing a white shirt cuff that was as white as new. Even the buttons were exceptionally exquisite. An expensive watch with a silver metallic luster was also revealed. Chapter 561. He glanced at his watch, then looked up at Yi Qian with a smile. You don't have 5 minutes left. The dining car should be in the elevator by now. You can sleep after lunch. You'll feel full of energy when you wake up at noon. Also, the leader will be having lunch with Pakistan's Minister of Defense. After lunch at the hotel, a guard will come to pick you up. Seeing that Yi Qian was listening attentively and obediently, he pointed at the paper bag containing the school uniform. There's a Walkman and a cassette tape inside. The first song you listen to is a famous Pakistani nursery rhyme. It's easy to learn, and it might come in handy this afternoon. Even this was carefully arranged. Yi Qian couldn't help but look at Qin Xiu. Was his sense of direction really that bad? He couldn't tell. Qin Xiu left quickly. His back was long and slender, and he walked out of Yi Jian's line of sight calmly. The dining car followed him. It was as if he deliberately didn't want to disturb her breakfast. As soon as the dining car arrived, he left. After breakfast, Yi Qian slept until midnight. When he opened his eyes, all the energy he had expended over the past few days had returned, and he was full of energy. The guard in charge of delivering lunch to Yi Qian punctually delivered it at 12 o'clock. After lunch, he waited in the room for the guard to arrive. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Qian could guess who the guard was. Other than that dangerous man, who else could it be? 2 minutes, Yi Qian. Outside the door, Xia Jinyuan reminded him in a low and polite voice. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he waited for the little fox who avoided him like a snake to come out. Originally, he wanted to give her some time to calm down. After all, he was also embarrassed by the incident, but he didn't expect the leader to directly ask him to come and pick her up. He couldn't refuse because of personal matters. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was an adult man. How could he keep thinking about such a small matter? There was no taboo when it came to medical treatment. It was a matter of life and death that had to be explained in detail. Unexpectedly, the doctor's voice was a little loud. Even if the two of them wanted to pretend that they didn't hear it, they couldn't. At this moment, he had to be more serious. He couldn't let her continue to feel awkward. Therefore, he slightly tightened his voice and revealed a bit of coldness to let her understand that he was here for business. Yi Qian knew it was him. Although his breathing quickened, when he opened the door, Xiuyan's expression was indifferent, and the corners of her eyes were calm and cool. You don't need 2 minutes. You can leave now. Very good. She didn't notice anything unusual. Xia Jinyuan glanced at her indifferently. When he turned around, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Miss Petty's school is in the wealthy district. The security there will be much safer than the slums. The decision was made suddenly and we didn't tell the school in advance to prepare anything. This was to prevent someone from using this matter to do something that would be detrimental to the visit. The leader won't go to school. He'll be accompanied by a diplomat. I'll be in charge of security. I'll ensure your safety during the 2-hour exchange. The car was parked in the basement. The driver was a motorist sent by Zhang Nanhai. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door for Yi Qian to get in first. Then he bent over and elegantly got into the car. Both of them sat in the back seat. Yi Jian, who thought that he would sit in front of her, saw this and her body tensed up slightly. Her breathing became sluggish as he closed the door. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyelids drooped. Chapter 562. Even the glass was bulletproof. After the car started, Xia Jinyuan reminded the driver to drive faster. He turned to Yi Jian, who was listening carefully, and said, "After this afternoon's cultural exchange, we will go back home at 6 o'clock. You're going back today? Isn't that 3 days earlier than expected?" Yi Jian pursed his lips and whispered, "Did something happen that requires you to go back early?" Pakistan was indeed a dangerous place. Al-Qaeda and terrorists would appear at any time. It was good to go back early. Xia Jinyuan noticed that her tense body gradually relaxed as they talked. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Everything went well. That's why I was able to return home in advance. You can go back to the province tomorrow. What about the military training? Do you still need to go? It's okay if you don't go. You can rest in school for 2 days. The little fox had a strong ability to control her emotions. Although he liked to see her shy face, he hoped that she would be able to control her emotions well. Go back and participate in the military training. It's boring to stay in school alone. Yi Qian didn't think much and decided to go back and participate in the military training. After all, she had already gone back. There was no reason for her not to go back. She felt guilty for hiding the truth from her homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, who was very concerned about her. Xia Jinyuan nodded. That was fine too. She didn't have as much freedom in the province as she did in the town. There were many people in school and she couldn't stay in the dormitory all day. Participating in the military training would be more relaxing and free. There was a trace of guilt on her face just now. This trace of guilt was probably because of her homeroom teacher. Uncle Chen lived in the military area. Other than not being able to leave the military area, he could walk around freely in the military area. Therefore, her guilt was towards her homeroom teacher and classmates who cared about her. Little Fox had always been very soft-hearted towards people who were good to her. Yi Qian arrived at Miss Petty's school at 2:20 p.m. Although he didn't notify the school, they were notified before 10 a.m. The school immediately started to monitor the school. The car drove directly to the school. Miss Petty, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, saw Yi Qian get out of the car. She went up to Yi Qian and gave him a gentle hug. "Thank you, Jane. Thank you for protecting her the night before. Thank you for saving the children in the orphanage. Thank you for preventing the situation from worsening and for saving her father from being criticized by the public. We are friends. Friends don't need to thank each other." Yi Qian gently patted her on the back. Miss Petty, we're both lucky to be able to return safely and live under the sun. The diplomatic staff accompanying them was Qin Xiu. Every word that Yi Qian said was translated by him to the Pakistani teachers and students. They first toured the campus, then returned to the classroom to greet Miss Petty's students. When they talked about the cultures of the two countries, Yi Qian knew about the Pakistani culture in advance, so every word he said would receive enthusiastic applause from the Pakistani teachers and students. The atmosphere of the exchange was warm and harmonious. Yi Qian calmly answered the students' questions. One of the students asked Yi Qian if he was worried that the Chinese culture would be affected by foreign culture and disappear. For example, when she went to China last year, it happened to be Christmas. She sharply pointed out that the Spring Festival was a traditional Chinese festival, and Christmas was just a foreign festival. However, she saw that everyone was happy for the arrival of Christmas, and the Spring Festival was cold and cheerless. Chapter 563. Xia Jinyuan and Qin Xiu both looked up and stared deeply at Yi Qian. The student who asked the question almost said in Chinese, "You worship foreign things." How would she answer? How would she refute the other party until they were speechless? The accompanying Pakistani staff also realized that such a question was too sharp. Just as they were about to ask the next student, Yi Qian suddenly said in Urdu, "It's okay." Her sudden sentence in Urdu made Xia Jinyuan's lips curl up slightly. Little Fox was indeed a little fox. With her intelligence, she would definitely be able to answer such a sharp question calmly. Although she could answer it, since the Pakistani student had thrown a brick to attract jade, there might be even sharper questions coming up. However, Xia Jinyuan felt that there was no need to waste time, so he said to Qin Xiu, "We need to control the time of the questions. We need to leave the school before 4:30 p.m. It's already 4 o'clock p.m. His thoughts coincided with Qin Xiu's. Qin Xiu nodded and said in a low voice, "This is the last question. I'll talk to the teacher later." Miss Petty is also communicating with the staff around her. After Yi Qian answers, she can take a photo with the class as a souvenir and leave. "We can't take a photo as a souvenir." Xia Jinyuan pressed his lips together. There was a dark coldness in his handsome face. It's not appropriate for Yi Qian to take a photo of her in a war-torn country. Translator Qin, please communicate with the Pakistani staff. Last night, Yi Qian met with members of the Al-Qaeda organization. If she takes a photo with them, she might get into trouble. This really reminded Qin Xiu. Hearing this, he said with a solemn expression, "It's my fault for not thinking it through. Cancel the group photo. Just sing a local children's song with her classmates will do." She is prepared. Yi Jian, who was standing on the podium, was wearing a simple and exquisite navy blue slim-fit uniform. She, who represented the thousands of students in China, had a faint smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were shining with a bright light. She was calm inside. If a festival is a representation of culture, then our country is undoubtedly a country that accepts all cultures from all over the world and can accept the difference in foreign cultures. Hospitality is a good tradition of our country. A festival traveled across the sea to our country and was accepted by us. This is a big country's tolerance for foreign cultures. It is also a country's broad-mindedness. From what I understand, the two cultures will never clash, nor will they be forgotten. Just like our spring festival, it is also famous overseas. Could this be the annihilation of culture? No, this is precisely a kind of dissemination, letting more people know, and also letting more people accept it, bringing more happiness to more people. She paused for a moment. Under the gaze of several famous teachers, she stood on the podium like a pine tree and snow. With a faint smile, she had the aura of a great country. She said, "Take this student, for example. The language of Pakistan is Urdu, but you asked in English from beginning to end. Does this mean that you have abandoned your tradition and accepted a new culture? No, it's not that you have abandoned your tradition. You have accepted a foreign tradition, just like how Christmas was accepted by our country." What she said before was just a prelude. This sentence was the main point. The girl who asked the question had a faint smug look on her face, but in the end, she looked embarrassed. In the end, she had to sincerely say, "Thank you," and sit down under Miss Petty's cold gaze. This question was quickly heard by the Chinese leader, who laughed heartily. "That's why I said that the country will be strong if the young are strong. Little Yi is not bad. You can turn something invisible into something tangible. You can understand it at such a young age." Chapter 564. Wasn't that rare? The other party said that China worshipped foreign things and did not pay attention to its own traditions. Yi Qian first said that China was open to all cultures to express its attitude towards culture. Then he said that China was open-minded, which meant that China's people were hospitable and would not reject a festival that made them happy. Then he said that the girl had asked questions in English and did not speak her own language. He clearly told the other party that she had even abandoned her own language, so what right did she have to criticize China's acceptance of other cultures? After leaving the school, Miss Petty personally apologized to Yi Qian. That was enough. After all, it was not the Great Harmony. Moreover, she was not Chinese. No matter what, she could not be controlled. It was fine as long as the dignity of one's own country was protected. Qin Xiu took another car, but Miss Petty personally sent him over. He could only continue to stand beside Yi Qian until Miss Petty left. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian calmly. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I didn't expect the little fox to be so eloquent. I saw that girl's face turn green just now. I guess no one has ever dared to talk to her like that." In Pakistan, the rich had many servants, and these servants had very low status. Naturally, they did not have the guts to refute the words of their masters. Naturally, the girl would not like others to have opinions about her words. Yi Qian smiled faintly. His eyebrows were cold. Being on good terms does not mean that we are weak. If I don't block this kind of question, she will understand the arrogance of Chinese students. She will still think that she is God. Therefore, after the big leader returned to China, he mentioned several times that the student he brought along this time was a good student who made people feel at ease and was not afraid of being bullied. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Chinese leader who had finished the secret visit boarded the flight back to China. The Pakistani president personally sent him off, and his wife personally gave Yi Jian a set of gorgeous Pakistani girl's gauze dress with sparkling gems on it. She also welcomed Yi Jian to visit Pakistan again. Yi Qian naturally agreed politely. The 4-day visit ended with a gentle hug from the president's wife. When the plane soared into the sky, they saw the fiery red sun still hanging in the west. The color was bright and full of hope. Just like the leaders of this country, no matter how chaotic their country was, they still had a patriotic heart and worked hard for their country. During the 6-hour trip, the big leader and Yi Qian talked for at least an hour. He told the major general that the local troops must train Yi Qian well. He was a good seedling and must not be missed. He looked forward to seeing Yi Qian in a military uniform during the military parade one day. They arrived in Beijing at 12 o'clock midnight. The earliest flight to the provincial capital was at 5:20 the next morning. Yi Qian did not return to Beijing with the big leader. Instead, he stayed in a hotel next to the airport under Qin Xiu's arrangement. Xia Jinyuan stood beside the major general and watched as Yi Qian bid farewell to the big leader and the major general. When he brushed past her, his slender hand gently touched Yi Qian's hand. Under everyone's gaze, A piece of paper slipped into Yi Qian's hand. "Call me tomorrow morning. I will wait for you," he said as he walked past. Yi Qian looked at his slender back and pursed his lips slightly. After returning to China, she did not want to have too much contact with him. Was it wrong for her to have such thoughts? But she really did not want to contact him. It was still the same as before. Dangerous men should be kept away. Chapter 565. They could work together on missions and stay as far away from each other as they could in life. This is the room card and this is the plane ticket. Keep them well. I've set up a wake-up call service. The service staff will call you at 4 o'clock. Qin Xiu had been in charge of sending Yi Qian to the hotel. He took very good care of him and even prepared Yi Qian's military training uniform. This camouflage uniform was directly transferred from the army. It also has your school uniform. After you get off the plane, a car has been arranged. It will send you directly to the military training base. It's a little far and will take about 4 hours by car. It will arrive around noon. Qin Xiu was not only an interpreter by the leader's side. He also paid attention to the leader's residence and travel. The leader had arranged for him to take care of Yi Qian when he returned to the country and the province. This showed that the leader cared about Yi Qian. To Qin Xiu, Yi Qian was someone who had helped him before. He was even more attentive. "I'll send you back to the hotel now. Come walk this way." Under the light, the man's face was handsome. He had the calmness of a mountain. When he smiled, he looked like a jade tree facing a flower and exuded the elegance of a rich young master. He smiled at Yi Qian. Even the hotel receptionist blushed. He was really a gentle and elegant man. Yi Qian did not know how to appreciate a man's beauty. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "No need, Interpreter Qin. I know the way." "I know the way?" Qin Xiu's smile deepened. His eyes were very dark. When he smiled, it was as if there was a small whirlpool that could suck people in. "Classmate Xiao Yi, there's a deeper meaning to your words." Of course there was a deeper meaning. Yi Qian looked at his room card with smiling eyes. The room number was clearly written on it. "Thank you, Interpreter Qin. I'll go up first. Goodbye." He did not say goodbye because the chances of them meeting again were extremely rare. She held a camouflage travel bag in each hand and left with light steps. She didn't stop until she entered the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Qin Xiu saw her waving goodbye to him. "What an interesting girl." Qin Xiu waved back. After the elevator door closed, he said to the driver beside him, "Let's go back to the diplomatic compound first. When you were checking in for Xiaoya, Madam called and said that you can call her back to tell her that you are safe after you are done with your work." The chauffeur was the exclusive chauffeur sent by the Qin family to pick up Qin Xiu. He was very respectful to Qin Xiu. "Are you going back now? Or do you want to go back after getting on the bus?" Qin Xiu glanced at his driver and asked flatly, "Did my mom say anything else?" "No, he only said that you would give Madam a call after you're done with your work." Although Madam Qin's husband was a diplomat, she was also a businesswoman with a certain status in China. Therefore, she had the strong side of a businesswoman, and it was the same at home. She said that she wanted her son to call back, so she would definitely wait by the phone. Even though Qin Xiu was going home soon, he still couldn't avoid this call. "Mom, yes, soon." While Qin Xiu was talking to Madam Qin emotionlessly, Yi Qian had also returned to the hotel. She placed the note Xia Jinyuan gave her on the bedside table. After taking a shower, she quietly looked at the unopened note. Her eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. After a while, she turned off the lights and went to bed. The note was still unopened. At 4 in the morning, Yi Qian didn't even need to be woken up. She took the note in her hand again and slowly opened it. It was a phone number, not a personal number. Chapter 566. Xia Jinyuan had already turned in his cell phone before he left for the mission, so he had to wait until tomorrow to get his cell phone back. That was why he left his home phone number. Since he had broken his promise to Xia Jinyuan when he returned from Australia, Yi Qian still dialed this number. After about 3 rings, the phone was picked up and an extremely serious and authoritative voice came through. "This is Xia Xinhui." After about 3 seconds of silence, Yi Qian almost threw the phone out of his hand. "Xia Xinhui." She had seen this name often. She had often seen this Commander-in-Chief Xia's signature in military documents. Sorry, wrong number. This was the first time in his life that Yi Qian had lied. Yi Qian would forever remember the taste of lying and would never let it happen a second time. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished showering, walked out with steam all over his body. He had just heard the phone in the living room ringing, but now it was gone. It couldn't be Little Fox calling, right? He had asked her to call him when she returned to the provincial capital. Wrong number? Okay, it's okay. Goodbye. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't think much of it and thought that it was really a wrong number. After saying goodbye warmly, he saw his son coming down the stairs. He knew where Xia Jinyuan had gone for the mission this time and also knew how well his son had performed during the mission. Like father, like son. How could Xia Xinhui's son be wrong? The father and son sat in the living room and chatted. However, they didn't know that after Yi Qian hung up the phone, he grabbed his luggage and almost ran away. It was too scary. She actually called Xia Jinyuan's home, and it was Commander-in-Chief Xia's home. It definitely wasn't someone with the same name. She could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's military power through the phone line. How could it be someone with the same surname? At this moment, Yi Qian really didn't know what to feel. He just wanted to leave quickly, go to the airport quickly, board the plane quickly, and leave quickly. Xia Jinyuan didn't expect that Yi Qian had already called. He waited until 9 o'clock and still didn't receive a call, so he asked the guards at home if they had received a call from a girl. Naturally, the answer was no. Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal guard said, the Commander-in-Chief received a call at 4 o'clock in the morning saying that it was a wrong number. I heard the Commander-in-Chief hang up the phone and say with a smile, that girl is quite polite. Needless to say, it must be Yi Qian. Young Master Xia let out a long sigh. His luck with women was completely out of the question. He finally received a call from Little Fox, but he still missed it. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that the time when she had just finished showering and was going downstairs? After thinking about it, the corners of young Master Xia's mouth curled up slightly. His father had a habit of answering the phone with, I'm Xia Xinhui. Little Fox often moved around the army, so she must be familiar with Xia Xinhui. She would definitely recognize him as soon as she heard his name. Poor little guy, he didn't know if he was frightened at that time. Yi Qian, who was so frightened that he flew back to the provincial capital, got into the military car. Listening to the familiar accent, the guilty conscience in his heart disappeared little by little. In the provincial capital in October, it was the time when the tiger was running amok. At noon, the bright sun shone on the students who had just completed their military posture. Each and every one of them was drenched as if they had just walked out of a rainstorm. They were sweating profusely. When the instructor said that they were done with the military posture, the students who were exhausted couldn't care less. They collapsed on the ground and didn't want to get up. Damn it, I thought I could teach her a lesson through the military training. Who knew that she didn't even participate in the military training? That bitch Yao Jing, now she's pretending to be noble and aloof, as if it's none of her business. Just looking at her makes me angry. Chapter 567. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The untouchable Yi Qian boy who was wearing a military camouflage uniform said fiercely. He touched the shoulder of the boy beside him and said, Do you have any other ideas, kid? Weren't you in the same class as her? Don't you know her flaws? Brother Luo, I really don't know. Yi Qian used to be invisible in class. If you spoke a little louder, you would have scared her. Ying used to take good care of her. She would help whoever bullied her. Later on, for some reason, the two sisters became estranged. In my opinion, it's Yi Qian's fault. It has nothing to do with Yi Ying. As the boy spoke, he heard the instructor whistle. He patted his butt and climbed up from the shade. He smiled and said, Brother Luo, let's have lunch later at the same old place. Our class is gathering. We'll leave first. Luo Ran, who didn't even have the strength to get up, waved his hand. He frowned and said unhappily, Oh, see you later. Damn it, I don't believe I can't take care of a little girl. Brother Luo, you have to be careful. Yi Qian is a little strange. The boy who left said in a low voice. He then ran back to his class to gather before the instructor's whistle was dropped. The military training sites of all the middle schools in the province were concentrated in the province's Chemical Defense Regiment. There were a total of 4 schools during the 7-day National Day holiday. A few thousand people were concentrated in the Chemical Defense Regiment for military training. Although there were many people, many old classmates who didn't study in the same school after graduating from middle school were able to gather. The province's #1 middle school was a school that was difficult to get into even if you had the money. Every time it was disbanded, there would always be students from other schools looking for their old classmates. Gradually, even Liao Jian, who studied in #16 middle school, got in touch with Yi Ying again. It wasn't that they got in touch again. At least he knew that Yi Ying studied in the province's #1 middle school. A few days ago, her father went to the countryside and mentioned to his father that they were both in the same Chemical Defense Regiment. He even laughed and said that they were from the same town and were classmates. It was because of this sentence that he spoke to Yi Ying, who had come to the military training to look after the students' bags and hand them water. It was an accident that he met Luo Ran. He was almost beaten up by Luo Ran because he spoke a few more words to Yi Ying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided the disaster. Why did Yi Ying attract so many boys? Wherever he went, there would be people standing up for him. It was all because of Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian someone to be trifled with? Liao Jian's legs were sore from all the standing under the instructor's orders. He thought back to that year when he was in the province's #1 middle school. He saw with his own eyes Yi Qian climb from the 1st floor to the 7th floor with his bare hands, and then from the 7th floor to the 1st floor with a whoosh. From then on, no matter how much he couldn't swallow the resentment in his heart, he could only swallow it. He couldn't afford to offend people. If he did, he might even get himself into trouble. It was best to stay away from them. Yi Qian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. That boy over there, you come out. At ease, attention. I've taught you for 5 days and you still haven't learned? Come up. The instructor standing in front noticed Liao Jian's absent-mindedness and pointed at him rudely. This was a very common thing in military training. Whoever was caught by the instructor could only say that the student was unlucky. There were thousands of students in the 2 middle schools. At noon, they even had to line up for lunch. Fortunately, the Chemical Defense Regiment was big enough to accommodate the students of the 2 middle schools. It was also far from the city. It was located in a valley in the countryside, and the environment was quite good. Chapter 568. Yi Qian got out of the car and looked at the sentries on both sides. He wondered if he should call the school. Otherwise, how would he get in? The pass from the provincial military shouldn't be used here. Sigh, it was all because of his phone call. He was so guilty that he didn't even arrange his own matters properly. The driver was a soldier from the provincial military. Just as Yi Qian was hesitating about whether to call the school, he had already walked to the sentries of the anti-chemical regiment and showed his soldier pass. After saying a few more words, he smiled at Yi Qian. Show them your student pass and you can enter. No matter what kind of troop it was, even if it was only a battalion stationed there, it was a military important place. It was impossible to enter and leave casually. There were clear rules that no one could violate. Yi Qian handed over his student pass and provincial military pass. The sentries called the teacher in charge of the logistics of the provincial first high school's second-year class in the anti-chemical regiment to confirm it. Only then did they return the 2 passes to Yi Qian and let him in. After thanking the soldier who sent him over, Yi Qian entered the anti-chemical regiment. It happened to be a few minutes past noon, and the class that was punished to stand began to disperse. Dragging their sore feet, they had to support each other to walk under the scorching sun. I can't do it. Jiasun, you guys go first. I need to rest for a while. I don't have the energy. As Li Qian was fat, she was at a disadvantage in such training. However, her body was very healthy, unlike other thin and weak girls who would faint for a while and suffer from heatstroke. After 4.5 days, she also wanted to faint for a while and suffer from heatstroke. However, almost all the girls in dormitory 506 were strong and healthy. None of them fainted. And Jiasun was also tired and really couldn't move Li Qian's weight. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Then go sit under the shade of the tree." Damn it, I still follow my father everywhere and don't feel tired. I really can't stand standing in a military posture every day. Perseverance is victory, Unyielding. A voice that was like a gentle breeze drifted over. The voice was extremely cold, like the cool spring water in a mountain stream. The refreshing coolness drifted into the ears of the people in room 506. Yi Qian walked over. She was wearing the same camouflage uniform. Her slender legs were straight, and her skin was as white as porcelain under the sunlight. Her dark eyes were like the brightest stars in the dark night. They were so clear that one could see the ripples in her eyes. After 4.5 days of military training, all of you look like you're out of shape. But the instructor didn't collapse from anger. As she spoke, she easily helped up Li Qian, who was paralyzed and didn't want to leave. She wrapped her arm behind her shoulder and raised her eyebrows. Not leaving? Wait to be roasted alive? If it's any later, aren't you afraid that you won't even have a bite to eat? Yi Qian's appearance was so sudden that Jianghu and the others did not react in time. Li Qian, who was hanging on her, was still weak. She didn't react when she heard Yi Qian's voice. She said in a muffled voice, "I want to eat meat, pork belly, pork belly. I also want to eat pork trotters. Quick, let's go to the canteen." It was all thanks to her speaking that the other girls who didn't react screamed. And Jianghu even pounced on Yi Qian. Jane Eyre, I've waited so hard for you. I looked forward to the stars and the moon, but you're finally here. My tough days have come to an end. Chapter 569. Yi Qian's lips twitched when he heard that. He asked Yang Yi, what television show has she been addicted to recently? Can she still watch television in the army? A romantic affair. She's been talking about it since the first day of military training. It's as if she's possessed. Yang Yi also smiled. She was very angry and spoke softly. She was especially happy to see Yi Qian suddenly appear. We were just waiting for you to teach her a lesson. We can't subdue her. Li Qian leaned all her weight on Yi Qian. She was only thinking about meat. She said unhappily, I can't eat television shows. I want to eat meat. If we don't go, we'll go hungry during military training in the afternoon. I don't want to eat meat. I want to eat my Jane Eyre. And Jianghu was a clown. She was not normal when she saw Yi Qian. She was grinning from ear to ear. A romantic affair is really good. You must watch it when you go back. I'm not interested just from the name. I'd rather go for a run if you want me to watch this. Yi Qian freed a hand and pushed the sweaty Jianghu away from him. Didn't you say you had no energy just now? You have the strength to speak now? At the mention of food, Zhang Lizhen swallowed her saliva and said weakly, Don't mention it. I'm already drooling. Let's go. There really won't be any food later. There were thousands of people eating in the army. Although there was still food, it looked better, especially when there was no meat in the end. When Yi Qian returned, and Jianghu seemed to have regained her strength, she started chattering. When she mentioned the 4-day military training, it was a history of blood and tears. On the first day, I was really quite happy, especially when I got out of the car. You don't know Jane Eyre. Those soldiers stood motionless under the sun. They were really as straight as little white poplars. Their hats and epaulets were all glowing with golden light. They were so mighty. Yang Yi turned her head and looked pitifully at Yi Qian. That's right. I was just like Jianghu. We were so happy on the first day. It was our first time entering the army. Soon, we'll be in trouble. In the afternoon, we'll be in a military posture for half an hour. Whoever dares to move will be circled around the field. At first, I thought they were quite friendly. They helped us carry water and luggage. But when we got onto the field, they were all black-faced tigers. Lizhen was so scared that she raised her hand and said that she wanted to go home. In the end, Yang Yi seemed to sense that it was not going to end well. He quickly stopped and changed the topic. Let's go. There aren't many people left. Our class's dining area is just ahead. Hurry up. Thousands of people didn't eat in the cafeteria. The leaders of Provincial No. 1 High School and No. 16 High School all accepted the military training rules of the anti-chemical regiment, including eating out in the wild. They all obeyed the anti-chemical regiment's arrangements. It was the first time that the school had organized such a large-scale military training, and it was also the first time that the anti-chemical regiment had organized such a large-scale military training for students. Both sides had to make countless changes before they finally settled on the military training guidelines. The moment they entered the army, they were under military management. All the students had to accept the rules of the army. Whoever dared to be arrogant would be dealt with directly. On the first day, more than 10 boys were taught a lesson. After that, they even wanted to challenge the instructor one-on-one. As one could imagine, they were taught a lesson even more miserably. Listening to the 5 of them talk, the corners of Yiqian's mouth curved up slightly. This was school life. It made up for the regrets of her previous life. She could happily walk under the sun with her peers. No matter how harsh the sun was, she was still happy. Chapter 570. Why did she choose to come back for military training? It was because she did not want to miss out on the good times she had when she was still a student. Yiqian? Why are you here? Lu Exen, the class monitor, walked out of the infirmary with a bottle of medicine in his hand. When he saw Yiqian, he smiled in surprise and said, "Teacher Tong said that you went to the hospital to take care of your family and would not come back for 7 days of military training. It's not even 7 days yet, why are you here?" Yiqian did not participate in military training. Teacher Tong mentioned this to the class. Because Yiqian did not attend the evening self-study session, the students accepted Yiqian's absence. Since he was discharged, Yiqian naturally came back. Now that the vice class monitor is here, the class monitor will have less trouble. And Jiasen's straightforward and generous personality was obvious to everyone in the class during military training. She was forthright and dared to take responsibility for her actions. Even the instructor said that she would join the army if she could not get into university. Because of this sentence, and Jiasen held on for the sake of her pride. Lu Exen smiled, "That's good news. Yiqian, have you eaten lunch yet? Go to Teacher Tong's later and report to her. She has to arrange a bunk for you. Otherwise, you won't have a place to sleep at night. Military training is good for you." Lu Xian's grades were not the best, but he was very willing to do things for the class. Therefore, no one had any objections to him being the class monitor. He was usually a little naggy, but when he was meticulous, even the girls felt inferior to him. As a matter of fact, he began to remind Yiqian what to do later. His finger was still pointing at Yiqian. When he saw the camouflage uniform, he scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm dizzy from the sun. I didn't even realize that you were wearing camouflage uniform." The camouflage uniform you're wearing looks much better than the ones we're wearing. The colors aren't quite right either. Ours are more white while yours is a lot darker green. Why does it look so good?" All along, Yiqian had the habit of letting others finish talking before he spoke. When their gazes fell on him, he smiled and said, "I didn't get it before this. I got it directly from the army. It should be the soldier's usual training uniform, so the color is a little darker than yours." "That's not right either. Why does it fit you so well?" No, it doesn't fit either. It's just. Lu Exan sized up Yiqian, who was dressed in camouflage, and felt that something was amiss. When she spoke, her chin was slightly clenched, but her back was very straight. Although she was still holding on to Li Qian, there was an indescribable charm about her. It was very special and very spirited. After hearing LV Xian's words, Jiasen and the others finally reacted. Yiqian smiled faintly. "There's nothing different about you. It's just that the camouflage you're wearing is different." Jiasen, who was most familiar with Yiqian, heard Yiqian's cool voice and looked at the increasingly beautiful face in front of her. She couldn't tell what was different about this familiar face. Her heart was beating so fast that it made her panic. She realized that she didn't dare to look into Yiqian's eyes. That pair of smiling, watery eyes had too much darkness that she couldn't look straight into. It was as if she had to see if Yiqian's expression was good for her to speak. Not only Jiasen, but Yang Yi, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan, who was on the top bunk of Yiqian, also felt the same way. No, they were even more flustered than Jiasen. Chapter 571. They couldn't tell exactly what had changed, but they felt that LVXN was right. After sizing him up for a while, LVXN shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with the camouflage uniform. It's your aura. That's right. After thinking of an appropriate adjective, LVXN said seriously, your aura is very different. Even if we wore the camouflage uniform, we definitely wouldn't have your aura. Yiqian, you look like a soldier, but we're still students standing in front of you. LVXIN's grades weren't the best, but they had always been stable. His EQ was also very high, so he was relatively sensitive. Yiqian was wearing a suitable camouflage uniform, with a brown military belt around his waist and a pair of black training boots on his feet. He stood in the sunlight with a smile on his face, but his gaze was extremely cold. He had the aura of a soldier. It was an aura that only soldiers who had experienced the flames of war could have. Even ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to him. Yiqian calmly observed the reactions of Jianghu and the others. He laughed. It's good to be like a soldier. If I can't get into university, I'll join the army. It's so good to join the army. You don't have to think about anything in the army. You don't have to think about grades, what you're going to eat tonight, or what you're going to wear tomorrow. The army will plan all the seasons for you. It's so convenient. And Jianghu and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. The strange feeling in their hearts was swept away. Yiqian was still the same Yiqian. He had never changed. He was still the Yiqian they knew. LVXIN said, so that's all you think about. Yiqian, oh Yiqian, you clearly didn't have to participate in the military training. Now you know how tiring it is. You'll be so tired that you won't even have the strength to hold chopsticks. I haven't tried it yet, so I must. Yiqian lowered his voice slightly. He looked up slightly and saw Luo Ran and a few boys standing not far away. They were staring fiercely at him. No wonder he felt someone was staring at him. It was Luo Ran, the boy who had threatened to block him after school. And the boy beside him. Isn't this my old classmate, Liao Jian? Why did Liao Jian also come to the province to study? That's not possible, right? Principal Rong wouldn't accept a student like Liao Jian. However, it was also possible that Luo Ran had been recruited. Liao Jian, on the other hand, was so frightened by the sudden sight of Yiqian that he subconsciously retreated. He was really afraid of seeing Yiqian. He was afraid. He was even more afraid that Yiqian would see him with Luo Ran. Damn it. Why was he so unlucky whenever he was involved in Yi Ying's matters? Liao Jian, who was cursing in his heart, was afraid that Luo Ran, who was not afraid of death, would go and find Yiqian, so he said from behind, Brother Luo, let's find a shady place to take a nap. Today is the hottest day, but it will be much cooler tomorrow. What's the hurry? Didn't I see someone familiar? Luo Ran, who had taken off the belt around his waist, walked over and said with a fake smile, Hey, isn't this Yiqian? Didn't you say that you were going to the hospital to be a good student and be filial to the elderly? Why are you here? From his voice, it was obvious that he wasn't a good student. However, he couldn't stand Boss Luo, who had donated 500,000 yuan to the school. No matter how bad he was, the school could only accept him. Luexan also knew why Luo Ran wanted to find Yiqian. It was because of the basketball incident. He ignored him and said to Yiqian, Let's go eat first. We'll gather at 2 p.m. You can sleep for a while. You can't go back to the dorm. Just find a shady place to sleep.